Good morning, team. How's everybody doing today? Let's make sure we got sound. We're good to go. Camera's working. Sorry, it took me a little bit. I got to find a quicker way to do this because it takes me a little bit to send it out and get things started. Look. Yep, let's not do that. Let's do this. Bitcoin. Bitcoin moving higher this morning. Again. Just on a runway ticket to 100K. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know where she's going. But this is a pretty strong area of resistance. It hasn't made all-time highs, has it? All right, so 64, we're at 62, so just 70 grand. We're going to call it 70 grand, 69, 70 grand. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. Let's get right into it. Welcome. I'm Justin. If you're new here, it's the Ivy League live stream. What I'm going to do is we're going to go over the indexes, what our plan is. We're going to go over big cap tech. We're going to move right along. If you guys have questions, please throw them right in the chat. I would like to move along with this and stay on track. All right. Again, if you guys have questions, you just throw them in the chat, and I'll get to them. If you could, hit the like button. Can we get to 10 likes so I can give you guys my top play for the day? I feel really confident about it. And that is, hold on 1 second. Boom, boom. Dude, like right now, I'm still trying to get this stream. Memes, what's up, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while. Sorry, let me throw the live chat on. Dude, this is crazy. I know there's got to be a system out there to get, like, you guys don't see some of the shit that I'm doing. But, like, yo, it takes so much time. I'm like, it's crazy. Wait, is that? Okay, let's Google. All right. So, remember how I told you guys about big cap tech being down? We're going to see today, PCE. Like, I think PCE is going to be our guiding light, right? Whether that's getting us above 407. So if you've been here for a little bit, right? Just this past week, I've told you guys 407. If we're below it, we're short. Well, up at 407. So yesterday, what did we do? I gave you that dot before the market opened. I said I want to see us pop up here and either hold it or see if we reject it. Chances are we reject it. Rejection. You got double tops, right? We're starting to lean over. This could be... it's weird, guys. I'm debating whether or not to... Do I wait to try and get down to 503? Do I wait to try to get to 503 to try along? 504.50. 504, boys, if y'all been here. And y'all know No Limit from, 20, 30 years ago. Was a rap group. 504 has been holding really strong. You can't ignore that. They've been stepping in and buying this thing up. So I think we're going to decide PCE, number one. Can that send us back up to 507? And then can we clear 507? Bitcoin, the reason I go to Bitcoin and want to combine this with the indexes, is that if Bitcoin is going to continue to climb higher, I mean, why can't the markets? Well, the markets kind of have, so has Bitcoin. You know, the thing is Bitcoin has a fundamental catalyst going on with it right now to where no matter how, so I looked at it like these ETFs that people are allowed to, or, you know, that have been, you know, pretty much allowed, I guess you could say, because they weren't tradable because of the SEC, blah, whatever. SEC, new SEC ruling. Now, fund managers, it provides a lot of exposure. Now, I thought that would take money away from Bitcoin in and of itself, from buying the actual asset. But technically it hasn't, because if you're buying, people that are buying that ETF has to go ahead and purchase it. That's why we had issues with Coinbase yesterday. That's quote unquote, that's what they say. So you have just seen an inflow of just massive amounts of money getting poured into this. They're taking advantage of it, right? This is, you got to think about 5, 10, 15, 20-year horizons where you're some of the first people to get in, right? You're some of the first people to get into these ETFs and take advantage of it. And what does that mean for years down the road? I mean, this is just, you just can't, you know, it's hard to say that we saw this coming. You know, we seen BlackRock. There was a lot of chatter about BlackRock this, BlackRock that, back down here. But that technically was not, you know, this thing just started curling down here. And this is when things really got set off, right? Because you can see how we consolidated here. Look, you consolidated, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 months. You haven't consolidated for 2 weeks. Okay, up here. You just been going on ever since, you know, this ETF stuff's been going on. So, you know, I want to say, okay, if Bitcoin can rally, so can the markets. Not really, because Bitcoin has its own thing going on right now where there's a lot of new money. This is like the gold rush, right? Back years ago. So you can't, I'm not going to go by, because Bitcoin's a risk asset, I need to look at Bitcoin and decide what I'm going to do in the markets because of what Bitcoin's doing. Again, you know, fundamental will trump technical all day long, right? And there's a fundamental catalyst going on with Bitcoin right now. So, you know, I don't know where this ends. I really don't. This thing can just continue. I would like to see a consolidation. You know, I feel bad. Somebody asked me about it down here because it was bouncing up here. And it's like, you know, what do? Do you buy up here? And does it go to 80,000? Does it go to 90? You don't know. So what you got to do is be disciplined to say, you know, I'll just buy the pullbacks. And you have to be willing to say, hey, this thing could fall way back down, right? This thing could come all the way back down to 52,000. It could go to 80 and then fall from 80 to 50. You have to be ready for that. So you just have to you know, do your best to try to read a chart. You know, you're not going to be able to call the top. You're not going to be able to call the bottom either. So the best thing to do is just continue to buy throughout your life, and you'll own assets. Like, that's not advice, because I can't give that financial advice, but I just, you know, I want it to be known that, hey, don't think you're good enough to call the top or bottom in this thing, and it could just keep going, or the minute you start to buy it, it just pulls back 50% from where it's at, and you're down 100% on your position. Or not 100%, but you're down 50%, and then you got to realize you have to make 100% to break even. So use stop losses. You can do that. That's also an option. You don't have to sit in something and bleed money, right? You also don't want to get tossed up either. You want to be able to buy right. That's why I'm letting Bitcoin go. Let it go do its thing. I will buy it when I get the opportunity. I'm not worried about it. I don't get FOMO like some of these other people. I do. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, yeah, I wish I was in it, but I'm not going to sit here and buy it now. All right, so anyway, back to the markets. PCE. PCE is going to be... Good morning, Chris. PCE, I think, is going to be our determinator for 505. All right? I think that's our determinator. And again, I want to run through this real quick because I want to get into a lot of stuff here. You know, we got some pretty solid support here. So I think, you know, can PCE come in under? right? Not in line, but can it come in under? Can we get something good to, kind of take this market back to 508? All right, 508 is what I'm going to be looking for. I guess we can get rid of the circle, the target we drew yesterday. I used to do that a lot here. When I first started the stream, was draw targets, and I kind of missed it. All right, so that's the SPY. What are my thoughts for the SPY? We gotta wait for PCE. I'm still same game plan. If you're new here, please, if you could, subscribe, hit the like button. If you have any questions or whatever it is that you're watching and have questions on, want to chat, throw it in the chat. I'm still watching 507. If we're below 507 and 507 is going to act as resistance, then I'm short. Where am I long? I'm going to be long right here at like 505.25. I almost got long yesterday, but it took off without me. And it would have been a really nice play early in the morning over here. It is what it is. We move on. I did play Coinbase. I don't know if anybody was here. I played Coinbase yesterday, and somebody bought my bags, and I felt really terrible. I got in at like 30 cents, and I think I sold for like 40. I can't remember. It was like 40 some cents. It was like a 45% gain yesterday. I traded it beautifully, man. I was like, I'm getting Coinbase red. So that was a trade I did yesterday. I missed the SPY. It kind of went without me. So, but again, the S&P's 507. That's what I'm watching. 507. We're at it. We can't get above it. Okay, I'm taking it short down to the low 500s. Above it, we're looking for 508, 508.50, 509, 510. It's pretty simple. So, to me, 507 is your support and resistance area. Right now, it's resistance. But, so the range right now, again, 504 is our support. 507 is our resistance. Okay, so just play the range. If something changes, if we start to break, okay, I'm going to look for a bounce. And I'll look to get short at that 404.50, 505. I'm sorry. These numbers are messing with me. 504.50, 505. Okay. Will be, if we can break this level, let's see if we can make it resistance. Let's go to the Qs. All right. Let's keep it pushing. So, the Qs have been holding up okay. So if we go to the SPY, let's see here. So you have this double, like this V bottom. It's like a W. And you heard about the W during COVID. So what I'm going to show you guys here is the SPY and the Qs, right? So we're still above, right? That V, that V bottom, okay? All right. And the Qs were below it. So the SPY is pretty much right here, right? If the SPY was the Qs, it would be at 439. It's right here, right? The SPY is right here. All right. So if technology, what is this showing us? Okay, technology is weak. It's pulling back. Snowflake CEO changed yesterday. That's going to be a trade. Yesterday, they were pricing it a 20-point move, and Snowflake just went bananas. So, the Qs, I would watch for, if PCE is well, all fine and dandy. You got to look for that upper resistance up at 438. Okay, 438, 439. Okay, 438, 439 to the upside. It looks like we might get that. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to see if the Qs if we can take a long here. Right now, honestly, I'm going to look at 434. Okay, 434 for a long on the Qs. I would really like to get 432, 433. But 434 looks like it might be an area that we could try to take that long. I don't think we're going to get there. I'm not sure if we're going to get there. All right, look at the volume. So I want you guys to see something. Look at the volume, right, that came in here. Right? Look at the volume that came in there. Look at that. Okay? So that's what you have sitting here. Now you can see right? The longer that it sits here, the longer it sits there, I mean, you're talking you're talking 4 million shares traded in a 15-minute candle. So it's only a matter of time before they get exhausted, right? It's only a matter of time before they get exhausted. And we have been sitting here. And it looks like we're trying to turn 435 into resistance right now. That's why I think it's all going to be dependent on PCE, which is going to be coming out in about 20 minutes. Okay? Let me log in real quick, and we're going to go right into the stocks. So this is what we're watching, right? Pre-market PCE, that's our range right there, guys. Right? Upside, try to get through 435. All right, you have yesterday's close, yesterday's low, right around that area, but yesterday's close is up here. Let's see. You made yesterday's close resistance here, technically. Technically, 435.30 area. 435. You know, if you want to put a dotted line, so because like you want to know, yes, prior day's close, prior day's low. Especially if you had like a down day and you come in with a gap up or even a gap down, you know, on an up day or down day, you want to be able to go into that low, prior day's close, and see if you can't, you know, see if it acts as resistance. Okay? So, faded down 20. Just give me 1 second. I'm just logging in. Ty, good morning, buddy. Good morning. I did. And you know what? I was just saying yesterday, it was pricing in a 20-point move. And it went, what, like $80? I mean, you know, dude, I can't get, that Coinbase trade yesterday paid like a mother. I'm not even going to lie. Like, I'm looking at my account, and I'm like, damn. Damn. I feel bad, yo. I feel real bad. Somebody took those bags right off me. Like, here you are. You're impatient. That's the game, though. You got to understand that's the game. That's the game. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. Drink that coffee in front of you guys. So, all right, that's the cues, right? We're going to watch this little area right here. Right? Your pre-market, this pre-market, really, it's going to be like yesterday's like pivot low yesterday. So you're making right now, we're making yesterday's low resistance right now. All right. So keep that in mind. That's the cues. Now, again, the cues are way below. This circle up here is the SPY. So that's telling us, all right, if you're new, if we want to look for downside, we want to look for technology names because they're leading to the downside. I mean, you already know Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, other than Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Apple are down. So if we look at the Dow was holding up okay. That's why I say, like, to me, the SPY is holding up the best. And I don't know if it's because of energy names that, you know, like, look, the Dow came down to this point. The SPY hasn't touched this area yet, right? So it's a nice bounce there. Let's see if you get a bounce here on the Dow. What you could look for is like healthcare, IBM, JP Morgan, Microsoft, the name, like blue chip names. Okay, if you're going to make this support, but I don't know if you are. I don't think you will. I got to be honest. I think this whole area is going to remain red, and that is on the Dow. Okay, and it's important we cover this because these are all trade ideas. 388. Yeah, 388 to 387.50. Okay. Now, I think, in my opinion, you're making that previous support up here. You're making this area here resistance now at 390. And it's already selling off. So you're stuck in this range right here. Looks like you're stuck in that range. So PCE has got it. You can see the same thing with the Qs. You know, the Dow had a nice up day yesterday, it looks like. So we got it. It's all going to depend on PCE. Yes, the Dow had an up day yesterday, and the Qs were red. All right, IWM, you know, it's pulling back off that 204, 205 area. All right, it's just hanging out up here. Look, that could be a nice short today, guys. It's right now. It's turning 203 in the resistance. We have room. I'm not gonna say we have room there. You gotta break 202 on IWM. You gotta break 202. If you can break 202, then you could possibly get down to 250. Maybe 199, 200. I don't know though. All right. I'm not gonna worry about trading it, but that would be your support level there. All right. If for anybody that does trade the IWM. All right. And what you're doing is you can see the same thing with the Dow. You're turning this area right here. See, that's your support level. It's down there at 201.50. So I would expect this level here, yesterday's like pivot low to break at 202. I would look for that to break. All right, that's 202 on the IWM. And where are you looking for that to go to? 201. It's a dollar move. So there's not much there. Maybe you can get it to get down to like, 200. But, so that's that. Let's go right into all the names. I did not clean my charts, and I apologize, guys. Yesterday, I had indigestion like a bitch yesterday. And like I was exhausted by the time I wanted to do the live stream. I wanted to do it, but I said, you know what? Let's just wake up early and do it in the morning. So I apologize for that. You can see the IWM pulling off of that area right there. All right. Apple. Come on. Apple, it has that 180 level, and it's personal. All right. Apple's got that 180 level, and it's personal. They literally did it themselves and came out with a press release about this fucking automotive stuff. Like they're even going to do it. Like, I'm like, I don't even know why they keep saying they're going to do this car. It doesn't make sense for them to do that. You got to remember, Apple is a computer or like a tech company, but their products are geared towards like higher standards, right? Good material, a good product, right? A step up in the in cost. Now, there's only so many people that can afford an 85 or an 80 to 120,000, $150,000 vehicle. There's only so many people out there that can afford it. And then it's like you have two different. I talked about it yesterday. You have really you only have like two classes up there, right? The person that's going to have that choice once or twice, and they're going to be real picky about what they get for 100 grand, 150 grand, 200 grand. Or you have the rich person who has an abundance of, 80, 200, $500,000, $1.5 million, right? They have a garage full of cars, right? Or the person that has maybe like a few nice toys, and they're going to be really picky about what they buy. And chances are it's going to have to meet a lot of standards as far as speed, maybe even sound, because, those people will probably, probably would like to have either like, I don't know, maybe a Lucid you got to compete with. Beautiful. The new Sapphire. My dad had one in the driveway the other day. Was driving it around. Dude, it's crazy. Carbon fiber trim. It was bad. Y'all sleeping on Lucid. Not y'all in particular, but people out there, they're sleeping. For real. So anyway, let's get back to business. 180 is personal. Let's see if, if the markets are going to pull back. You can see you still have buyers here holding Apple up. Apple, remember, has their stock buyback. I'm sure they're still buying stock back. So, you're getting this level is just a wall. But the longer we stay here, the more I think it's going to break at 180. All right, you got room down to 175, but you don't really have anything until you get down to like 173. Like you don't even have anything until like 173.50. You have these little minor levels, but you have nothing, guys. There's nothing here. Look at this. This was just straight up. So chances are we're going to see Apple back down to like 173, 173.50. You have a little bit here, I would say as well. 175, 174.50. But as far as this is like a wall to me. That's like a wall that's blocking all that fucking price action. And there's only that support level right here at 173.50 in my eyes. So I think what if Apple, and that's why Apple is making that 180 like level personal, because I think they feel like if that thing breaks, then hey, that's like a 5% pullback, 4% pullback, you know. But we'll see what happens, right? You have a bounce here on the daily chart, and it looks like, let's look at this. All right, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time on it because there's other names that I like better. But it looks like we just, you rallied, and yesterday you rejected that pivot high up here at 182.50. So we got to look for 180 to break. All right, it is oversold, and look at the price action. Okay, look at the price action here. It's getting really tight. So I think this is either an ascending wedge or a descending wedge, right? All lining up with 180 level. See, let me take this off real quick. We are right there, 180.40. Where are we at? 180. Sorry, guys. Where are we at? Oh, I got time and sales up. Shit. Sorry, I just want to see something real quick. Because you're putting in a descending wedge here, and chances are, bang, bang, 180.45. See, we broke it. I was going to say we got to hold 180.40. You got to hold this level, I think. Because this is technically a double bottom with a higher low, right? A higher low here. You start taking out this level right here. Let me zoom in. Right here. You start turning that into resistance. All right. And in my opinion, you start taking that 180.50 and you turn it into resistance. Watch out. All right, watch out. I think you're going to break that 180 level. I don't, it just, for some reason, Apple can't get much volume here. So I'm watching 180, right? 180, dude. I know, guys, I'm sorry. Bear with me. I'm losing it here. I'm losing it. 180.50 and 180. All right, 180.50 and 180. Chances are you would want to watch this level right here. Right there. You could watch that level there. All right, you can see here it was resistance. Resistance. Right. It's kind of ugly, but I would just keep it simple and say 180. All right, 180. That's my final answer. All right, final answer 180. Got to watch 180. If it holds, I think it's going to depend on PCE. I really do. But just understand you have an ascending wedge here. You kind of have that double bottom. All right, so 180 is holding firm. So, do they come out with another press release? I don't know. I don't think there's much more they can come out with. They've already used up the AI. They're not doing a car. What else are they going to do? So you can see here that 181 would be, I don't know. You guys can see it there. So anyway, let's keep it moving. I apologize. If you guys could throw some tickers in the chat. I'm trying to get to 10 likes. If we can get to 10 likes, I'm trying to get, I have a top idea that I think is going to be pretty fire today. All right. Microsoft. Let's go to Microsoft. We'll run to the daily chart real quick. All right. So you guys can see these big tech names have been kind of weak. Okay. Kind of weak. If we, that's our move. So you can see we're holding 38.2 fib here. All right, that 38.2, which is right there at $400. I want to see us get back to 400. Yesterday, you saw the 23.6 fib from that move. Like the measurement of this move is trying to act as resistance there. All right, and you can see where are we trading 406. So we have said it early in the week, guys. You guys could have made this a swing trade. I said it Sunday. I said it yesterday or Monday, Tuesday, and yesterday. We're looking for Microsoft to get short. If it cannot get through 108, look for it to get back down to the bottom of the range. It's already done it, technically. It's already went back down to 404. Excuse me. Yeah, 404. So you can see yesterday, it tries to pop its head above 408 and can't hold. Okay, it can't hold. What time is it? It's 8:20. We have 10 minutes. All right, we're going to cover Snowflake. We're going to cover a lot of these other names. All right, that have earnings and stuff. CRM. Let me get this going to. Come on.
There's the guy who said his trading was in perfect condition. Well, what do you think? Let's see.
Just give me 1 second. So I can tell you right now, I'm still going to watch 408 on Microsoft. Dude, come on, bro.
So what do you think of my trade-in now?
I don't understand why this is doing this to me. I mean, it's me doing it. That's why. Alright, let's go to the scanners real quick. Alright, so pretty easy, guys. You have resistance up here at 408. You know, 408 is your resistance level. You have a minor support level here at 405 on Microsoft. But you can see that you're trying to put in this resistance level below yesterday's close. You know, Microsoft it's consolidation. You have, so I want you to look. This is how I'm viewing Microsoft. And look, that was our area short, right? You guys see this circle? I said it yesterday. Let's look for a pop in the 409, 4950, and that's exactly what we did. And there was that short. So you have a down move with a consolidation, and I think we're turning 406.50 into resistance. If we can do that, I want to look for another move to the down, like a 1 to 2 day down move, and see if we can get to 402. Yeah, I'm going to look for like 402 to 398. I would like to get to 398. I would. I want to see us break 404. I want to see us break 404, guys. All right, I want to see us break 404, and I want to get down to 398. I think we can do it. Okay? That is my target there. We pull back, consolidate. Maybe we need to test. Maybe it gives us another test of 408, 407.75, but I don't think it does. I think it's trying to make this level here at 406.60, 406.50 resistance right now. You guys can see that dotted line there. All right. We got 10 more minutes, so we'll just keep it moving. Again, I'm trying to get to 10 likes. If we can get to 10 likes, I'm still going to give it to y'all, but, you know, just trying to get to 10 likes. That's all it is. I'm going to tell you guys what it is right now. Let's go to it. Amazon. Amazon is putting in, like, a beautiful pattern. So it's all going to be up to PCE. All right, it's all going to determine what PCE is. You can see down here at like 158, 160, you have a lot of congestion. So you got to be aware that when we start moving and trying to, if we can fill this gap, okay, Amazon is strong right now. It's still up at highs. It's stronger than the relative market in my view. Okay, you know what? We can take that back because it's not at new highs, but that's okay. For like in conjunction to where each thing is trading, Amazon is still on the top end of the range. It's kind of like the SPY, right? Amazon is like the SPY to the Apple, which would be the Qs. All right. Let's see here. So you have this 170 level that I think we can get to. All right, 170 that I think we can get to. So right here, you have a really nice resistance level that I would like to see become support. All right, I'm actually going to make this a 3. All right, this is one of the top ideas I'm going to watch. This thing has been trading beautifully, and I wish I would have got short yesterday, but I traded Coinbase instead. If Amazon's able to give us 168, that's cool too. I'm with it. All right, I'm with it. Give it to me. I'll take it all day long. You guys can see here that Amazon, right? The support level here at 174.50, right? Support, right? You break it, bang, it turns it into resistance. You got to hang on to it. So Amazon, give yourself time to see if we can get this trade, right? It breaks it, it turns that area into resistance, okay? You come in with the gap down, you can take profit. You obviously know it's going to rally back to 173 or 174 because 174 was that major support level. You broke it. That's the longer retest of it of 174. And now, yesterday I did not get that 174 short in yesterday afternoon because at this time I was trading Coinbase. So I would like to see if we get a bounce, which I don't think we will. I'm not sure if we do. I would like to get a bounce back to 173, 173.50. I want to try to get the short up at yesterday's close on Amazon. I really like this idea. All right, because why do I like it? Amazon's got room. It's not much room, but it's got room down to 170. Now, if we can get that bounce, we might have to wait and be patient. You got a little bit of support here at 171. You have a little bit of support possibly right here at 171. So maybe we can get the bounce off of 171, get up into 173. All right, this is where I want to look to take the trade. 173. 173 to 170. This is the trade I want right there. To try and get to that level. And I'm not sure if we're going to get it. We need a bounce. We need to heat this thing back up to be able to short it. Now, again, if the market's going to pull back, that could help. Okay, that could help. Yeah, we're going to get a bounce. Fuck. But I do like this, man. That was a trade that, I'm going to look to do it anyway. You know what? I'm not going to be scared of that. You may not I haven't told you what I'm looking at, but I'm going to wait for a bounce. This is a low volume pullback. So, maybe there is a long off of 170, but I would like to try and take that 173 short. It may not happen today, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. Okay, maybe we can put in a double top. You've already put in somewhat of like a triple top up here. So I think there's a pretty, the probability that Amazon bounces today is pretty strong. So if we either just drop right into 170, then I'll say, hey, let me get the long off of 170. Okay, let me get a long from 170 up to like 173, 174. All right, I'm going to be watching it for a little bit. So, yeah, I think we can get that bounce. I do. Now, if we get a bounce to 173 or 174 again, and you can't break 174, just keep those levels on your watch. Amazon's putting in a really nice pattern here is what I'm saying. So anybody that's new to trading, this could be easy trading for you. It's not too volatile. It sticks to the levels, right? But that's your range, right? You have a really nice range here on Amazon, and that's how you got to play it. You got to play your range. And if you play your range and you do what the market's doing, then you're going to find success. You should at least, it shouldn't be too hard to find success in the markets. Okay? If you understand that, hey, that's my range. All right? 173 to 170. Hell, make it 174. All right? Make it 174. Okay? To 170. All right? That's a nice trade there. So, all right, we have initial jobless claims coming out. PCE. Today's a big day, guys. I'm telling you. I think we're going to have some nice volume. All right, it's 8:30. Let's go. Let's go to the SPY. My bad. My bad, y'all. I don't even have my stuff up. Shit. Come on. What's going on here?
215,000 higher than
215. That's a good sign. We don't have a snowstorm.
Plus 1% versus plus
That's a
0.4.
good sign, guys. 215,000 for initial jobless claims. That's awesome. Look, that's what the market wants to see.
PCE data
Let's go.
still not out yet.
in November.
PCE is not out yet.
Personal income for January up 1%, up 1%. And you know what's fantastic?
All right, personal income 1%. Core PCE month over month 0.4. Ooh, that's a consensus 0.3. So right in line. That's right in line. So that's up. Core is up. Okay. Personal spending 0.2.
Futures are
Previously 0.7. Initial jobless claims 215. So you're seeing that jump. PCE price index month over month 0.3. Year over year 2.4. Right in line. I knew it. Continuing jobless claims 1905. So just under 200,000. Consensus 187. So that's good. It's, people are on unemployment. That's good. Jobless claims 4-week average 212 and a half. Forecasting 219.
3%. That's in line with estimates.
All right, so pretty much in line. You did have, again, the jobless claims are what the market's looking at. That's what the Fed's worried about. They're worried about inflation,
PCE price index
but more importantly, they're worried about the labor market, because if they can they think if they can soften the labor market, they can help cool inflation to help cool demand. All right? If they get a hold of the labor market, they get a hold of demand. If they get a hold of demand, they get a hold of inflation. That's their idea, or that's their opinion. They've been saying it. If you listen to the words that they say that come out of their mouth, that's what they say. So
estimate.
goes with the thesis that I thought Amazon could get a bounce, right? Yes, I want to try to get the short because it was a nice setup, but I missed that trade.
The futures are now 50.
That's why doing a technical analysis and not just trusting a level or saying, oh, a break and retest. Okay, yeah, that's cool, but you want to use other things. You want to be able to learn how to read a chart fully to have conviction that this and this is going to happen or may not happen. And what is the likelihood of that happening? Like, you should be able to paint the picture. Literally, you should be able to say, this is what's, from what I see, this is what I'm looking at. IWM, man, watch today. I was watching it. It didn't look like it had much room. Didn't look like it had much room. That's what what I was saying this morning was that level there at 202. You got to break that level. Are we finally breaking out? It looks like it is.
Something to consider why we dropped 3 basis points, and I think the real spending numbers being on the weak side might have contributed to that. We see that the pre-opening equities, the Dow Jones, has indeed moved up, and that's something to pay attention to here as well. It's getting close to at least
Let's see here.
positive territory.
Shit.
A lot, Becky, but we want to take
All right, guys, let's keep it moving through some of these names. Man. That's a descending wedge, bro. I'd be careful. Or it's an ascending wedge. I would be careful. Look, yeah, it's a tough level, man. Something's good. I'm telling you, we still have a little bit ahead of us that could hurt us. That could be. It did jump $2, I know. Yep. It's not over yet. You got more room. You could break out, bro. It could break out. It could break out. It's a nice bull flag there, dude. Look, if this is real, if this is really going to happen, I would look for, okay, just measure the move. Right? It should have room to 230 in the coming, in the next couple quarters. I'm being serious. This could be the start of your uptrend. It could be. All right, it could be. So I would keep that on watch. Listen, if you want to go higher, you've been grinding on that 50-day. Just hanging out on it. So that's a nice little cup and handle you have here too. I don't know if you can see that. But
SPRC SciSpark delivers treatment for
I would
spectrum disorder clinical
that's what I would say. If you're able to break out, you have a lot of room. You're not going to do it obviously in a week or two, but
Still goods deflation. Goods were down
it's struggling up here. I think that 205 is just going to be a bitch to get through. But you can do it, man. That's our sign. So let's go to the S&P. Damn it, man. That gives me more conviction that yesterday I should have took that long for today, guys. You guys know that, right? I did say yesterday I felt like, man, it's setting us up for a long. Because yesterday we started to consolidate and flatten out a little bit. And that's what I didn't tell you. Was we were starting to like flatten out to see if we could try to go higher. All right, we're above 507. So the SPY and anything that I look at, I want to see the SPY pull back to 507. I want to see 507 hold on the S&Ps. 507. So our numbers are still the same. All right? And you kind of got that, like you know, yesterday, Tuesday and yesterday really told us that we were going to probably bounce. There was a lot of negative, like bullish divergence yesterday and Tuesday that, you know, I missed my long. It just took off without me, and I'm like, I'm not paying up for it. I can't pay up 10 cents on 40 cents, guys. That's a decent percentage in case of that pullback. So there's a reason why I do things. You know what I mean? I'm not going to screw myself. There's a reason I can consistently stay profitable. And it's still February. I'm still not green on the month. I'm down just a little bit. I'm clawing my way back. All right, so what does that mean for Apple? So the SPY, 507. All right, we're going to watch 508.50, 509, 510. Those previous levels on the SPY. If you guys want me to give that to you, I can real quick, and then we'll move on to stocks. If you guys could, throw some tickers in the chat. Also, sorry. Watch the Dow, because nobody's been talking about Boeing. I want to watch Boeing. I think Boeing's got a little bit of meat on the bone if it could start to rally. I haven't looked at it in a little bit, but the last time I looked at it, it was on the lows, right? And the 50-day was way above it. So I'm going to watch for 508. Watch for 508, guys. That 508 level, not really. Yeah, because we made that like a little pivot area support. Yeah, I'll be watching 508 for sure. For sure. I think you got to play the range from 507. You hold 507, watch 508.50, and then from 508.50, you have 509, 25-ish, 509.50, 510. All right, so the range, 507 to 508.50. It's a $1.50 range. And then above 508.50, you pretty much have room. You have a little bit, a minor level at 509 and then 510. All right. So that's that. All right. QQQ. All right. And, you know, remember yesterday, Snowflake. All right. Not good news. The CEO, at least the market took it as bad news. The CEO stepping down. So there might be a little bit of relative weakness with Snowflake. Okay. For Qs, watch 437. 437 on the Qs. 437 hold on the Qs. Let me write this stuff down. I have room on my pad. All right. All right, so I know the SPY. All right, excuse me, 437. I still feel like I have a little bit of indigestion from yesterday, man. That shit sucks. Excuse me. My bad. My bad, y'all. My bad. 439. 437 to 439 is our range. Play the range, baby. Play the range. Okay? Make it easy on yourself. All right? Look at the Dow real quick, and we're going to run it and gun it into other names. So you can see here on the Dow, that was a really nice break and retest. Same for the SPY. The SPY really didn't get down there. So if the Dow can break out and try to rally to 391, okay, then I'm going to look for names. I just want to look at Boeing real quick. Do I have my AirPods? Okay, I do. Let me see something real quick, guys. Okay, sorry. I know that was a little loud. My bad, y'all. All right, so look at Boeing. It's holding that level there. All right, and we're gonna go right into some more technology names. So that's a bounce for Amazon. You should have it written down. All right, let's see here. Baba, see some more downside today. I'll go right into it right now. We'll cover it right now. But look, Boeing going right into that previous resistance level. Oh, that sucks. Because you could see here, if it held 205.90, you had a lot of room to try to get to that 50-day moving average. Look at that 50-day. Look at that thing. Bang. So this is a descending wedge, right? A trend reversal. So what I would look for is, all right, I'm eyeing up the 200-day and 100-day moving average up there at 215. I'm eyeing up the 50-day. Okay, I want to try to get a bounce on Boeing. So maybe we can put this thing on secretly while nobody's talking about it and get us a nice hit. You know, when I've traded the contracts on Boeing, they've treated me pretty nice before. I would like to try and get support. You know, I would like to make 206 support, and that's where we're literally at right now. 206.50, 206. You can see 206 holding. So 206 support. And you have a little bit of resistance. Let's see. You got to get through 208. Yeah, 208. We got to get through 208. You have a little gap here. Yeah, 208. You got to get through 208. If we can break 208, hold 208 as support, we have room. What I would like to see on Boeing, right, is if we can get through 208. We get through 208, hold 208 as support, then we have room all the way back to where 214, 213, the 100-day moving average. That's ultimately what I would like to see right there. Bang. It might take a day or two, but if the market can have some upside today, I'm probably look at Boeing, Amazon, and some of these names that have room. You do have CRM and Snowflake who had earnings. That's an earnings play. All right, so you have a couple different catalysts you can choose from. All right.
I'm John. I'm Lucy. And this is our TimberTech story. The best thing about TimberTech decking is the durability.
It's standing up to all of nature.
Yeah, we got to break 206 and hold it. You know, maybe we try and get another 202.50. I don't know. You got to make sure there's no news out on it. DOJ probing Boeing incident. Here's what to know. I'm going to call Boeing order to deal with its quality issues. FAA gives Boeing 90 days to come up with a quality control plan. So that's not bullish in my eyes. I'll probably stay away from it then, you know, but I'm kind of a double top there. Look, it is breaking. You know, it's got room. Maybe they say they come out with the plan, and that's where we get long, right? Let's wait for this to pull back into support and watch. Let's see if Boeing, right, gets through 208, or if it pulls back to 206, okay? 206 becomes support, and then Boeing, you have a headline that says Boeing comes out with a quality control plan. Bang, the stock tries to bounce. I've been in the market a long time. I'm just saying, let's see if it happens. That's all I'm saying. I don't know nothing, but if I had to guess, chances are that's the catalyst that's going to take us to that 100-day moving average. And I'm telling you, a fucking $6 move, $5 move on Boeing, it's a big day. That's a big day. All right. So that's Boeing, right? I want to look to get to the top of the range up at 213. The 100-day moving average, the 200-day moving average, all up here. I want to start trying to bounce back there. All right, because all this whole area, is like that whole chart pattern is an ascending wedge, which is a trend reversal pattern. All right, Google. All right, so what we got? Baba. Sorry about that, Chris. Baba. Alibaba. Let's start from scratch. All right, fresh new chart. All right, so here's the weekly chart. Baba is on its ass. It's on its ass. All right, just being honest here. Look at your weekly chart. You can see still resistance. 78 is still resistance on Baba. Baidu had earnings yesterday. So Baidu did not help the cause for up or downside, or did not help the calls for upside, just the downside. That's how I took it yesterday. I don't know what they reported, this, that, the third. Looks like you have room down to 73. Let's go to a daily chart. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything in our way. Let's go to the daily chart. All right, so I'm still going to stick with 73. I'm going to stick with 73. We're at 74, 78 right now. Oh, hold up. You have, look here, 74. I'm going to say 74. Let's see if Bubba holds 74. You have the 20-day. You have the 50-day. You have this previous pivot resistance. Resistance, look, it pulls back. Gap down, bang, bang. I mean, I see here at like, at like 73. But 74 is a minor level of support. Look at this. All right, and how do I know that? What I want to see, look at the volume that came in on that day right there, okay? And where did that volume come in at? That volume came in at 74. 74. You had a little bit of selling pressure there too. So I think Boeing is like AMD, and you need to break out. And you know what? I wonder if that was the catalyst for AMD to break out this data this morning. So I would look for... I would be cautious, guys. I would be cautious with Baba. I would. I think Baba could bounce. I do. I think Baba could bounce off of that 74 level. It's just my opinion. Now, again, I don't know if there's news. You guys got to check the news, upgrades, downgrades, stuff like that. DraftKings as well. I'm not 100% yet, but I think it could be a good... Yeah, we'll check it out real quick. You are turning 75 into resistance. So, it's tough, man, because you have Baidu, I think, who reported. I think you get a pullback. All right, here's what I think Baba does. All right, I think Baba gets a pullback to 74, and then you could probably look for that 50-day, $74, $74, and that 50-day to get a bounce and see if you can bounce back to $75, $50, $75. I think she'll be stuck in a little bit of a range there. That's my opinion. You have a huge gap in front of you. What else do you have? You're stuck between the 50-day and the 100-day moving average. So this could set up for a really nice breakout move, a break out to the upside or a break down to the downside. Keep Alibaba on watch. It is an ADR, so it could change. It could trade weird. Look at your range here. 100-day, all right? 50-day. All right? You're stuck. You're stuck between them. That's your range right now. Support at the 50-day until it's broken, and you'll look for, 76, 75, 50 area up here to be resistance up that 100-day moving average. I think it pulls back off the bell, and then it tries to bounce $1.50. All right? The volume's pretty much falling off of that thing. Let's look at Tesla. All right? Let's go look at Tesla. Man, my fucking chest is hurting. The gold line. Gold all in my grill. Trigger. You guys know Trinidad James or whatever. So, Amazon is, or not Amazon, but Tesla. Tesla is sitting in this range. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. 1 second. Oh, shit. All right. Old Tesla. So, Tesla had room. I thought this was the start of a breakout here on Tesla. All right. Off of 185. Or 198. It's 198 level, okay? Look at that rejection up there at 205.75. 205.70. From Tuesday's, what's today? Thursday, Wednesday. Tuesday's high. And that high from yesterday. Let's see here. Man, my fucking chest is killing me. All right, so you might have a trend reversal here. In my opinion, you could look at this. You know, I know you fell down a little bit more. That don't work. Like look at that brick wall up there. So I'm gonna watch. You know, this could be our range, guys. Let me back out real quick. All right, and I would play the range. It may be hard, but until one side or the other breaks, okay, until one side or the other breaks, I think our range has got to be 195 to 205. 195 to 205 is our range right now. And you can see it trying to put in a lower high. You can sense, right, the higher lows are getting shorter, right? Those like here's your low, here's your low, here's your, like they're not going up as high. Those higher lows are not going up as high. And that's a sense of, you're starting to sense the weakness. Okay? So what I want to look for on Tesla is a pullback, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow. And what happens? Tesla does the opposite of the market anyway. So I even like it better that the market's going higher. Now I can expect Tesla to pull back. It literally does the opposite of whatever the market does. It's not oversold. It's not overbought. I think in order to continue grinding higher, you need a pullback. But this level 2, this in the big term, in the grand scheme of things, is a break and retest of 200, 205 on the daily or weekly chart. Like, this level is just the middleman. This level right here. Right? I mean, you could say, you know, it's like, you could say it's like 220. I would say it's 200, 205. Right? I would say this is your, right, resistance, support. So I'd say that 200 to 205 area, look, boom. Let's see if that's what we're getting. Because if that's the case, that 160 move, let's see where this takes us. Because we still have a gap below us. If some of y'all don't know, we still have a gap below us. Oh, look. Where does that line up at? I'm telling you, you can't make it up. There's still a gap down there. And that's where that measurement of that down move with this bear flag goes right to that gap. And you could probably put in a double bottom there. Look at all the support you have down there on Tesla. But you need to grind higher. You need to put in some strength. Look, support. I'm sorry, right here. That's your bull flag from way back when. Same thing. If you measure this, it'll give you that next leg higher. So, because I played it. I was long this. I was long those. And just measuring the moves right on up. Easy peasy. All right. So, that's what I want to see, guys. I want to see if, I want to see us grind higher a little bit, or like hold. Like, I need that RSI, MACD. I need to start to get them positive on the weekly chart. So maybe, as far as today, I'm still going to continue to watch. I'm going to continue to watch that 205, 206 area. Okay. I got to clean this chart up a lot. But let's go see exactly what we got going on here. Because I'm going to give you guys exactly the levels. All right. So you can see you're trying to put in a lower high. I want to see if you kind of like bounce off the bell and pull back. I need to start writing down my game plan. What time is it? It's 9 o'clock. So I got to start writing down my trades. Fuck. Let's see here. We're at 204.50. 204.50. Yeah, at this level here at 202. Come on, man. And we haven't really made this area support. You did a little bit. I want to see if we can get back down to 198. I'm going to try it, guys. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try. If we get a bounce, if we can open up with like a little gap up. Let me see here. The thing is it might trade sideways a day or two, a day and a half, and then kind of like roll itself over. 203. So we're at 204.50. 204.41 ish.
Thanks for coming to our clinic. First one's free.
Oh, fucking duck, bro. I want to try and get back down to 195, 198. I do. I want to see if we can try to like get up there, get that short at like 206, 205. You know, if it breaks, then I'm not going to trade it. Okay. I just think, I just want to try it. That's all. I want to try it because if that level is going to be resistance, then, you know, the thing is getting short up here, you know, taking the short up here down to 198, I'm paying a cheaper price if they don't take it from us. I'm paying a cheaper price, and I don't have to wait very long to know that I'm wrong. You know what I mean? So you have a triple top here pretty much. I mean, pre-market, you know, you want to look at those levels like during the market hours, but, you know, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Give me 198. So Tesla, 206, 205.50. Yesterday's pivot high. I'm looking for... Yep, look. It's making 204. You guys see why I did 204.40? Look right here. Right? You see this? You see how it goes up, pulls back? And where did it find support at? 204.40. And then it bounced, pulls back to where? 204.40. Right? Or no, yeah, it breaks it. I'm sorry, it breaks it. And then it what? It bounces and makes what? 204.40. You guys see that right there? You see how it goes up, holds it, it tries to bounce, right? And then it breaks it, resistance. And then look, resistance again, that's telling you 204.50, 204.40 is an area. And what are we doing right now? It's trying to make that area support again. So obviously, I want to look for, see, look, it's right at it right now. It's trying to hold it. Watch, you're going to see level 2 and stuff go pretty bananas right now. All right, so this whole area up here, 206, 205 short on Tesla. That's it. I'm saying it right now. I want to try to get it back down to 198. So Tesla, 202, 201 short. I was trying to short it yesterday. That didn't work out. So maybe today's the day. I did not even try it yesterday, though. I wrote it down. Let's look at a 5-minute chart real quick. Yep, give me. There we go. We're making it resistance now. So 204.50. I hope they don't take this trade, guys. 204.50 short. Okay, target. The target on that is going to be 198. 198. All right, that's our support level. Let's see if we can continue this range. All right, I'm going to try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'll know pretty quickly that I'm wrong. All right, so trade that on your own, you know, trade it at your own risk. All right, I'm not liable for anybody's losses if it doesn't work. I don't even know that I'm going to trade it. I might find something different. All right, so that's one idea. But I think there's like better ideas. Like, you know, obviously Boeing I have. Let me just write this down real quick. It won't take me long. What was it? 206, hold, 208, break of 208, 206 hold, and a break of 208. Yeah, 206 hold, which we did, which we're doing right now. Yeah, so I want to try and hold 206. All right, so Boeing, BA, 206 hold. Okay, 208 break. And the target's going to be, we got to break 208 though. The targets are going to be, you know, I know 209 was an area prior. Let's see here. Yeah, 208. So if we can get there, you guys see if we can make 208 support, then that's our upside. And what's there? This blue box is the 100-day moving average. You know, so I want to hold 208 and then look to get to the top side of the range. That's how I'm playing it, right? Just playing the ranges, just like that. You know, I think, you know what? I think the better trade might actually be 208 short. Actually, I'm changing my thesis, guys. I don't think we get up through 208. I don't think we get up through 208. I got to be honest. I'm going to change my thesis here. I think I'm going to look for a 208 short on Boeing. All right. All right. Let's go look at Snowflake and stuff like that. So 208 Boeing short, and I want to look to see if we can break 206. You know, it's tough, man, because you have this descending wedge. It's like a failed breakdown. And then it pops right back up and out of it. I don't know what that news was yesterday. I have no idea. What's today? The 28th? So, you know what I mean? Like, look at that strength. Look at that strength. So, maybe we get that pullback. We can't get through 208. And maybe we get that pullback off of 208 and take it down to 205.50. All right? That's kind of where I'm at. All right, I'm just going to watch and kind of like play both sides depending on what happens. That's right, DraftKings. So, 2015 my first year trading, I forgot about having to file taxes on it. Now I have to go through a whole process of refiling later today, so I'm going to only trade for like... That's, my bad, Chris. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's all good. It's part of the territory. You know what I mean? Look, you're staying busy, you're working, you're not out on the streets, you're not a crackhead. You know, it does suck. Try to look at everything positive. You know what I mean? You know, I know. Trust me. You should see my stack. You should see mine, bro. Because I'll make 2-3 trades a day, and, you know, it's a lot. And you do the same. You know, you do the same. But, so, anyway, I'm going to look for a pullback off of 208 if we can get it back down to 204. 208 short. And I'm going to look for, let's see here. This sucks. This sucks, man. 204 could be a nice, see, it's holding that level now. You have a gap fill. See, this is a tough trade, guys. This is a tough trade here. You know, because you have some serious resistance up there, you know, or resistance. Yeah, resistance up 208. You know, so that's what I'm going to do. All right, 208 short. I'll look to take profits. 206. 206. 204. And then final take at 203, 202.
SNX and NVDA.
202.50.
Sinex increases AI offerings through expanded NVIDIA collaboration.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Snowflake and
No terms disclosed. For Sandy, November X-ray, SNX seen a little pop there.
which their CEOs were guests on Mad Money last night.
We had 3 CEOs last night. 2 were from one company.
All right, so 208 short, taking some at 206, 204, 202.50. It might take a day or two to get there. All right, that's Boeing. All right, Amazon. I want to look at Amazon. All right, I want to look at Amazon. I don't know if there's a bunch of news. Let's go look at Snowflake real quick before I go into those, because that one's pretty easy. I kind of know it. So look, yesterday, guys. Yesterday, they were counting a $20 20-point move. All right, you were at 235 yesterday at the close. 35, 25, 15. Bro, look at that. Somebody, whoever bought puts, and not, even if they paid for the calls, even if they bought calls and puts. Bro, 216.50 or 26. We'll call it 215 to 182. That's a huge move, bro. I'm telling you right now. What's that? What's that, Ty? Boeing or Snowflake? You know, Snowflake's holding right now. I would play this range. You know, I think you get some dip buyers here. You know, you have a new CEO, but you know, I don't know anything about the guy to know if he's proven or not. Is this someone that came from, you know, another company and has proven success? Because I think the market would take it not so bad, right? But there's a fundamental change. So, you know, for the upside, I mean, look, you still have not broken the low. I think you get a pop. I think you can look for a pop back to 200. I think you're going to get a lot of dip buyers coming in here. 200, 210, 220. All right. 200, 210, 220. Let me see here. See, I don't know if Ramaswamy's been a CEO at another place. That's something we'll have to look into. I think that's your biggest question about up or down is, does the new CEO, does he already have proven success? Yeah, I'm going to go look at DraftKings right now. So you have a major support level down here at 190, 189. Oh, wow, you broke it. Oh, shit. So the CEO leaving, I think, is a giant. And I think Kramer's saying it now. Like, the CEO that was of Snowflake was actually was the guy that has proven success and is really good at his job. I got to be honest, man. If you break 180, watch out. If Snowflake breaks 180, and listen, I'm telling you guys right now, if you get Snowflake for whatever reason, in my opinion, down in the low 100s, you gotta buy it. Or I should say, I gotta buy it. I will be buying Snowflake if I get another opportunity down in the low 100s. Okay? I don't know if we'll get it, but I'll start nibbling. All right? I'm going to let this thing do what it needs to do. Listen, I don't know how the market's going to take it. You have a CEO that's really good leaving. I think you got to watch to see if 180 breaks. All right? Watch 180. If 180 breaks, then we have room. You have gap fills down here. Look at all these gaps. Okay? You have a lot of gap fills. So I would look for 180 breaks. Look for 170 for sure. 170. 160. 159. All right, you're not going to do all that in one day. All right, watch out for the moving averages. You have the 100. Okay, you have the 100-day moving average right there. Okay, that's your 100-day. I got to make it a little bit darker. I'm sorry. And the 200-day. All right, and then the 200-day. Shit. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. And Ty, I'm going to get right into it, buddy. I'm going to go into a further analysis of it. Come on. All right. I know you guys. Come on, man. Why is it doing that? Okay, bang. Bang. Watch 176. 176 is a huge resistance level or support. Could be a nice support level down at the 200-day moving average. You're going to have algorithms that are going to buy down here is what I'm saying. All right? So, where are we? We are at 182.50. All right? So, 200, You have some resistance here at the 100-day. So 185. What did we do? What did we do? Did we make 185 resistance yet? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Fuck. We did. Or we're making 184.50. And you did yesterday. You made that resistance. So, 184. Let me make it a dotted line so that's a nice entry. Dude, you're killing me, mouse. This mouse is fucking killing me. Shit. Okay, it's 9:10. So we still have time. I need to stop rushing. Look to see this happen. See if this happens, right? This is a 15-minute chart. See if we pull back, okay, and we try to hold. See if we try to hold 180, okay? Maybe the 200-day. See, we're sitting right at the 200-day. You see that, Ty? So you got to look for the break of the 200-day moving average. If we pull back there, you have resistance at 184. 184, 185. That's the 100-day. You could get stuck. Snowflake might not move. You have the 100-day right here at 186 and the 200-day at 176. That's a $10 range. So I would look to see, does the 200-day moving average break? I don't think it does. I think you're going to have a lot of dip buyers down at 175, 176. But if it does, if the 200-day moving average breaks, look for 170 and possibly down to 160. I think that's too big of a move, though, for one shot. I think it needs to retrace a little bit of this. Give me the break of 100-day moving average and see if we can get back to like 190 to 200. Let me take this off. I want to say $200. We got to get up somewhere to make an area of resistance. Ty, I don't know. I got to be honest. Sometimes I don't know, man. I think this is your support and resistance level now. 185 is the 100-day. We're making that resistance now. But our resistance is up there at 190. No, right there. Bang. 185.50. I think you have room down to 170. If the 200-day moving average breaks, look for 170 as support. I would look for 170, Ty. Damn right. Good shit, bro. I heard about that. I didn't play it. I was hearing about that. I'm not sure. I think, though, Snowflake, it's holding right now. I don't see why it wouldn't continue to hold. Because you're going to get a lot of institutions, or like a lot of banks and institutions that are going to be buying at the 200-day moving average no matter what. No matter what, they have, large cap tech stocks, that get down to the 200-day moving average. They probably have buy triggers down there. I would not doubt that there's going to be a lot of buying today on Snowflake. I don't know. I don't know how the street's going to take this. Do they want to see? Here's the thing. Do they want to see his performance before they try to price something in? Possibly. Right? I don't know about this guy. Does Wall Street know about this guy? That's what you have to ask yourself. If they do, they've given you their opinion about him. All right. Did I write down Amazon? No, I didn't. Let's go to DraftKings. Let me pull up this real quick. And AMD real quick. So Amazon got through. And look, we got 173 as resistance. So I'm kind of curious. Can we get the long? All right, so I want to try and get a long. I want to get long at like 172 on I want to try and get long down here at 172 on Amazon. I want to see if we can get long there. But this is just like a beautiful setup for a short, man. This sucks. Ultimately I would like to get short or get long at 170. But I don't know if it's going to give it to me. I don't think it will. So I think Amazon has some nice, like the price action is pretty clean, and I think that that this is kind of where I want to trade. Support, broke. Now that becomes resistance. Resistance breaks. Usually it will become support on an increase in volume. So you have an increase in volume there. So let's see if we can take. I want to try and take the long at 172 on Amazon.
Yes, I'm legally blind, and yes, I'm responsible for the user interface.
So AM,
If I can see it and understand
ZN, Amazon. I'm looking for 172.
that's how I help people thrive.
Shit. 172 long. And what I'm going to look for, all right, because the thing is I feel like if we can hold 172, we don't have much stopping us to get back up to like 173.50, 174. 172 long, 174. Man, that sucks. And then we'll see if we can break 174. 75.50.
Join the club and let me teach you the right way to invest. I prepare like no one else so you can be prepared for any market.
175. 174. 175. Profit target.
Find your next investment opportunity here in the CBC.
Maybe it's not time to trade Amazon. We'll see. Maybe it's not time. But I definitely want to keep that on watch. All right, let me go grab a coffee. Oh, DraftKings. I'm sorry. Let's go over DraftKings. Did they report earnings?
You will enjoy the highest quality of prime meats, fresh seafood, world-class oyster bar, and fresh
Chris, do you know if they reported earnings?
beer and cocktails, and an extensive wine list, including our own Nevada Cellars wines. Voted the #1 place for steak.
And today, be patient. Let's make sure we don't have anything as far as data coming out during the like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock hours. You have Chicago PMI, but that's it. You have pending home sales. That's about it. So you don't have much. Market's still grinding higher. I still want to see if we can make that 510 area resistance. You guys remember, don't forget about Coinbase and stuff as well too. Like, Bitcoin continues to go higher. You have Robinhood. You have all these other names that you can trade crypto with. You can trade the ETFs. All right, so the SPY is just on a fucking roar. Damn it. All right, so the S&Ps, I want to see a pullback to 507 on the SPY, and I want to look for the SPY to get long at 507 if it can hold. All right, SPY, 507 long. All right, and I think we can continue with this range. I do. I want to get a coffee real quick. So give me 1 second, and I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back.
Vehicles, the likes of Elon Musk and Tesla.
I did not forget about DraftKings. I hope this whole time my mic was on. I hope to God my mic was on while I was
To
talking.
explain why that country and others are reluctant to restrict imports from China. Phil.
David, they love the pricing. That's the main reason why you don't see restrictions, whether it's an electric vehicle or more commonly the internal combustion engine vehicles. Remember, 71% of what China exports, and here are the 3 largest auto exporters in the world. You see China surpassing Japan. There's Germany at number 3. It's the price of the vehicles coming out of China because of the size and the scale.
Chris, what are you looking for on
say the cost advantage?
what are you looking for on DraftKings? Are you looking for like a run back up to 44?
Because of the performance, it's very cheap in comparison to other brands. So that's why I prefer this Chinese brand.
And I don't know if there's any news on that thing. What I would look for is a pullback to 42.50. Even though it's already taken that move from you. That would be the entry at that dotted line for me. I'd like to take that entry. Hell, even down here at 40, like if for some odd reason you see that sucks, it's already went. Because I would look for like the pullback. Like honestly, I would like a 42. I wouldn't mind like a 42 test. It already did that, so look for a 42.50. 42.50 long, and you got a little bit of trouble up there. Yeah, you got a nice little gap fill there. Yeah, you got. I would need a pullback. I would need a pullback to 42.50, but that's a good idea, bro. Even though this season's getting ready to end for them, kinda. The big money. Well, you still have NBA and shit. That's still, but so I say it's almost. Fuck, it's not going to give you the pullback. You know, I think you gotta be patient. You're going right back to the earnings, and I think you could find a rejection up there at earnings at 44, 45. Just being honest, that's what I would look for. All right. All right, Mullen is making news again, like a tard, 44, target. Okay, let me go grab, let me grab a coffee real quick. Fuck, man. I gotta hurry up. I gotta hurry up. I gotta hurry up. I gotta hurry up, guys. All right, I'll be right back. I will be right back. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hurry, 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 hurry. 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 I don't know what they're talking about with the auto industry. Something's going on. I wonder if that's going to help us with Tesla. So look, Google. I would look to see if Google can hold. I would look to see if you can hold 137.50 on Google for a long back up to the 100-day moving average. I'm just winging it. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, you got to pull it back. I would say your support level would be here. I'm sorry. That's your support level. 137. 137. 137. Google. 137. Hold long. Sounds like a name. Hold long. 137. Hold long. All right. And then you have resistance back up top there with that 100-day moving average. Back up to like 140. So that would be an obvious area of take profit. Or wait for 140 and get short. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go grab my coffee real quick. Let me pour some. I'll be right back. I'll be quick.
Phil,
hurry.
Obviously, we're going to hear from Phil throughout the day. Great reporting from Chile. We're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere.
All right, let's get it. 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 Good deal. Made it back in time. All right, so again, on the SPY, I want to get a pullback. If we don't get a pullback, then we can look for a short up there at 508.50. All right, 508.50. Sorry, I didn't have the chat up. My bad, y'all. No, they don't report until May. Only bullish news I see is price target raised to 40. What's that? DraftKings? DraftKings definitely reported last week. They just reported. Yeah, DraftKings reported earnings right here. You see that? All that choppiness right here? That's your earnings. I remember they reported with Roku and stuff like that. So now you're working your way back up to 44, which is the earnings, which was where their earnings was. And you had, what happened earnings? You had a failed breakout. It tried to hold, and then, rally, right? It tried to hold this level here of 44, tried to rally, and rejected it. And then you just come in and just completely break it. So I would look for 44. You're getting lower highs on like your indicators and stuff. So, honestly, man, the real trade might be from 44 back down to 42.50. It's hard to say. You got to look for upgrades and downgrades. There might be upgrades, downgrades. I don't know. You know what I mean? Oh. Yeah, well, I didn't know if it was this week or last week. So, and then we had CRM yesterday. Fuck, 2 minutes. I love trading CRM, guys. I do. Especially when it has earnings. Like, CRM can give you, like, the best patterns. I'm telling y'all. All right, I'm telling you guys. It puts in some sick patterns. All right. It's a nice double bottom. Let's see what it does here. It doesn't look like it's setting up for anything fun, in my opinion. So, all right. It's 9:29, team. 9:29. If you're watching CRM, I would watch a hold of 302. CRM, a hold of 302. For the long side, or a break and retest to drop down. Okay, 302. Look, it's pulling back now. All right, and then I would watch. Oh shit. Come on. I gotta hurry up, man. I gotta hurry up. You could probably get CRM back down to 295, 294. Okay. Come on. 294. All right. Yep, you can look for CRM to get back down to 294. 302 short, 294 target. That's a nice trade there. Look, they're taking it from you. Where's my phone? CRM. Let's get it, guys. I'm actually looking at CRM and see if we can reject that area right now. CRM. Bang. CRM. 290. Look at that short right there. Bang. Right into that area. Come on. Go back right to resistance. Your resistance is up here. I'm sorry. 304. Yeah, that's what I wrote down. 302. All right. Hold it. Nope. Trickster. Fucking slickster, isn't it? 290. You're going to have to get it right off the bell, guys. You got to watch a little bit of support here. See what I mean? How it trades well? That's a nice short up there. I needed to be ready. I needed to be ready. Wow. They just went from 90 cents to $1.29. Holy fuck. 130. The two. Why are they so wide right now? Scratch that, bro. I would give it time to settle. CRM usually isn't that wide of a spread. That's crazy. Dude, you could have got those for 90 cents, and they're up to $2, guys. Look at that, 205 bid. 187 from 90 cents. That's 100% right off the bell. Fuck, I should have grabbed that. Damn. Because the volatility, it doesn't know what to price in right now. I think the real short is up there at 304. Okay, watch Bitcoin though, bro. I can see like Mara and stuff. I could see some of those other names, but like Robinhood, Coinbase, maybe you can. Let's see. I thought about grabbing them the other day. There you go. See if you reject there. I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go Hood. See, I don't want to deviate from my plan. You have support down here at 1590. I would give it a little bit. I got to get it back up there at pre-market highs. That's what I need. I need pre-market highs. I'm sticking to my game plan on some of the names I've been watching. All right, Amazon. What's Amazon doing? All right, so Amazon's up there at 174. And what did we say? A 174 rejection? Is that what we said? Yeah, a 174 rejection, right? That's what I said. 174, yeah. 174, 170, 171. Just wanted to make sure. Keep the S&Ps and stuff on your... Keep an eye on the markets. The overall markets. Yep, look at that rejection. I didn't even go over AMD either. Fuck. Fuck, there it was. Alright, so now we're back into yesterday's range. Is the market pulling back right now? See, this is tough because we could pull back and hold. Dude, look at the SPY just ripping, bro. 508. Dude. That's why you got to watch the markets, guys. Look at that volume too. It's not giving you the pullback. Dude, you got to be kidding me, bro. Is that good for Tesla? Yeah. So, shit, man. This area here, 198 to 201 on Tesla. Why does it do that every time? It just, like leave it where I fucking had it, please. I don't know why it does that to me. And I said 198. 198. I'm doing I'm getting short Tesla, guys. No, never mind. Hold on. I'm not getting short Tesla just yet. Hold on. Let me look. Hold up. Yeah, I'm going to get short Tesla. I just think... Yeah. Give me a pop. Please, give me a pop. Pop. Shit, it was 30 cents, man. Fuck, I just fucked myself. God damn it. Fuck. I want to pop back to VWAP real quick.
Last time I talked to him was right before the Super Bowl. The advertising market remains a real question mark.
Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Dude, the market's ripping.
In that sort of linear business. Take a listen.
Make sure everything is okay.
Challenging in 23, and still isn't exactly where we want it to be. But we're encouraged by some signs of stabilization, including healthy scatter premiums. At the market level, many people are talking about.
Please give me a bounce to VWAP or something, man. I hope I don't miss this trade, guys. Fuck. I'm going to miss it. I just missed my entry there at 203.50. I just missed it. I just missed my entry.
Of course, the Charter Disney dispute that took place last fall, was it last September, which we covered quite closely. How is Charter going to treat Paramount?
All right, I took it. I took it. I took that. All right, I took that short. I took that short on Tesla. I'm in. Sorry, NVIDIA, SMCI soaring. Yeah, AMD is running. That's what I thought. You got to watch those names. Because that was your catalyst. I said it yesterday that, you know, for AMD to start breaking out, you're going to need the markets to break out.
And would involve a plan in which ultimately you have to raise a lot of money, so you have to actually sell
All right, you're going to need those other names to break out.
at a certain price to raise as much as what I believe would be $3 billion under that.
Fuck, I should have took a piece right there on Tesla.
Well, it would be quite
I'm going to give it a little bit, though.
at a higher place instead.
I want to try to get Tesla down to that 9 EMA, even though I just lost that opportunity. Shithole. I just messed that up.
David Ellison controls the suit. He controls it's had great success into Paramount, but you need a special committee vote.
Damn it.
Board of directors of Paramount. Would you get it if you're not offering anything for the public shareholders? So I guess all of which is to say that seems to be the main, if perhaps only deal potentially on the table. It's moving slowly.
It is holding. I'm trying to hold that area here.
Fruition in the near term there.
This is a flawed situation.
All right, so
We're talking about the loss.
So
Size of losses is so big versus the balance sheet.
Yeah, listen, direct-to-consumer continues to be the key question mark, not just for Paramount, but for Warner Brothers Discovery and its Max product.
So again, yeah, I took that short on Tesla. So AMD. Sorry.
Parent company Comcast, which continues to spend without getting, obviously, generating significant returns as yet, certainly nowhere near profitability for Peacock. So,
Yep. That's it. So you guys got to watch up there at 184. Okay? Watch 184. That's a major level there.
in terms of how it's actually going to happen, it needs to happen.
You get parent company or network, which has a very low PE, arguably.
All right, 184. Watch. You can look for 180.50 to try and take a long if you guys think that you can get up through here. I don't really trust it. I got to be honest. I don't really trust that move higher on AMD. You know, maybe you get your 185. Maybe you test previous highs up at 185, but I think you got too much resistance up there. Fuck. I knew I should have took some profits on those Teslas. I'm trying to give it a little bit. And if the market's going to pull back, then that means Tesla. Fuck, man. Come on, Tesla. You're killing me, bro. I knew it. The market's going to start pulling back, and then Tesla's going to go higher. Fuck me, man.
The continued discussion of what is to come when it comes to generative AI, and the hopes, I guess, of those who were long the stock, and what that's going to mean for Apple, let's call it, in the second half of the year. Right now, I was talking about
Today's Thursday, right?
said that for 10 years, actually 12. What I worry about are people who sell it during a lull while the company is working on something that then turns out to be pretty good, or we get a little bit of uptick in China, which we have definitely not had, according to HP just as recently as last night. But
Um,
This is going to sound strange, but there are companies where you really can't find out what they're doing.
hold on 1 second, gang.
And Apple's the one.
Hold on 1 second.
It's a Fight Club situation. No one's allowed to talk to me about Apple. I mean, when the sports app, which I've wanted for a long time, came out, it came out. You know, I didn't know they were working on it. So when are you guys going to develop a great, quick sports app? And the answer was, well, Jim, check your cell phone this morning. In the meantime, they do so much artificial intelligence on music, and no one talks about that. I mean, why don't you go to your phone?
All right.
Look at Jim's music, because that's
Such a fucking asshole, yo.
visualization of photos that they've got right now for what happened that day in your life. That's so much AI. But you know what? Tim Cook does not just say. He doesn't
See,
come on and
I
say,
knew
"You've
it.
seen our
You're
AI."
such a bitch.
He's not a combative individual.
He's such a bitch, Tesla.
so to speak, is that you will get
I knew I should have took some off there, guys. So now we're above that resistance level. You know, I'm gonna watch this level here, right there.
on the app stores as well.
I'm gonna watch this little level right
It's some sort of subscription
there.
to add on.
And look, we already broke it. I'm fucked. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. I just can't do nothing. I just can't do nothing for myself right now. I don't understand. You know, I want to give this a little bit. I want to see that the trade was the pop. Getting short that pop. You know? So now, watch out. Watch out. You got a bullish setup here on Tesla. So if anybody took that, you got to watch VWAP. Manage your risk. All right. I'm going to say, you know, resistance. We tried. Let's see if we can break VWAP. Let's see if we can break VWAP, guys. Yeah, I'm going to have to... Fuck, I should have taken some off on that rally back down. Let me turn up the chat real quick. See, now that the market is... I feel like now that the market is going higher or like pulling back, now Tesla's going to go higher because the market's pulling back. Tesla goes higher. The market goes higher, and then Tesla will pull back. So, what I want to do is I want to try to at least test yesterday's close. Okay, I would like to try and test yesterday's close. It's a nice double top up there, guys. That's a nice double top on Tesla. All right.
When does the stock conceivably start to move on the real prospect of something coming?
See, look at the volume. That sucks. I'm not sure what I should do. What time is it? Let me look at the daily chart. What am I doing here? What the fuck am I doing? Fucking rookie ass motherfucker. Pull back, bounce. You got a hell of a rejection up there. You know, like I said, I want to try to test yesterday's close on the... You know, I would like to try and get it back down to like 198, but it's already gotten down there. So if we get a 198 test, you know what I mean? I would like to try and get, you know, Tesla down. You know, what could be an area like... Yeah, give me down to like 202. You know, maybe we catch... Let's see, you have not really made 200 support. Riot puts, yeah, good shit, guys. Good shit, gang. Good shit. Good stuff. That's what's up, guys. That's what's up. I want to see what we do down here if we can get back down to 202 on Tesla. Right there would be a nice entry, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, as it pops in there, bang. Let's see if we get some sellers in there. See if you put in a... Because you have a double top right now. It's just like, where's she going? Like, where's the target? All right, where's the target? Probably yesterday's close on Tesla. You know, 202. I would like to try to get to yesterday's close on Tesla. Oh, man, this sucks. I'm going to take... No. Fuck, I almost got out there. Damn it. I get it. I gotta say though, man, I kind of wish that they would go higher so Tesla can fall. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just know how this works. Okay? I know how this works. Okay, Chicago PMI coming out. Come on, man. Come on, Tess. Come on, bro. They're making it really hard for me to get profitable here, guys. They're making it really difficult. You know, they're making it really difficult. I got to get rid of it. I feel like I got to get rid of it. That was a sharp move higher. That was a sharp move higher.
Now, we had important data out this morning, and if you look at the intraday chart, the initial response in yields and tens, it went from 430 to around 427. But it simmered a bit. Yields moving much lower now. As you look at two-day chart, we're below yesterday's low yields. It certainly seems though the data coming out.
I don't know what that was with. See, I knew it. I fucking knew it, man. Fuck you, you motherfucker. I swear to fucking God, yo. Let's see here. Let's see if it makes this resistance. And then I'll get rid of it. Light long Google. Yes, I was looking at Google too. I knew it. Tesla, you're such an asshole, bro. Tesla's such an asshole. It's such... What a dick move. What a dick move. Tesla's going higher. Yes, you know, that's where, you know, watch going into Google right now because now it's already went. What did we say? What did I write down? GOOG, 137 hold. You pulled right back down into 137.50. You know, so, well, you're through the 100-day. 140 was my target on that, so. Let's go, Tesla. I got to take some off there, guys. I got to take some off there. It's finally giving it to me. Let's go. All right, I took some off of there on Tesla. If I gotta see, look, it's just holding. I'm out. I'm taking it. I'm out. That was a nice play. That was a nice little small little winner. I think Tesla can give you more downside, but if you're playing options and if you're playing weeklies, you gotta try to get in up there at like VWAP, up there at like 205, and you gotta give it a little bit. It's trying to consolidate, I feel like. So watch out, because she might pop long. I think you might get the long on Tesla. Look at that sharp move again off of that level. So thank goodness I looked down and I seen 37. So that was just a 30-cent entry with a 37-cent exit. Let's look for something new, guys. You know, Tesla short still might be on the table. I think it, you know, the only problem with this is I really feel like Tesla is hanging on. So I might try a 202 long. 200 long. All right. I might want to look for this area. It's just holding too well. It's holding way too well. So, all right. That's a nice rejection there. Damn, look at the volume to the sell side on the 1 minute, guys. You know, Tesla short, I feel like it's going to get ready and start paying. It shook me out. We're below the 90 MA. Look, it's going to crack. I know it's going to crack, you bastard. She's going to crack. She's going to crack. Watch. I know it. I know she's going to crack this level. I'm all out of Tesla. When is news again? I'm not sure. Any minute. Could be right now. No, I'm just playing. Data? I don't think we have anything. I don't think there's anything tomorrow. Look, now we're making that level resistance. There we go. You get that support. Oh, damn. Like as far as data sets, Chris, we don't really have anything. I don't think. That was it though. GDP, PCE. That's your two big ones. You have a 30-year bond auction, but I'm not really paying attention to them. I'll watch them to see if anything happens. You have Fed speakers, but tomorrow, you have ISM manufacturing tomorrow. That'll give us a little volatility. Michigan, we have 5-year or Michigan inflation expectations, consumer expectations, and stuff like that. So, got a little bit of data tomorrow. Tomorrow we got a little bit of data. Let's see what the bets says. CMCI puts, SMCI puts. All right, let's go look at AMD. I was wondering about the semiconductors. I really was. Semiconductors today were one of the ones. Look at the volume too, guys. Look at that volume. Damn right. Damn right. You got some nice volume there on AMD. You got some really nice volume. Just watch. You have resistance up here at 184. 184 is an area of resistance. It's like 183.80. So be careful. Be very careful. Man. I can't do it. I just can't do that. I gotta find something today. Gotta find. Dude, look at Amazon. Fucking ripper, dude. Damn. Talk about strength. Let's look at the SPY. SPY's just hanging out. SPY's hanging out above, like, that little pre-market pivot high. Alright, so those Tesla puts are still just above where we bought them. Where I bought them. I'm out of those. Okay, I am out of those. Just so we're aware, I am out of those puts. It gave me profit. I was taking notice how it was leaving off of that level. I don't like that play because I don't think it has much room. If you get, my target was 200. All right, my target was 200, and the stop loss on Tesla was up there at that gold line that I had. I'll have to give it to you for anybody. I doubt anybody out there took it. So the level I was watching was 205.75, 206. All right, you can see the selling is kind of giving up now. So I wouldn't mind seeing. Okay, now it's trying to give the level up. I'm gonna watch Snowflake. Where's Snowflake at right now? All right, Snowflake is trying to hold. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some dip buyers in here. Like I said earlier, I wanted to see how we held 180.90, 181. You never pulled back to that level. I would watch for a pullback if you get back down into like... If you pull back into the 200-day moving average, that's where I would look to get another long. Let's go look at CRM and see if the spreads have calmed down. Hood, let me pull the chat back up. Let's keep scanning, fellas. Let's keep scanning. Hood, Robinhood. You know, I thought Robinhood pretty much made its move, and it looks like it has. Look at Robinhood. Robinhood might be a good move, guys. If you can continue to make... Fuck, I want to say like 16 to 1620. I'm sorry, it's like 1610 to 1620. If we can keep this area right here, resistance, right there. Let's see if that's our, see if that's a short. I really think that might be our short, gang. Short gang. That's my, I'm gonna make a shirt of that. Short gang. Not really, because people are like, you short gang? Were you short, bro? Were you short? Trigger. All right. It's not giving it to you. Remember, the markets are going higher. Where are the Qs? Where are the Qs? Yeah, PMI tomorrow. Oh, wait. No, ISM manufacturing is tomorrow. It's not, you know, really, it's PCE and GDP. These were the two numbers we were waiting for. And you can see that because of look at how the market has moved. And look at the volume that's came in today. Okay, Qs 440, 60, 440, 60.
above a certain age where it's harder to build muscle mass, they can become more. Yeah.
You mentioned Oprah off Weight Watchers. And that's a demonstration, I think, that diet and exercise have failed America.
Well, they haven't failed you,
I worked out today at 4 o'clock, and I'm very proud of it.
as you should be. Thank you.
All right, look, let's see if the Qs make this area resistance, gang.
Squat coming straight. We'll see Jim Cramer later on Mad Monday.
Resistance gang. That's what it is. Resistance gang. No, I'm just playing.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering what should we do with it.
Let's see if it breaks. You going to break? Look at the volume. I don't think it breaks, guys. I got to be honest. I got to be honest here. I don't think it breaks. It's just my opinion. And I've been wrong a lot in my life.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions to take on the next.
You want me to put my money where my mouth is and try and get short so that it rips through it? Because if I don't short it, it's going to reject it. If I do, it will. I would watch this level here too, actually. I think that would be the level. 438.75 on the Qs. 438.75. See if it holds. If it cannot hold, you want to make that area resistance or that level resistance. And that's when I'm going to look for the short. Okay.
It's a necessity. Hi, I'm John Najarian, and this is my brother Pete. After decades as floor trader,
All right, so watch that level if you guys want. 438.75 on the Qs for anybody trading the indexes or looking to trade them. 438.75. Why? Because it was resistance. You broke above it. Let's see if it holds. If you can't hold, then that's telling me what I would look for is this. And that would mean look at tech names to see if you can start getting a pullback. All right, so that I would look for this, right? A breakdown, a pullback in it, make that 9 EMA resistance, and then we pull it right back into VWAP, which is at prior resistance. Then we look for the bounce to 438.50, and then we look to see if we can crack that level and get, you know, you have a little gap jump down there, but that's what I'm looking for, right? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Something like this. All right, something like that. All right, so support's way down at 430. That's so funny. Let's see here. Let's see. What is going on with my stuff, man? All right. Just everything's like moving slow. So what I'm thinking about right now is how long does a SPY sit here? All right, on a 5 minute, does it start to try and rally here, or does it fail, and we start pulling back? All right, and that would help whatever it is that we're watching. If you're looking at anything to the long or short, that's all right. It's 10 o'clock. We got to get going. What are we doing here? What are we doing? No, don't duplicate. Remove. All right, I'm going to go look at a couple of the big tech names and try to put something on here. It's 10 o'clock. All right, it's 10 o'clock. Let's see if the Qs start to hold and you watch that RSI and stuff start to pull back, guys, then that's when you need to say to yourself, all right, this thing's holding. It's holding and, relative. It's got a little bit of relative strength with it because it's not pulling back and all the indicators are going, a little bit more bullish. So you can see the volume drying up a little bit. All right, so what do we have here? We have Tesla, Boeing. I didn't look at Boeing. Let me stick to my plan. BA. All right, look at Boeing pulling back. Lean back. Lean back. Should have room. It should have room What did we say? Boeing. 208 short, 206, 204, 202.50.
It's incredible, actually. It's more than $62,000.
Quite a move. Yeah, approaching 63. All right, let's get up.
All right, I want to look to see if we can make this level resistance at 205.
Yeah, David, pending home sales in January.
205.
0.9%.
205 resistance.
Association of Realtors. That's a big move.
Can we do it?
Street was looking for a 2% gain. Sales down 8.8%.
I'm going to sit here and watch some of these names, and I'm just going to, you know, stick to the script, guys. I'm not going to rush it. I'm going to see, because I want to see if Boeing can take this move back. So let me see if I can get myself an entry. Look, 205. It's that area right there. Let's see what happens here. All right. What's AMD doing? I'll give it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, ho. Sorry, I don't mean that literally. Don't need anybody getting mad. He said ho. He done call his monitor a hoe. I don't like that. Alright, AMZN. Amazon. Pulling back with some nice volume. AMD. Alright, AMD. Broke out. And like I said, I said it all week, guys. AMD needed a catalyst. NVIDIA. Semiconductors needed a catalyst. And they got it. Alright. What's TLT doing? TLT, guys. Look at TLT ripping. Ripping to the upside. Yields are pulling back. Yields are pulling back. I mean, obviously. There's a 10-year. US 02 year. Let's go look at the CME projections real quick and see if they changed at all with that. Let's see. No, they haven't at all. I gotta log in again. I have a login account. I just haven't logged into it yet. So we have AMD, we have Tesla, Apple, Microsoft. All right, so I've already taken profits on a Tesla short. It was, you know, it gave me the profits. I could tell that it wasn't really working out how I wanted it to. So that's that. What did we say for Apple? What did we say for Apple? We didn't say anything. We didn't say anything for Apple. Snowflake. Snowflake. Okay, trying to hold. Snowflake's trying to hold. Google. Is Google still going higher? Oh shit, let me get live. Fuck. Okay, look, CRM once again double top up there. CRM's having some trouble up there, guys. So I'm gonna watch CRM right here. It's right at yesterday's close. Does it try to hold this level and go higher? Which also is VWAP. Okay, I'm also gonna, which is also VWAP. This is right around yesterday's close. Look, 0.4, 0.5, 0.10. So let's see how it leaves this level and if it can break out to new highs. You have that pre-market resistance up there at 304. So maybe we could get the 304 rejection. But the volume is, you know, everything looks like it's looking to the upside. Sorry, I don't know why my nose is stuffed up. I'm not picking my nose, but it was really warm yesterday, the past couple of days, and then it gets a little chilly. So then, it kind of messes with you a little bit. All right, 299. 299. What you going to do? 299. You guys can see that level right there. It's like, that's your middleman. Is it going to hold and try to break out to a new high? All right. That's what I would watch for CRM. Let's go look at big tech. Microsoft we've been watching. Microsoft's getting back up to where? 210. So Microsoft's back up to 210. There's got to be names that I'm not thinking of. All right, Google. Yes, Google looked like it was setting up for a nice bounce. Like it was just oversold a little. Not like it was oversold, but that you could catch that recovery bounce to see if it's going to put in like, you know, a lower high. So I like that idea. I liked that idea. All right, Microsoft 412. All right, 412, 410 is your resistance level. Let's go to Google. You got to break this level on Google. And even if you break it, you have the 100-day moving average right here. Here's what... I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'd watch out for Google if you're looking at it long. I wouldn't trust it. I would not trust it at all, guys. Me personally, I'm taking a short on Google up here at like... I'm getting short up here at 140, 140.15. I'm taking the short. I got to be honest. I got to be honest. That would be my move, and I'm actually going to look at it. All right, I'm going to look at it. That's a nice resistance level. You bumped up it right into the 100-day moving average. You bumped right into Tuesday's close. I think I'm going after it. I think I'm going after a Google short. I'll let you guys know if I get in. Just give me 1 second. Let me pull up the chain. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla's up to 40 now. Is this the start? If you have not taken profits on Tesla short, now's your time. It's giving you a nice move. That's like damn near 50%. You're at 50% right now, depending on where you got in. Look at the quick rejection. That was the goal. Get down to yesterday's close. Get down to 202, 200, 201 area. You can see that pre-market pivot low, prior close, that area. That was our area. And look at that tail off of there, guys. Look at that tail on Tesla. All right, so I'm out of this already. I didn't have enough faith in it. You know, I would look to see if you try to put in another higher low, but you're probably about 2 standard deviations below VWAP. The volume to the downside's kind of given up a little bit. It's not as strong. So I would start to see if it can consolidate. Let's see also if you make pre-market highs resistance. All right. Again, my target was 200, but I think it's overdone a little bit. I'm going over to Google. GOOG. All right. So can I get a bounce to like 195, 139.50? I would want to see a bounce. And listen, I could be completely wrong here, but I would look for the entry at 139.50. I'm not sure if it gives it to you. All right, 139.50. 139.50. 139.50. 139.50. I mean, here's the thing. It could remain strong. It's got some relative strength. Let me see here. Throw up a 5-minute chart.
Continuing higher this morning, up 5.1%. Now at the 185 level, 185.
I mean, it's got a little bit of volume with it, you know. You know, I'm honestly not sure. I just think you don't have much, especially if you can pull back to 384.50 or 138.50. And if that does break, then maybe you test. Like, you have such a huge gap there. Not just because you have a gap, but you know, I don't trust it. I don't trust Google right now. That's a nice resistance level right there at 140, as you guys can see. Let's see if that area continues to be resistance. And look, it's going to fucking... The volume is to the upside, so it's either a no trade or you put in a double top up there and get short. You just filled the gap. Fucking 44, wow. 45 on Tesla, guys. Tesla's paying you guys now. I was wanting to hold it for a few days, but I seen how we were leaving that level, and I just couldn't, you know. Wow, so look, Tesla ended up, I thought what was a double bottom here, it ended up breaking that 203 level. Wow. That's crazy, because I thought that this level held. I thought there was that double bottom there. That's so crazy. I got screwed. They screwed me. Wow, dude, that's fucked. Well, that's a beautiful trade, guys. You're almost at 100%. 10 more cents is 100% for that Tesla trade. Fuck. I knew I should have stayed in it, y'all. I was doubting myself, man. You had a beautiful double top. Just, it's giving you the follow through. I was looking for 198 to 200. And if I got that, I knew with reading the Greeks that I could get close to 100 to 150%. You're almost there, guys. You get that extension down to 201, you should be damn near. It should get to like 56 cents. You got to take profits on those. Nobody took it, I guess, right? Man, you didn't get played. You know that there's resistance up there, Chris. You know better. Look at the volume coming in. I told you guys. Don't get snuck. That's where the sellers are. I don't know if I speak loud enough or clear enough. Okay? I literally said, guys, these are the stupid rookie mistakes we need not make. We need not make them. Okay? I know I said wait for the breakout, but like, fuck, I gotta teach you guys how to read a chart. I do. Like, literally a fucking checklist that's right in front of you. So you say boop, 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 boop. And you're like, No, I know. Yeah, but look at that tail. What you mean, bro? Look at that tail. People are getting snuck right now. Look at the volume coming in off of that rejection. And now you're going to trying to turn that area into resistance. It's all good, man. But how much did the options pay? Did you look to see how much they paid? They probably didn't even pay that much. What'd they pay? 3, 4, 10 cents? 20 cents? Oh my gosh, you're at 100% on Tesla. I don't know how. Did anybody take Tesla short? You're at 100%. You're over 100% now. Over 100% on Tesla. Over 100% now, guys. There it is. It's giving you the follow through. There it is, guys. There it is. There's a target. 200. That's it. We're out. We're done. You got like 125, 150%. Like, I would be out. You could have got a 28-cent entry. 25. I got in at 30 cents. 68.70. Take it. Nobody took it, did they? I know they didn't. That sucks, man. It's all good. It's all good. We might get another opportunity to get back in this. But there you go. You could have got it like 28, 25, right? And that 100% is now damn near close to 200% depending on the entry you got. You know, not 200%, but like, 175, 150%. And that's it. And that is what? A $4 move? What is that? That was our entry up here. 204 to 200. That's a $3 move. And you got 100%. That's a beaut. That's why I went with Tesla. I mean, pretty much for every dollar, roughly, you're roughly getting on my entry. See, now it's changed. The Greeks have changed. But when I entered it, it was damn near like 35, 40% for every dollar. So I knew if I could just get $2, $3, I was getting 100%. If I could get $2, I was getting 100% on that trade. That's why I took Tesla. And I really thought that we could test yesterday's close. Right? So, like, that was there was like a whole game plan on why I chose Tesla today. As like my top, like why I wanted to take it. 1, because it's at resistance. 2, we got the double top. All right. And that's why I held on to it, because I was pretty damn confident. Right. There was a lot that went into that trade that you guys don't see. And it only took me a few seconds to do it. I cut it early. It is what it is, right? I was looking at other things and I seen it leaving this level. But some of you guys are stronger than me. You know, if it's not above our stop, why are we selling it? I took profits. I'm not green. I got paid pretty nicely. You know, but my risk might be a little bit, you know, right now I'm clawing back. I'm getting myself green for the month. January was very good. I made some stupid decisions that I shouldn't have done in the month of February. It is what it is. I'm bouncing back, and I told you guys that. So if I get paid, I'm taking it. You went long, cut my trade early. Chris, did you see how much, though, that it paid you more? Like, was it even worth it? You know what I mean? Like, was it even worth, like, let's say, like, what? Did it go an extra 10 cents, 50 cents, 30%, 40, 50, 100%? You know, it's got nice volume. The one thing I do like about AMD is that it's, like, it's kind of showing a little bit of strength. But it's, I don't know. I couldn't do it. All right, so Google is pulling back. It just pulled back past that level. You got to watch for that pre-market resistance. Down at 138. I wonder. So we have Google making VWAP support. Okay, you're getting a nice rejection off of that level. That's a nice quick rejection. I'm wondering if we bounce back into the 100-day, if we're going to do that. Fuck, Tesla was a monster, man. That's awesome, man. I hope somebody was able to get that. Yes, we almost got to 10 likes. Can we get to 10 likes? Come on, gang. Anybody new here, ask questions, say hello, say what's up. You have a question, ask it. You have a chart. What are you watching today? News, all that fun stuff. We had a really nice couple days here. You know, we knew Monday and Tuesday, or we didn't know, but we had the probabilities, you know, told us that it was going to be a slow start to the week and that we were going to look to finish off strong. And that's exactly what's going on. So let's go to the SPY and stuff. I'm still not done. I am not done. I am not done today. Look at that fucking volume. Excuse my language. My bad, guys. It's 10:30, so we're fighting time right now. Look at that volume. Holy 2.2 million shares traded in that small-ass candle. Man, I just wish somebody was able to take Tesla short instead of wearing it, like, you know, I don't know what NVIDIA or AMD paid, but sometimes you got to look where nobody's looking, and they will, so there's Boeing. Boeing's working out too. All right, that pullback on Boeing. What did we say here? Boeing. So we said, I wrote down, and we discussed 208 short, take profits at 206, 204. Final take would be at 202.50. That would obviously probably not be today. But if it is, you know, right now you're trying to turn yesterday or this double bottom here, you're trying to make it resistance right now. So I might actually turn to Boeing. I want to see where we are. Nobody does. That's exactly my thoughts. Nobody wants to get off the semi train. Man, I think we still got a little bit of room here. I do. I think we could take her back down here to like 202, 203. I think we could get it, guys. I think we could take back the majority of the move from yesterday. It's going to, you know, the volume isn't really there. I don't know what the news was. Why it did what it did yesterday. If it was a technical setup or if it was news. I know there was news about something with them and their quality control. So can we take a short down there to 203? That's only a $2 move. I don't want to give back my Tesla short. So I'll probably skip that. But that's what I would look for, guys. I would look for because you've already broken your pre-market support. Just watch. You know, 203.99, 204 could be an area of support. AMD grinding higher. It's got a little bit of relative strength with it. Just be careful. Nvidia trying to pull back. ARM. Yo, why are my charts doing this?
Absolutely. Margins have been first for Mark Benioff. They've done a nice job driving from 20 to low 30s. They still have a long way.
I'm going to turn to Amazon. Let's go look at the heat map so we can see what sectors are doing what.
High 30s is very easy. If you look at all their peers, Adobe mid 40s, low 40s, everyone is above.
Fuck, I don't have any. Dude, just about everything other than healthcare is green. Is everybody okay? Is everybody all right? Is everybody good? Look at Airbnb. Airbnb looks like it's pumping, y'all. It looks like it's pumping right now. So that could be a little bit of relative strength that nobody's watching. All right.
Weight Watchers shares plunging this morning. We've got more on why and what Oprah has to do with all of it. After the
Let's see if we have a chance here. Look at that, 156. See if we get a double bottom on 156. Man, it's a little bit overdone though. Airbnb, 156. Watch the markets. Airbnb. Sweet, we're almost there. We're one like away. I think we could get it. I thought we were one like away. Somebody must have taken it back. One like away. We can do it. We can do it, y'all. We can do it. We can hit that 10 likes. We can do it. Airbnb. I'm watching 156. Right? And what else do we have? Look at the SPY. And then look at Airbnb. All right, what is that? 156. And then look. Let me pull up this. All right, so you see that 156 support level, right? Pull up the S&Ps. Same 5-minute chart. What do you have? The previous, right? Pre-market. Well, it's a little bit higher there, but look. So the SPY was able to bounce. Can Airbnb bounce? Well, I guess actually.
Municipal bonds don't usually get the media coverage the stock market does. In fact, most people don't find them all that exciting.
157. Actually, I'm going to watch 157 on Airbnb. Watch 157 and see if that breaks.
If you have at least $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists at 1-800-376-4376. We'll send you our exclusive bond guide, free, with details about how bonds can be an important part of your portfolio. Henyon & Walsh is specialized.
Man, that was a big move on the SPY, guys.
30 years and offers high quality
If
municipal bonds from across the country.
I'm still watching 406.50, 507. Oh shit, we got there. We got down to 507. I'm going to turn to the SPY. I'm turning to the SPY, you guys. Because I know my levels right now on the S&Ps. That's not cool. That's a lot of volume there. But yes, we can do it, baby. We can do it. We can do 10 likes. We can do it. I remember my first 10 likes. It was a few weeks ago. I did not take the selfie with it, but I need to. I need to do it. Yeah, Chris, man, you have a good one, buddy. I'm getting ready. Just to let you know, I am watching the SPY here at this level at, even though I just missed it at 507, you saw a really nice bounce here off of 507. So I'm going to switch up my, what I'm looking at. I got what I wanted out of Tesla. Now I'm going to look at the indexes, and I'm going to see if I can just trade these indexes and still bring in some money. I'm not done. You have a great day, Chris. If you want to stop back in later, I'll be here, buddy. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Good luck with your taxes, bro. I appreciate you. Hopefully you learned something today. Hopefully you learned something today. I think you did all right, you know. You found something strong. It had relative strength, volume. You know, you didn't fight the trend. You didn't say, "Oh, I want to go short," when it's obviously got a little bit of strength with it. So, you know what I mean? And taking profits too early, that's okay. I'm not mad that I took my profits early on Tesla. I was managing my risk. I still made money today, and I'm not done. You know, yes, sure. Would I have liked that 125, 150%? Sure. You know, but I kind of just, you know, I should have stuck to the plan, but I was watching too many things at once. So I need to fix that. Again, we went short Tesla. We were looking to get down to 200, 202. I will watch for a second entry to see if we can retest 198 into tomorrow. All right, so I'm just looking real quick. Okay, so what time is it? It's 10:30. Let's do it. Okay, can we make 507.50 support? Can we make 5,750 support? And I'm gonna look to take that, you know, 50-cent range to 508. Let's do it. Or are we gonna continue to make VWAP resistance? Right? You got above it. You just cracked it. Let's see if we get our first sign of VWAP acting as resistance. Dude, all week, literally, all you had to do was get short the SPY at VWAP all week and it paid you. That's it. That's it. We talked about it every day. Can we get the 10 likes? Every day. We talked about it.
The Fed's preferred inflation gauge, Sarah told you about at the top of the show. The PCE, it did see its lowest year.
All right, so again, I'm going to scan these markets real quick. If you guys have any stocks you guys want me to look at, you can throw some tickers in the chat, and I'll go ahead and I'll cover them. If you want to know what's going on, I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Where risk meets opportunity. Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade. Unlocking the
I want you guys to be able to learn like literally really understand reading a chart, because you can literally just play it to a T. Like right now, see what the problem that we have right now is that the SPY is stuck between VWAP and the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. You see how you don't have a bunch of volume up here? What I could do is I could look for a short right back to that support area and put in like a little bear flag here. All right, so the bottom left of the screen, right? What I would look for is to put in, okay? Let me see if, shit, I'm sorry. So I'm going to show you guys what I want to look for if we start to do this. All right. And it may not. It may not. You know, it all depends if we can get up above this level here. Like, can we get above 507.80? All right, 507.80. What I would look for, so you guys can see this here. See, now it's going up a little too high. Now something's changed. Because I was going to see if we could stay, like right here. Right? You guys probably can't see it. Right? But put in a bear flag there. All right, okay, so we're still doing it. All right, so we could still do it. Okay, we could still do it. So this is what I want to see. Right? Dude. I would like to see something like that. And then like a possible breakdown. Right? Or a failed breakdown, right? Then it comes back up. And then it doesn't. And then it just goes higher, right? It's a failed 15-minute breakdown, and that's what I would want to look for. All right, and look, that's your support level down there, 506.75. That's what I would. That's what I want to look for. That's what I want to look for on the SPY today. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we get it. All right, so I just drew that out for you. But I'm not sure if we do. You know, again,
Walk on the street. I'm Bertha Coombs with your CNBC News update. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is appearing before members of the House Armed Services Committee this morning to answer questions about his secretive hospitalization earlier this year and subsequent cancer diagnosis. The committee's chairman requested the testimony after launching an inquiry into the secretary's days-long delay in notifying the president and lawmakers. Russian President Vladimir Putin threatened the West with a nuclear response if NATO allies send troops to Ukraine. He made the comment today at the beginning of his annual State of the Nation.
508.
Coming after France's president suggested sending troops in into the future rather than just funding and arming the country indirectly. And a Russian court rejected an appeal by Russian
508.
to lift her detention treason charge and let her go on.
Guess what? You know what's funny about that? What they're talking about right now? All right, they're talking about this. And what's funny is that...
delay the president and lawmakers.
Listen, I'll tell you in a second.
Russian President Vladimir Putin threatened the West with a nuclear response if NATO allies send troops to Ukraine. He made the comment today at the beginning of his annual State of the Nation address. His comments coming after France's president suggested sending troops in the future rather than just funding and arming the country indirectly. And a Russian court rejected an appeal by Russian-American dual citizen to lift her detention on a treason charge and let her go under house arrest. Authorities arrested Los Angeles resident Ksenia Karolina last month and accused her of trying to raise funds to support Ukraine. She is among several Americans currently being held in Russia. Back over to you, David, Sarah.
Thank you, Bertha.
Oh, you
Bertha Coombs.
stop. Oh, ho, ho. Sometimes you dumbasses don't think, do you? Come on, man. Stop playing yourself. Mind your own fucking business. Unless you got skin in the game, mind your own business. Please. Anyway, range 507, 508.50. All right, so, what was I going to say? Shit. Oh, what does Putin have to worry about if he does take a nuke into Ukraine or wherever? He's got to worry about all that stuff coming right back into Russia, because what happens? Everything moves east. So, you know, I'm not a scientist. I don't know much about that stuff, but of course he would.
So it's hard to tell from one number whether it is unique or something on a trend, and so that's why the Fed is going to wait to
Let's see here.
I think you can't overinterpret any one number because you come up with a number of factors that come in.
Can we get another try at this level? So we're just sitting here. I may try to get short the SPY, guys. All right, I'm going to look to try and get short. I know there's somebody from the NASDAQ watching this fucking stream. Run it up. He's trying to get us short. Alright, I'm going to look for 506. I'm going to look for 506. Why do I have indigestion again? I cannot stand it. The thing that I haven't done yet is look to see what the other indexes are doing. Hold on one second, guys. IWM looks like it's getting ready to try and pull itself back a little bit. Dude, come on. Just work with me. All right. It might bounce, actually. The Qs. The Qs could start to try and bounce here. The Qs could bounce. You got a little bit of resistance there. You could break it and then like try for like a 438.75 short. The Dow. Fuck. All right, I think we might have to. Man, I don't like that reversal, man. This is tough. I think you could get like a little like V-shaped recovery. The SPY is the only one that looks weird. Let me do a 15-minute check. I know I have a lot going on here with these charts, so excuse me. I do apologize. Just give me 1 second. This is how you got to do this stuff to check, to kind of give yourself confirmation and probability that you can rely on to put your money to work and make money.
The bill text on fiscal year 24 spending bills to be posted this weekend.
Okay, so I was kind of curious what he was saying because I'm sensing a move coming, and I'm like, of course they would come out with something right now. Of course you would. So there's the Qs. Is this going to be the rejection? It's just not giving you. See how it's just like not giving you the follow through back down to the downside? That's what I don't like. That's that I don't like. IWM is holding. IWM is holding the uptrend right now. That's that. Right. The Dow. Bang. Right up there. Resistance. Come on, gang. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. See, you don't really want to, like, this is a nice setup here. Like on the Dow, you have all this resistance and support level here. Like, you want to start making ground and start getting up off of that level. Right? Like, look at the SPY. Like, why? Why is my charts doing that? They went all the way. Like, okay, yeah, so we're holding this level here. If we can just pull back a little bit, and try to look for a long. I'm going to use the restroom really quickly and figure out what I'm going to do here. All right, so that's a nice pullback. Maybe I get long the pullback. I think I need a little bit more of a pullback, though. Let's watch. I'm going to sit here and watch VWAP. I'm sticking to my plan. Watch VWAP, all right? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. All right. And I'm watching VWAP. Watch your 15-minute. Watch 2-minute. I don't know where my water went, but I can't get it now. I gotta wait. I want to know why we're stuck here. It feels like we're stuck. Anybody else sense that? Feels like we're stuck at this area here.
There's still plenty we have yet to learn about the long-term effects. CNBC's Melissa Lee takes a closer look. It's in our new documentary, Big Shot, The Ozempic Revolution.
Dude, we're just... That's why. Because we have so much stuff to the left of us that it's a little hard. We can't get up out of our own way. See if we can get a little bounce here.
We're just beginning to see the drug's potential in everything from sleep apnea to kidney disease and Alzheimer's, many illnesses associated with obesity.
I mean, Tesla's still there paying you. So I'm watching this level here. Again, I kind of know the range, right? If we can hold, I would, like, guys, I want to try to take the long at 507 again. I just don't know if I'm going to get it. I know, I need a haircut. Tell me about it. See, we have all this just fucking price action here. If you look at the Dow or the SPY, or not the SPY, but if you're watching the SPY or the Qs, see what the other indexes are doing. Because they're going to give you, they could give you like a sense of direction. Alright, the mic is on good. Alright, looks like we're getting under it. There it goes. Alright, so I'm still sticking to 507 until 507 breaks. 507's got to be the long. But look, so there's VWAP rejection. It's been happening all week. So if it gives you the extension, you can look for either a 507 hold or if 507 does not hold. You know, you look for the bounce back to VWAP later in the day and continue to make that resistance. I want to be able to teach you guys this all week, guys. Anybody that's new here or new at doing this, you could have literally every day came in, watched the SPY, and said, every time the SPY gets to VWAP, I'm getting short. Or once it shows me it's acting as resistance, hey, I mean, look. Look at these 2 days. Look. Bang, 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 bang. What do you have here? Here. Bang, bang. The pink line is VWAP. Bang. You didn't test it. What happened? What happened? Okay, yesterday. Like, yesterday was a sideways day. It's not doing nothing for you. Oh my God. You see what I mean with these charts? So right now, we got confirmation. Once again, I want to get a bounce back to 507.50. And I wouldn't mind seeing if we can make that a resistance level. Look, you can see how well they're buying this thing up. Or were. All right, 506.25. I'm going to go for it. Yeah. I'm going for it. I'm going to go for it. And what I'm looking for, I want to see if we can get back down here in the 506.50. I'm looking for a short to 506.50. That's what I'm looking for, guys. A short to 506.50. 506.50 on the SPY. If we can break. This is really your support level, I would say.
Stages. We talk about it like it's like this market has been going on now for some time, but in essence, it really hasn't. And the drugs approved just for obesity as a subsegment of this population is very new.
Jared, we've talked about Viking Therapeutics, which tripled in a single day, based on its dual agonist, which showed similar results to Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk's drug. But in terms of the 70 potential, anti-obesity drugs in the pipeline, what do you think are the most promising in terms of actually breaking through? I mean, I know there are several companies who are working with combination weight loss drugs plus drugs that will actually help you gain muscle mass. So combating the number one, one of the biggest side effect concerns currently with this class of drugs.
50650. 50650 looks like.
I'm still probably betting on Lilly in terms of their pipeline and development. I mean, they've proven it before. They're working on other modalities, including.
All right, let's go. Let's do it.
Less frequent dosing, which I actually don't.
So right now I'm just like considering
Easy to monitor yourself as a patient on this once weekly. So I'm not
along.
exactly sure if this once monthly or once quarterly, or as you alluded to.
But we have solidified resistance as at VWAP right now. So it's like, what do I do?
Modalities for the drug, including an oral, including muscle sparing, and there are a bunch of biotech companies kind of in the background working on that as well, and they're all kind of.
Look at Tesla still falling, guys.
Focused on it. I mean, every other headline
Still falling.
is another company, whether in the public or private arena, trying to tell the
All right, again, 200.
have something in development.
We're looking for that 200.
So it's something we're going
200 to 198.50.
So what is the total addressable market? How do you make those calculations?
It's a really nice trade. That's a really nice trade, guys. I wish,
But how do you think about the numbers and the potential? I know it's irrelevant.
I wish more people were able to see it. So again, hitting the like button, subscribing if you're new here.
I don't think you can really get
Stuff like that would really help.
in terms of the addressable market. I mean, the
For anybody that is here, appreciate you guys.
330 million, you kind of have to separate that into the adult population. What percentage
So you're seeing some clear strength in semiconductors once again. Pay attention to what's going on up in technology, infrastructure, and software application. All right, and see if that doesn't start. Like, look, everything was crazy green. Now everything is pulling back. You're sensing that pullback right now. Right? You're seeing that pullback because everything except healthcare was green. Like, I don't know what. Look at banks. Like, that red is starting to shift from healthcare, and it's starting to go to the whole market. So be careful. Semis are your strongest sector right now. Building materials, you're not really going to trade that much. Airbnb was up 3-4%. Now it's only up 2. So like that's pulling back. If you guys can see it, what it is that I'm seeing. Again, we're trying to get to 10 likes. That'd be pretty sweet if we could. Be awesome. Semiconductors. Let's see here. Regionals are starting to catch a bounce. Energy is flat. Let's see here. You know what? Microsoft. So I took a short on Tesla. I'm out of that trade. That was a beautiful trade. It gave you from top to bottom all like 150, 175%, roughly. Maybe I know it was like over 150 because you could have got in at 25 cents. It gave you 68, 70. It was like 62, 64 cents. So whatever that comes out to be, 130%, 140, 150. Really, 25 to 75 is 200. So that's why I said 150, 160. All right, Microsoft. And look at the rejection. We said 410, 410.50 is your resistance level. It's got to hold here. So let's see what happens if we start to consolidate and can hold this level. You saw it break, though. And what else do we see? Understanding what it is, we see resistance at VWAP. You tried to break it. You couldn't hold it. You just cracked it. Bang, 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 bang. It's making it resistance right now. Right? Just stick to it. But as it trades sideways, VWAP's going to be a little bit, Again, if you were with us all week, all you had to do was get short at VWAP on the S&Ps. So look at Microsoft, same thing. So let's find something here because I'm not done today. I want to put something on. If the market's starting to pull back, what's going to give me the most room? You can keep an eye on Bitcoin as well. And remember, Coinbase. Coinbase has its issues. Man, Apple might have room down to 180. You might start getting that extension down to 180. Just be careful though. It's got a lot of junk right in between there. So 181's got to break. You get that break of 181, you got your confirmation. If it puts in a double top or a double bottom here, if it puts in the double bottom here, then chances are you're headed back to 180, 140. So you're either going to get the double bottom back here, and then chances are it breaks above, pulls back, holds out of support, then it goes back to VWAP and makes VWAP. But look, there you go. It's cracking it. There you go. That's what you want to see. Getting a lot of buyers stepping in it. Look, they're fighting. Look, time and sales is on the right. Here's your level 2. That right there is your level 2. This is level 2 for options on that Tesla trade, which is now again back at 100%. Just over 100%. So Tesla was a good idea today. I'm glad I took that. That trade's working out for everybody. Target was 200 to 198. Really, the target was 200. I knew if I could get to yesterday's close, I would be damn near close to 100%. Because I know how to read the Greeks. Okay? I know I've been doing this for over 10 years. There's a lot of reasons why I decided to take Tesla today. And there's also a reason why I took it off a bit early. One, because it paid me 2. 203 was looking a little iffy. And then I turned away only to come back to realize that it like in the same candle that I took profits off, it ended up breaking it. And I would have stayed if I was looking at it. So I kind of messed up there by trying to do too much, being all over the place and seeing what the markets were doing. Google's still pulling back. Amazon was another idea today. Damn, Amazon. So there's your strength, right? You can look. If Amazon can continue to hold 174.50 and the market finds a bottom, then you could look at Amazon to see if you can crack that 176. It's strong. It's not pulling back with the markets right now. So Amazon obviously has some relative strength with it. If the market does not find a bottom, then okay, then Amazon's going to lag and not go down probably as much. I would look for a pullback to 174 and see if you can't take that long. But VWAP is above it. So, second thing. So there's a long idea if the market finds a bottom. All right, not necessarily today, but like today into tomorrow, maybe into next week, Amazon has relative strength. All right, what has relative weakness? Not at the moment, but obviously the market didn't really like the Snow CEO exchange. Let's look at Hood. Hood's pulling back. Coinbase. Coinbase. What do we have? That's on Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. We looked at Google. Let's look at the semiconductors. So there's obvious strength in the semiconductors. All right, obvious strength. That's really where your long is. I apologize. Look at that volume. God, you know what? I gotta say this. I do gotta say this. I said it all week. AMD needs a catalyst. Semiconductors need a catalyst. You got it today. I said it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I said it yesterday. I didn't say it today. I said it Sunday through Wednesday. Every day that AMD is not moving, I'm not looking at AMD. AMD, like not just AMD, but the semiconductors needed a catalyst. That literally panned out correctly. Look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Got the catalyst today. My cat's yelling at me because she wants to eat. So, I don't know how much more you have on it. You would have hardly had to be long, in my opinion. I mean, she's up 6% while the overall market's pulling back. So, just watch out in case that starts to leak over to semiconductors. If you do start to get a pullback, maybe you could look at like weak semiconductor names like ARM, right? It's not up at all-time highs. Look at Intel. Intel's up at like a possible resistance level, all right? I would not short semiconductors until the market shows you it wants to pull back. Let me feed my cat real quick, and I'll be right back. Damn it, I can't play the 11 o'clock. Carl Cantonilla banned me. He got mad at me for being a little girl. So give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Not sure what you guys want me to put up here on the chart. I'll put up AMD. There's AMD. And I'll be right back in 2 minutes, guys. So thank you guys. If we can, please, can we get to 10 likes? I know we can. If you're new here, welcome. If you could, hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Giving out some winners today. It's been a beautiful past couple days, and we're going to finish out this week strong. So, yeah. It would help, again, we're looking for a couple more subscribers because it would help some others that would like to be here find us. Robin Hood. So, yeah, semiconductors, guys. Just watch, though. If the market starts continuing to pull back, or does the market, is that the pullback in the market and the market's about to get the lift? So, I am going to watch. Look, NVIDIA's not. Damn, AMD's just monster. So, I'm looking for a trade on the SPY. Alright, I'm looking for a trade on the SPY. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Salty, Max, NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA's just not doing what AMD's doing. Right? It's off of its highs. It's putting in lower highs. Right? AMD, monster. Monster. Look at that. It's putting in higher highs while NVIDIA's putting in lower highs. You haven't seen that in a while. You haven't seen that relative outperformance from AMD in a while. So, and you did have this wedge, though. There was a really nice pattern here. This wedge breakout on the daily chart. But just be careful. Just be careful. All right? It's a little too late for trying to take longs here. And don't try and get cute either. You try and get cute and short this thing, you might, you know what I mean? You might start turning into somebody who thinks that, not you particularly, Saudi, but let me throw up the SPY real quick, guys. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Again, if we could, let's get to 10 likes. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. Appreciate you guys. I'll be right back. Again, I would turn on CNBC, but Carl Cantonilla was a little girl and he got mad at me, so from 11 to 12, I get in trouble. Even though I don't get paid for this. Gotta be kidding me, bro. Look, Tesla, 80 cents, dude. You're almost at 200% on Tesla, dude. I knew it. I knew Tesla was the short.
Bitcoin up 4%.
Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me. Oh man. Look at the volume, man. I knew it. I had it. I fucking had it, man. I had it. That's a good call. At least, listen, that right there is continuing to give me confidence that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And, let's see here. Come on.
Yeah, there looks really strong at this point. Thank you, Mike. Let's stick with that theme. Our next guest raising his S&P target by 500 points up to 5,300 with a bull case of 6,000 if big tech cooperates. Barclays head of U.S. strategy, Benu Krishna, joins us now. Why now, after the already pretty strong run-up we've had in the market thus far?
I told my fucking self, stay in the trade. Get it, hold it until tomorrow or 200. They got me. I got myself. They didn't get me. I got myself. I got myself. This sucks. I wish somebody here was able to take that with me and be on that. That you could have got a 25, like a mid 20 cent fill on this thing, market order, and it's at, you just hit 83 cents, 80 cents. That's a big trade. Done for the day. Wipe your hands. Oh shit. All right, so that's Tesla. I'm over that. There's that trade. That was a beautiful trade, guys, gals. Just beautifully executed. Just gotta, I gotta do better. That's something I needed to work on again. I guess I want to say me being down just under break even for the month of February and getting back green and having 2 consecutive green months in a row. I was taking profit, right? Because I'm, just in case, right? But I knew that if I could get down to yesterday's close, that we had a really nice percentage gain there, and this level here, at 202, which was like right below yesterday's close. It just sucks how it happened because I felt like I was looking at a few things, and you can see here you broke it and you made it resistance, that 202 area, and then you got the extension. So now what I would look for is that 202 to become resistance again. I mean, if we don't get there, then you look for 201, but we're pretty much, in my opinion, we're probably working ourselves back into this range, and that was the trade idea. That gray box. So now let's see, you might pop yourself obviously back up to VWAP, right? So, maybe it's actually like this, right? Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. That's your range, I think, for Tesla right now, is right there between 202.50 and 199. Even though we haven't got to 199 yet, you know what I mean? that's how I would, I would say, okay, now we get back to VWAP, see if VWAP becomes resistance, maybe even that 203 area, and, so I don't know. I thought it was a really nice trade, and it obviously was, so I just really wish somebody else was able to benefit from it, that's all.
Behavior in the market. He cited the short interest levels extremely down, and thinks that that's a good reason that we actually might see this rally pause or a potential downturn from here. Do you not worry about those kind of signals after such a strong run up?
We do. We have said that. So one of the things we have discussed in our work is that
Marquetta, what is that? What is the ticker for that? Is that Mara? Hold on, let me grab my girl real quick. And say hello to my little friend. All right, so what is that? What is Marquetta? All right, don't. You okay? You all right? All right, let's keep running. Let me type it in. Is that what? Oh, MQ. Yeah, I was gonna type the name out for you, but I don't know. I've never heard of this name. I don't know the float. I mean, it doesn't seem like a. I mean, it kind of does, but not really. No, you have resistance up there at like 780, but didn't even get there. It's really like 750. What's the market cap on this? Do you know? I would look for some support. I would watch that 50-day moving average. I would watch right there. I'd watch these two levels right there. I'd watch that low $6, 640 area, 640 area, and see if you get some support there. I don't know too much about it, or you know what I mean. I haven't really heard of it. I'll have to do some digging. I have to do some homework on it. But yeah, there's a lot of relative strength to the downside today. I would watch to see if 650 breaks. See if $6.50 breaks, or 660, whatever. The level that it's at right now. See if it breaks. And then if it does, you have, I don't know, because you have a little bit of resistance. You have some support there. You probably have room down to $6.20. That's what I would say. Right now, I would go short, and then you have room down here where this gap is. I mean, you have a little bit of support down at 640. So 10 cents on $6 is a nice percentage gain. So I would watch that, right? You break 650, then I would look for $6.40. That's what I would do. I would watch that level right there, 650, and see if you break and if you can get down to 640. Oh, really? That's not bad. It's not bad. That's more than I thought it was. It's more than I thought it was. No, that's fine. Listen, that's the sole purpose of why I do this. You know what I mean? That's why I started this channel, because for a few reasons. Right? Because this industry is dirty. It's dirty. Right? I'm telling you, this industry is something else. You know, it sucks because like they just follow what everyone else has done. You know what I mean? They follow what everyone else does, and I'm trying to. There's just something that I would like to do here and turn it into. And we'll see if I can get there. I still have a lot of work I have to do, a lot of stuff I have to learn. Hopefully with some outside help we can get things going, and there's endless opportunities too, right? Having new traders come on podcast, but having a live trade desk during the day, stuff like that, Yeah, I mean, really, the thing is with Nancy is like, she just goes long the pullbacks on some of the best companies in the world. That's it, right? If you get a pullback on that, like right now, I guarantee you she's buying calls on Apple. Not yet, but they're probably watching this 180 level, right? You have this 180 level. I've been saying it. I think this level's personal with Apple. They're doing everything that they can to hold this thing up at 180. So if you get a pullback and you see Apple down here, right? If you see Apple down there at 175, 174, I guarantee you're going to start to see, more people like Nancy and others start to come out and say, that they're long off of that 170, 175. It may not be time yet. We still got some headwinds that could be coming. It has not came, right? Which is banking issues and stuff like that. So we can't say, recessionary stuff, like the recession, like a mild recession. But if we don't pull rates back, and find that middle ground, banks are going to need the Fed to step back in. And if they do, right, the reason that I believe that we're at all-time highs is because of this, because of national financial conditions. It's because of this. This is the SPY. Right? This is risk, credit, and leverage, and that is because the banks are getting liquidity right now. What does that mean? Well, if the banks are low on deposits, and if they have to sell some of their assets to come up with cash to provide their depositors with cash, they don't have to sell their bonds or some of their assets at a loss. If they have losses that they need to sell, they can go to the Fed and say, hey, we need this. And they give it to the Fed, and it's pretty much like just an exchange of hands to buy up time, right, at no charge. Okay, what do you need? Okay, give us the bonds. We'll hold on to the bond. You repay us that back. We'll give you back the bond, whatever. And that ends the 1st of March. That's coming to an end in a week. And guess what? Rates are still at 5%. And when rates are at 5%, what's that middle ground? If you're new, right? So if you were to understand how a bond works, it is about the price of the bond, right? Right now, now that rates are 5.5%, right? Years ago, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 years ago, these banks, if they bought, let's say, a 20, 30-year loan, and they did not hedge themselves, right? And they have to sell them bonds. That bond has not met maturity, which means that bond price, the price of that bond is down because it has not went to maturity, right? So as yields go higher, the price of that bond ticket comes down. If they paid $100, if you paid $100 for a 5% interest, right? Well, as time goes on, right, if rates pull back, the price of that bond, that $100 ticket, is going to go up. So it'll be like 105, 110, but the percentage you yield would not be 5% at, like, if you were to sell it, right? It could be like 2.5, 3. But if you wait until maturity, you'll get your 5% and $1. Now, if rates go higher, not down, if rates go higher, then that means the yield is paying more, but the price of the bond has went from 100 to 90 to 89. So that means they're selling it at a loss. It's just like the easiest reference I could possibly give to kind of understand like some of the headwinds that are coming. And right now, rates are still at 5.5%.
disinflation of 2023 was supply chain.
And here's the Fed speaking right now. Let me actually, I don't have my phone. I only have 3 stocks while learning. That's fine. And you know what? I would just continue to buy. I don't know how old you are. Keep buying the rest of your life. I would. Every week you get paid or whenever you can do it, buy decent companies. Just keep doing it. And I'm telling you right now, the 10-year you will thank you. And you won't believe what some of these markets can do. And what I would do too is like I said today, if we can get Snowflake, in my opinion, right? I think Snowflake, if we can sell this thing off a little bit and break this 200-day moving average, which is this teal box right here, I want to start buying. I want to start nibbling and buying some while it's down. You know, I don't know if we're going to break it, though. I don't think we're going to break it. I think there's too many people that are ready to buy down here. And if the market continues to go higher, that's only going to help lift it. But second, if we can just get a somewhat of like a pullback, like a recession scare or something, that's really when you want to buy stocks. Because you're going to be able to get good companies at, distressed valuations, pretty much. Right? You want to, those days where the market's really pulling back, everybody's scared, the market's just screaming to the downside. That's when you want to take advantage of those days. Take advantage of those days. Because if it's ever too bad, if it's ever that bad, you won't have money. Won't be your problem. You won't be worried about money, right? You won't be worried about money. You're going to be worried about where the hell you're going to get something to eat at, and if you're even going to be alive or not. Okay, if it's ever that bad, all right. And there's no problem. It's no problem at all. All right, it's 11:30. I was wanting to look at the S&Ps. For a trade here at 507. So there we go, guys. There's a nice confirmation right there that 507's holding. And while I was talking, I missed the long. Fuck. Excuse my French. It's all good though. I'm not worried about it. So let's see here. Is VWAP going to reject again? What I think we could see is a breakout, right? Like it tries to go higher. I want to see if it tries to go higher but fails, and then it like fails to hold. And if we get back under VWAP, if we do that, then I think 507 is going to break. Look, once again, and I said it all week. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen today, but all week you could have went to VWAP, which is this pink line, and went short or bought puts, and you would have made money. For the most part. For the most part. You got to execute right first. So I want to see if we can, start to get ourselves back up here. I don't know why we're moving so slow. So that's where I might want to look at a short. We'll see, though. I don't know what's going on with the market. The market's moving really weird. I don't understand what's going on. Like, look at these candles. They're so small. And it's kind of like we're not really moving. Look, there's another rejection. Another one. So let me let my cat out real quick. So it feels kind of like the S&Ps are going to trade sideways today. That's kind of how it feels like.
$1.98 now, up 44 cents or 30% for Oscar Charlie Echo Alpha. Tuesday said the impact of supply shock on inflation takes time, suggests benefits of supply chain on disinflation are still to come.
Scale faster with tools that let you manage every sale from every channel. And sell more with the best converting checkout on the...
We got a hold here. So what I'm going to look for, I told you guys, what I was looking for, I drew it out a few hours ago, was to see if we put in a bull flag and a failed breakdown. You know, I still think we should test 506.65. Like, oddly enough, I think we should see a gap fill. But thing is that I think 507, in my opinion, is the level. I think, like, above 507, you got to be long and look to take profits at, like, 5,850, 5,9, 510, and you look to get to those highs. If we're below 507, then I think you look to get short at 507 and take that down to the low 500s, like 504.50, 505. Like you guys can see here, you know, it's been resistance. You know, we're not really getting the volume to say, hey, you know, we're going to make this support, right? You're not getting, like, right now, the volume is winning to the downside, in my opinion. You know, you could just, I don't know if we're going to get some type of news that's just going to, like, help lift us up off of this level or not. But have a look at the other indexes, right? Like, the IWM has been pretty strong. It's pulling back, all right? The IWM is pulling back. That's small caps. All right, the Dow. The Dow's kind of making some headway. So let's look at the Qs. What is going on here, man? All right, so are we going to start bouncing? No, I think the Q's got to get down here to start bouncing. That's so weird. Fuck. So if the markets start to pull back, then the Dow's going to pull back with it. I'm kind of sensing, man, it's so hard. I don't know what the market's going to, like, it's very rare that I don't have an opinion right now. I don't know. What I do know is that right now, VWAP is still acting as resistance. That hasn't changed. But we are above 507, and 507 is holding on the SPY. Ripple? Wow. Golf Romeo, Foxtrot, Ripple.
Welcome back. Chinese automakers making a big push into global markets. Traditionally, that have been dominated by brands such as Chevrolet, Toyota, even Hyundai.
Oh, that's...
Especially in South America. And Philipo is in Santiago.
Hold on.
Here's a look at what is a significantly changing...
I don't know what it is. Whatever. Sorry, I know that's loud. My bad. All right. So the Dow. The Dow is leading. All right, the Dow is making good headway. So what's CRM doing? Let's look at. So the reason I look at that, see, look, there you go, CRM. Look, breaking out the highs. So if I look at the Dow and I look at the Qs and I look at the SPY, right, and I start to see which ones are going higher and which ones are going lower. The IWM is going lower. So the IWM, I would look to see what stocks are in that sector, okay? And I would expect to see whatever the weightings are and whatever the weakest sector is. I would look for that to be pulling back. The Dow's going higher, so I look at a Dow name. And what's going on? The Dow name is going higher. CRM. All right? UNH. I think UNH has some issues, though. There's news around that. Microsoft. Hanging out. What else do we have here? HD, Home Depot, Walmart's pulling back, MCD, Disney. Dude, are we about to get another shot at Disney? Oh shit. Where's? Uh-oh. Yo, we could have a awkward cup and handle here. We could really be getting a cup and handle here. That's so funny. So, can we get the pullback to 110? 109, 110? Or 109.85 to 110? That's another tail up there. I mean, look at that fucking... Look, excuse my language, but look at that volume. let's see here. So I'm looking at Disney here. Yeah, I would watch Disney at that level right there. I would watch Disney at 111. 111 is where I would look to see if it'll hold.
Phil, given your years of history in terms of just covering this industry, what is
Um, 112. Let's see if we can't get back through 112. Let me see here. I'm actually thinking about Disney. You saw what happened. Man, that's what a bounce, man. What a bounce on Disney. So I'm actually gonna go look at something else, but look at Meta. Meta's pulling back. Meta's pulling back. Dude, Meta's really pulling back, guys. I didn't know what happened there for a minute. All right, what's the SPY doing? Sorry. Come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, give me 1 second, because I want to look and see what's going on here and see if there's any news with Meta. That's a really nice solid support level there on the SPY. Black Hat blamed for cyber attack. I don't understand what that means. That's heavy resistance up there. Can we try to make another run up?
Some 8 years ago when Chinese hackers had hacked into their system, and still no word on when they're going to be able to bring things back up.
That's so weird.
Thank you very much. GLP-1, speaking of healthcare, those drugs like Ozempic are disrupting the weight loss industry.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, guys.
Well, welcome everybody, and thank you for joining us this morning. It's a great... All the pressure's on. Yeah. Through on the way up and made it more persistent. But now let's just think about that last term in the basic equation, which is inflation is wage growth minus productivity growth. Up to the beginning of 23, it was not looking too good for team productivity. Okay, from the initial jump in productivity, which was almost certainly due to composition effects and stuff like that. From here to there, it was like, yikes, we got 2.5 years with trend negative productivity. And so if this was the productivity trend, we better get used to disappointment if we're gonna have that. Starting somewhere around 2023, productivity growth begins going up. And for most of this period, as you know, Marcus, productivity measures are extremely noisy. So that's why we don't usually key our short-run policy decisions around measured productivity growth, because there's just too much noise and too many things going on.
All right, so
now that said, it gets back to this trend line.
This level
That's
right there
a,
now. We've
is
broken
triumph?
507.
Kind of a triumph. There were a bunch of people saying we should get used to disappointment. Trend productivity growth is never going to go back to what it was pre-COVID. Not only do we get back to it, we now have almost a
time
year
to get game.
of much faster
Time to get up on
than
game.
trend productivity
Let's go.
growth.
Let's see what happens
I don't
here.
need to tell you,
You
or
have a
anyone
defined
else,
stop.
if that continued,
507.
That's the greatest thing that ever
we
happened.
may or may not have room.
It would certainly have an
fill the
impact
gap.
on monetary
Then at
policy.
506.39.
Part of what allowed the golden year to take place is we had really substantial productivity. So we could be having robust GDP growth, very strong job market, even below NAIRU levels of unemployment. And yet we had 7-8 months in a row of inflation literally at or below the 2% target. If this continues, and I'm not saying, probabilities are this thing is just going back to trend and we should take the win that we got back to productivity trend. But if that thing continues, we're absolutely going to want to monitor that, and that will have direct implications for monetary policy. That kind of moves us to section 2, which is shorter than section 1. So don't be fearful. But all of those conditions that I just described had nothing to do with the Fed, in a sense. The supply chain would have fixed on its own. The labor supply, the immigration, that stuff would have fixed on its own. The productivity it came out of magic. Let me say one side note about the magic of the productivity part. you might be inherently skeptical of believing that productivity growth would continue if you can't really explain where did it come from. And it can't be AI. AI is this.
I knew it. It gave us the follow through right there on that SPY. Right there was your entry.
Productivity.
And I was kind of just.
Chad Severson gave a speech.
Look,
He's my old friend and
right there was supposed to be your entry. Right there.
In which
you have 9 EMA.
Yes,
507
it's noisy.
retest. Once you break it, I said 507 to what? 503.
There has been
going down, baby.
A substantial rise in business dynamism.
All right.
Back to old levels.
So I say 507. So now what do we do?
Business formation was.
You're looking to find the bottom here at the low fives.
And
got to find the bottom to try to get another bounce back to 507.
For whether it's
bounce
because
back
it made us change our views of the world, or we don't.
What
like
did that do
working
to
in
Tesla?
The office, or whatever it is.
Let's see what that did to Tesla.
Business applications are up, and they've stayed up, and even if it's not permanent productivity growth increases, if we're going to get productivity,
so I'm looking for 506.48, 506.50, but again, you're way below VWAP. You took back everything we just did that was good.
Sectors this business formation increased?
It's not
is
good,
it across
guys.
the board,
all right, your support level is down there at 504.50.
Question.
So
somebody knows.
Look for that level.
It's not across
see what
the
happens.
board.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't.
But man, I wish I was in that because.
No, I can imagine that.
The reason I did not just take the SPY right now is because look at the volume here. I got thrown off.
Much lower now.
Look at the volume, right?
This all might be internet companies. There was in the old days.
You broke it, and I was like, "Oh man, we're not going to get the extension." And then look what came.
Now what do? I'm the CEO of my own startup.
So
yes,
you've officially broken that. Wow,
it didn't change.
And here it goes. You can't foresee these things.
Right then, you see what I mean?
So we do know we have support at 505. 20.
You're exhausted. I just had one slide that I put in the appendix. I refer everybody to the Severson keynote address. That it's worth at least considering.
I can't believe that.
Maybe there are some fundamentals behind the increase in productivity growth. Maybe it's not just totally random and we can't think what it is. Okay, now let's see if we can get us back. So
all right. Again,
now let's think about what the role of the Fed. And you've even had some people publicly saying, the Fed has nothing to do with it. I don't agree with that.
I drew this on the 15-minute chart.
Agree with that, and
I drew that bear flag. I wasn't sure if we were going to get like a hold, like it breaks down and then goes back higher.
When I said I thought the golden path for 23 was
broke down.
Part of it was supply chain.
I literally drew that for you guys.
Part of it was maybe productivity growth.
I drew that for you guys.
Part of it was
let's look for the breakdown.
I
thought that it may break down. And then bounce.
Inflation
expectations. And then bounce.
Back down.
There's your bounce there.
As well as the dragon of getting
that's
actual
support.
Inflation.
That's where you would get long. And we look to get back up to VWAP. I might try that. I don't want to fight the trend, man. I don't want to get sucked into this, but damn, I'll be damned
if I don't want us to get too bogged
if I can't try for like a 507 today. 507
my
long.
claim is no matter what you use, it's basically going to show you
50 long.
Fundamentally, in past times,
let's see here.
When we had high inflation, the 10-year inflation expectations went up.
Look, Tesla is still at 200%.
And that makes it extremely
like almost 200%.
The root of why is the Volcker period as tough as it is and have to have as deep a recession as it has is they have to get down the red line and the blue line. Because the blue line is 29. Where things are going to settle back. If you hold everything else the same, the natural
and that's kind of telling
point
you
for inflation.
I know you guys are trying to listen to this. I'm
back
sorry.
To the blue line. And if you look at what just happened in COVID, we have a soaring of core inflation, headline inflation even more, get to 9%. But the Fed said we will get it back to 2%. And fundamentally, the world believed that. And that's critical to actually pulling it off, A. B is why I'm extremely what's the right word? I am against the people who were so convinced that inflation could not come down that they called for the Fed to change the inflation target, make it 3.5% and declare victory. No, 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 do not do that. Look, the essence of why the blue line did not go up when the red line went up is that people believed the Fed when it said, do not pay attention to the inflation rate headline of today. We're going to do what is necessary to get back to target. If you abandon the target, then you just made life harder for the next people.
So we still have to be grateful to Paul Volcker for helping us.
Absolutely, we do. Absolutely,
See,
we do.
and somebody try to yell at, argue with me that, like, oh no, you don't
friend
want
and
that.
mentor of
No,
mine. I
you
worked through the
do.
financial crisis with
You
him,
do,
and his
and you
widow
need it.
gave me the original 2x4 that they sent him, and it says, "Please lower these insane interest rates." And I keep this on my desk to remind us that was hard-earned credibility right here, and we carried it out in a way. This is the second part of the legacy of the battle against inflation, is that when the Fed now says we will get back to target, fundamentally they believe it. And when they believe it, it allows, when they believe it, to me, that anchors where if we clear out the supply, first supply got worse, then it got better. I just did that backwards. First it got worse, then it got better. The labor supply is going to filter through. All those things are going to filter through. And then the question is, and then where will we settle? Once all of that is done and we're back to steady state, where will we settle? And I think where we will settle is back to the blue line. And it didn't go up. And so that's why I think there is a fundamental force that's pulling us back to the 2% target. And we're making progress.
It's still the case that even if inflation goes back to 2%, the price level will be higher.
No
People have
question.
still lost some purchasing power.
No question. No, look, there's no question. The price level will go back because we don't have a price level target. We're not, the Fed's job by law is the dual mandate. We're stabilize the prices and maximize employment. And that's what we're going to do. As a thought experiment, I think it would be hard if you said, we want to get the price level back to 2019. What would the Fed have to do that? That's not what we've said the target is or what our rule is. But even if you made that your target, that would involve draconian. But how would you generate the
said that before? I don't think by law they're allowed to put us in a recession.
That the average inflation targeting, which the Fed proposed as a framework in August 2020, I think, is not really something which is still pursued. It was stated very vaguely in a sense. It was not clear how many months or years you take the average over.
Yeah,
but if you're going to be strict on average inflation targeting, you should actually now bring inflation to negative territory in order to have an average 2% over 5 years, let's say.
I see where you're going. And I don't disagree that the principle of average targeting is something about both overshooting and undershooting. The only thing I will emphasize is we went almost 10 years under the target. So that we're over the target, in a way, you gotta think about that. You gotta think about that. How much of this is making up for that, and that's a little complicated. I mean, you're a world expert on that. What do you think? What is your window? That's kind of the question. What is your window of averaging?
I mean, if you do inflation targeting, essentially the window is 1 year because we measure inflation over the year.
No. Wait a minute. You could say that it is 1 year, but then you have made a choice about ignoring the past. So if I told you that for 9.5 years we were under the target, how does that affect you the year after that happens? This 1-year window argument says we can ignore that. I don't know if you can ignore it. I think we got to think about
So if you
we got to
take
think about that too.
average inflation targeting seriously, I think then the question is how many years you take into account, and that I think should depend on the average maturity of debt contracts and also on the wage stickiness. Now, if the wages are sticky over 3 years, then you might think of take the average over 3 years. If the average maturity of a debt contract is years, then you might tilt towards 5 years.
That is a fascinating idea. And look, as you know, we publicly announced the Fed is going to be considering the framework in the next year, and I will expect no less than a public comment from you, Marcus, outlining what the components should be in factoring in that window and thinking about average inflation. I do think a cousin issue. It's not exactly analogous, but it is a cousin. Goes back to your initial slide about the monetary policy that didn't come from policy change. That is the market long rates going up, coming down. The financial conditions index also has a window. And
right
in
here,
a way,
guys,
my intuition, when people will wring their hands a little bit, when they'll say,
I just showed you guys that
SEP came out, and then the market moved in a certain way.
I just
and
talked
the
about
market
this
moving
is
in
the
that
spine.
way
You got to watch.
loosened the
This is
financial
starting.
conditions.
It's at its
So
lows.
if they
It
were
should
trying
go
to
higher.
be
If it goes
tighter,
higher,
now they have to
it's going
worry
to put
because
pressure on equities.
the market's
See what he says.
interpretation is loosened. Like in December, the SEP came out and it said there would be predicted or projected 3 cuts in 24, and the market jumped to 6 cuts in 24. And so some financial conditions indices would say, look, that's loosening in and of itself. My read of the evidence is that let's call it the lag of market moves on the economy, the proper window to think about that is fairly long, is measured in years, definitely not days or weeks. And so that gives me the tendency to kind of look through movements like that, because the discrepancies between what the market thinks the rates are going to do and what the Fed's SEP median projects, they tend to close over time. They don't remain huge for long periods of time, because like one of our board of directors put it, he said he tells his people, we can fight the Fed as long as we want, but the last time I checked, the Fed is undefeated. And so in a way, the market is going to react to and correct to
the fact that we're not cutting.
The Fed is steadfast.
He's saying it right now.
He's saying, and the Fed is steadfast.
The market is at all-time highs, but it's battling two things. Financial conditions that have eased, like where they are at their lows, almost COVID lows.
And it is
but you're also fighting the second battle, and that is not getting the rates where they want them. But the Fed deeply knows it, and the market knows it, that the Fed has to get these rates down to a sustainable level, because they're not continuing the bank term lending program.
The market always thinks the interest rate will come down again.
And that's why the market thinks rates are coming down sooner than the Fed believes so. And if they don't, they're in trouble. Then the market will start pricing in a recession.
If you predicted that there will be 7 rate cuts in 2024, and there's a meeting or two where there are no rate cuts. There's only 8 meetings a year. So the market is going to find out quickly what the Fed is doing, and they're going to adjust. And you saw throughout 2023 and even at the end of 2022, multiple points, usually when the SEP comes out, then the market would say, well, they say this, but we think they're going to do something different. And I just caution everybody, you go back and read the post-mortem about what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, where I couldn't understand why they did not hedge the interest rate if they had such exposure. And the answer was they did
the elephant in the room.
But then they concluded that they didn't think that the Fed would carry out what it said it was going to do, so they got rid of the hedges because they said they could make more money that way. And then actually the Fed did carry out and was steadfast.
And no, they're not going to continue it.
kind of
They've already said they're
blew them
not.
up. So there's
then you gotta,
definitely a risk.
We're going to find out.
Of betting
Watch.
against
It's
the
going to be
Fed
funny how all this ends.
being
I'm
committed
telling
to
you
what it
guys.
says it's going to do.
If he's going to talk this talk,
Very good.
and they
Okay,
do
so
it,
let me just
and
last,
don't lower rates for a while until
let me
something goes wrong.
Just emphasize
Yeah,
in this
you're
environment
talking a little
where
tough right now.
expectations are anchored, well anchored, and where I still feel like there is supply benefit coming through the system on both the supply chain and the impact of labor supply. It is worth our thinking, how restrictive are we? You know, what is policy? And I think rates are pretty restrictive measured by the real federal funds rate compared to historical, compared to what the SEP median says we expect long run real rates to be. This is a restrictive environment. And so as we think through what each of us on the FOMC or each of us observing in the market thinks should happen, I still think the question is, how long do we want to remain in this restrictive of a territory?
Exactly, because of the banks.
The argument
how long are we going to give it? Because of the
again,
banks. He won't say it.
Listeners,
but the banks
did not overly index on quantity numbers as a sign of overheating. You got to be extremely careful in periods where there are positive supply shocks happening, over interpreting quantity data as indicators of overheating. So there is one logic that says inflation was good, but GDP was really high. Inflation was good only because of the supply chain. So as that goes away, if GDP growth is over 3,
I'm going to show you guys a chart with GDP.
And the inflation is going to come back up as those supply shocks work their way through. Now we're going to be overheated. What I think is a little misleading about that is the same thing as the supply shock unwinds, the same thing that brings inflation
There's your
back
lag
to
effect
trend
right there.
would bring output down to trend
2 years
as well.
prior, during the cycle. See how GDP goes higher during the rate hike cycle, just like it did?
How restrictive the rates are.
2 years after the rate hike cycle,
that level of restrictiveness.
we have time.
Look
how negative
if
and flat
inflation
it
keeps
is.
coming down. It will be making
during the cycle,
restrictiveness,
GDP continues to go higher.
I guess the key
People
is how
aren't
much to attribute
understanding,
to productivity
GDP should be
growth.
coming down. Rates,
Because
no.
Yes,
They go higher.
that's a
Here's
great
the
point.
proof.
That's a great
This is
point.
all the way back from 1969. Stop being dumbasses.
High, then it's not so
you guys, but people that have been in the markets
Because you
for a
should
while,
have
and they're like, man, I thought
I
we
agree
got
with
a
it.
recession
If you had
by
a
now.
permanent change
Bro,
to growth
GDP
rates,
is
it would
proven right
change
here.
your
Here you
permanent
go.
stock.
During
I
rate
guess
hikes,
in my mind,
leading up
if
to,
you think
and
that
it's not
the
until 2
productivity
years
growth
after
thing
the
is
rate hike cycle
real
is over with,
and will be
when you start to
persistent,
see the
I
fact that
wasn't thinking of that
GDP
as a
is lowered.
permanent change.
So that wouldn't
I'm
be
thinking
until
of that as
2024,
like a,
25,
let's call
26,
it a
till
3 to
2026,
5 year
2027 is when you would start to see GDP. Technically,
so,
if this chart is
that makes it
stands
more
correct,
complicated, but we'd
especially
have
with
to
the
think
liquidity,
through.
maybe
I
a
do
little bit
think
longer,
You're right.
is
The
when you'll
productivity growth rates
start
will
to see
affect what do you think
interest
the,
rates
the
or
R star
GDP
is, if you want to
pulling
think
back
of it
to
in that model.
like really low numbers.
So
right here.
It's an
Read
area
it and weep,
that we should consider on a research side. If you take a step back in sophistication and just say historical, it's pretty restrictive. We're starting from a pretty restrictive real funds rate, and it's worth thinking about those. Okay, so I went longer than I expected. So I'll just put on the radar screen, and Marcus, you will keep writing papers to emphasize however you want to measure it. Non-bank lending, the rise of non-bank financial institutions is pervasive, is as a share of the total is higher in the US than in most other places. And it raises a bunch of questions that I still think we're just learning about, of how does the monetary policy transmission mechanism remain the same or change in a world where finance is not primarily banks? And there are places where it can go either way. There are some ways in which you might think it attenuates the impact of monetary policy transmission. If, say, there are substitutes that, it's going to,
All right, here we go. We got to watch for this 15-minute trade line to start rejecting, or are we going to break through 507? I'm going to get ready and start probably grabbing some puts.
Who are not as directly affected.
I'm going to see if this will work.
Dampen the impact
on
of
the
monetary
S&P.
policy
It's going
channel.
to,
And
might
we've
take
got
it from
some
us. We'll see.
Research at Chicago Fed that's fascinating look at auto financing. So if you look at auto financing, it's majority now non-banks, and so there might be some dampening of that channel. But then there are others where the non-bank channels are more risk-taking, and the issues of short rates impact on the economy versus long rates might be getting greater, and they might be encouraging more risk-taking.
Tomorrow,
shift to
505
high risk-taking. They
puts.
might react more to monetary
March
policy.
1st, 505s.
And this is just a
85
fascinating
cents.
area.
That's a little
Anybody out there
pricey.
who's thinking of doing research in the
Hold on, I might just scout
kind of
for
macro
today.
plus financial space.
Let's see how I want to do
This is a very
Give me 1
fruitful
minute.
area that's worth looking at, I think. So with that, Marcus, I'm done with
Can
my
I come back
slides.
to your
Yeah.
Phillips curve picture?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
perhaps it's not the change in core PCE inflation should not be on the x-axis. It could be if we take it relative to the inflation expectation or relative to the anchor, then 2023 might not be so radical.
Might not be so radical.
So because
Explain that
inflation
more.
was
Why
very
wouldn't
high
it be
and then it
radical?
came
If
back
we
down.
look at that expectations,
It's pretty
slide,
stable.
It is stable, but this drop relative to this still seems like a major outlier in a way.
But the inflation level is still high.
But the
So if on the
inflation
x-axis
level is
we
still
make it
high.
even more extreme, like do an old-fashioned Phillips curve.
Yeah,
That's
right.
instead of the change in inflation, we put just inflation levels on the x-axis. Then
Well,
2023.
Marcus, you're one of these. You're like the birthday magician's nightmare. You're like, ta-da! It's got no. Wait a minute! You put the card in there. He's got it behind his neck.
He's
Look,
being goofy. No,
That's
it's
not
on
to
a drop.
I think you're right.
They're both dropping
I
together.
think you're right. I grant your point of any particular measure.
Yeah.
If
Okay,
you take
then
a step back again in sophistication and just say, was it on anybody's bingo card in 22 that you could cut inflation, whether headline, core, whatever, by this kind of magnitude?
You didn't
and
cut it.
not have
China
a
reopened.
recession? It was on very few people's bingo card. And you had
Not ours.
smart
We knew it.
economists that I respect. Larry Summers, Peter Henry,
But
others.
no, they're
saying
dumbasses.
Things like,
That's the thing. They're dumbasses.
Larry
Because
said
they-
we got to have unemployment go to 6% for 5 consecutive years before we would see
No,
inflation
you just
come down.
needed China to open up.
So
That's
I
it.
kind of think
China
no
was
matter how you
closed.
measure it, you're going to
China
find some
was closed.
version of 2023 is
That's
weird
it.
and not on your line. And
They're a
which is to
manufacturing
say,
company.
it wasn't
We are
on the
consumers.
same Phillips curve.
The
like
consumers
supply
cannot
was
consume
moving
if the
around it.
manufacturers are not manufacturing. Okay.
No, it's fair. But let me come,
Peter Henry and Anusha Chari paper is the one that I'm talking about. It was a very interesting paper. It was mostly not on the U.S.
So
case.
I
It was-
hope the
it was a
Fed
lot of
is not
international
saying to
evidence,
themselves,
but,
"Oh, we did
but
such
there
a
were
great
lot of
job.
folks saying that.
We cut rates.
So do you think we will
Or
continue the
we
golden
raised
path?
rates. We still got inflation
Because
under
normally
control.
we
The
stop our webinar
the
always with a
employment
positive note.
rate was
But
was
your
really
note
low.
was
Like
positive.
everything was cool.
I think-
Nah, bro,
let me
you're just
first ask you,
dependent
do you
on
think we will
China.
continue? And
China
then
opened back up.
perhaps this
The
time we have
reason
to
you
end on a
had
negative
issues because
note just to
China
balance it a
continued
little
to
bit.
stay closed well
saying what keeps
after
you up
everyone
at
else
night?
opened up.
Oh, yikes.
That
Yeah,
is that is the main
well, look, there's two
target
parts.
here. That these I'm not going to call them
As
that,
you
but
know, the
come on,
job
like
of
let's be
central
real
banker
here.
is to
China
worry about
continued to stay
everything
closed
and to stay up
for
at night.
almost a
That's our
year.
job. We're the night watch.
Almost
And
a
so
year. And look, that long would have worked right off
I
that
still
550, 506
think
level.
that the
Right back
things
to
that make
VWAP.
me the
Right back to
most
VWAP.
nervous,
2 standard deviations below
and
VWAP.
it's a good position
Should have
to
took
be
it.
in, but they
I was
are
thinking about some
external
puts
shocks.
here. I'm
And
still thinking about it, but
tougher,
let's give it a minute.
easier soft landings than
I wanted
the
to go
one
over that, but
we're-
yeah, they
that we're
can't
thinking
think
about
that they
now
completely
were
did this themselves,
derailed in the
because
recent
China
past by
again opened
external
up.
shocks.
So,
And how can you not look
and that was
around
the whole main
world
issue.
and say, yikes, there are a lot of possibilities of external shocks, whether in China, in the Middle East, and in commodities markets, and a whole bunch of things. The deeper question about is the golden path to continue, partly I don't want to jinx it. That's why I like talking about 2023, because it's done. That's closed. 2023 was the golden year. If it were to continue in possibility, that was a weird way. That was like a Yoda-esque way to say it. If it is possible for the golden path to continue in 2024, I think it would rely on these issues about the length of the transmission mechanism.
I think
for things
2024
that already happened.
and 2025 to late
if you look at the
2025
labor-
probably doesn't matter.
labor
If
force
you were here
participation,
just looking at
or
that
if you look at
GDP
the
chart I
supply
showed
chain
you,
indices,
you probably won't have to worry
we're
about
not
things
gonna
until
get
the
the
end of
increase
2025
that we had
into 2026, 2027. That's when
So
things would
the
start to get sour.
beneficial part will just still be what's working through the system. We'll hopefully, if we're returning to normal, we're going to be back to a circumstance in which all the lessons accumulated wisdom about monetary policy will once again apply. My only thing, and actually it's the perfect ending because it brings us back to the title slide, is about this, the unusual. 2023 was extremely unusual because I won't say very unique because that's wrong, logically wrong. There's only unique or not unique, but there's unusual and then there's unusual, and this was one of the extreme unusuals because of those supply shocks. But I still think there's a decent chance that we get a little more positive coming from that.
Finally, a last word. Of course, we had a huge fiscal stimulus still going on. I mean, still spend we have a deficit of 6-7%. I'm not sure whether you want to comment on fiscal side, but the monetary side is a little bit thick, but fiscal side is very expansionary.
Yeah, I think you are quite sure whether I want to comment on the fiscal side. Look, and then I'm a Fed man now. I don't comment on the fiscal side. Okay, I do think that the team supply shock.
So right now, I'm trying to make up my mind, and I think I've got it made. Do I want to go with a daily? Do I want to go with a weekly?
Soul searching to figure out how did team transitory get it wrong that it didn't seem transitory.
I kind of want to give myself until tomorrow, guys.
Than we thought, and that was the camp I was in. And my conclusion in looking through that was a lot of this inflation persistence as things worked through the supply chain, that the impact of supply shocks lasted longer and kept lasting more than I anticipated.
Resistance, bang, another resistance.
The one caution that I would give to team over stimulus,
what are they wanting for tomorrow?
Is
54?
They in their joy, in their kind of bragging rights, they never did the soul searching to go back and
give me one second because I want to look to see what I want to get.
There is a puzzle that if you're on team stimulus, you gotta take a position on, which is
Tesla still.
Given the stimulus, everything is delta
50,
from
almost
last
200%,
so
175%.
If you think what predominantly drove the inflation was the CARES Act and the rescue plan, et cetera, then you got to explain why it was like, okay, we had plus 2 trillion, but that becomes minus 2 trillion. And the inflation didn't play out like that. And one argument of explanation is, well, it went into the balance sheet. And so it's kind of smoothed over. It's not going to be that bang, bang.
Great job.
But that raises a
Great
second
job.
puzzle.
I'm trying to
which is,
decide what it is that I
if
want to do
people
here.
actually saved most of the money and they're drawing down on the savings, then the initial stimulus really shouldn't
still
have
trying to
been
figure
big
out
enough
what I
to
wanna
lead to
do.
9% inflation. You know, that
Tesla was
I
a
kinda
killer
think
trade today,
at the
though,
end of the
guys.
day,
Look, it's
inflation
almost
starts soaring
officially
when the
at
unemployment rate is
200%.
above 6%.
If that's too
And
loud, I do
on
apologize.
its face, that's kind of evidence that something weird was happening on the supply side too. As regards Fed policy, we don't get into, as I say, it's the Chicago motto is there is no bad weather, there is only bad clothing, and we would just take, you tell us the conditions and we respond to the conditions. And fiscal policy and its impact, that's just one of the underlying conditions in the economy. And we're gonna get inflation back to target. We've committed to do that. I think the level of restrictiveness, if you stay at a quite restrictive level, you will eventually start having to think about the employment side of the mandate too. We haven't really had to think about that lately because we've been doing great on that side, and where we've been lagging and failing has been on the inflation side.
Okay, thanks a lot, Austin. And we
Marcus,
hope that what we have learned from this unusual time, we can make it usual. And what we don't want from the unusual time, we can,
Nicely
avoid.
said. I like that. Can I take that?
Yes.
I'm gonna use that.
Yes.
Marcus, it's a real thrill. Thank you for
It was a
having me
pleasure.
on.
Thanks a lot for doing it. And
Okay, I guess they ended it pretty quick. Okay. All right, let's see what happens here at lunchtime. I want to make up my mind and like see what I can find.
Work goes smoothly when you
shit.
know the right steps. With Asana, you can coordinate tasks across.
They're gonna get me in trouble. Yeah, great job. You made some money on Good on X. Sweet, good stuff. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Man, like Tesla's so close to going 200%. That was a monster trade. That was a monster trade, man. I had a feeling that that's where we should have been at, and that's where we were at. Not wasn't nobody talking about Amazon, Tesla. Not one person brought up Tesla. All right, Google pulled back, and I wrote down Google 137 hold long to 140 then short. That literally just happened. If I show you my composition book right now, I literally wrote 137 hold long to 140 then get short. It literally went right to 140. 139.96. But that's that. So that's that. That's Google. CRM, we said 302 short, but that's a long. 302 short, 294. That wouldn't have worked out. It would have worked out. Where'd it go to? It pulled back right off the bell, and that's what we said, 294. Damn. Everything we gave out this morning. All right, so what's happening now? I'm trying to figure out. I feel like the markets are in a place that like they don't know what they want to do. I feel like it's like, did we just try to break out, and then like, are we holding like? This morning, you get that big rally, right? We get this big rally, and then we give it back. But we pull back to just test a level. Like, now, are we going to start climbing, or are we just like, okay, no, we're done. This is resistance now. Like, are we going to start acting as resistance? We need VWAP to pull back to this area here. I'd feel a lot better if VWAP was down by like 507. So I don't really know what to do right now, other than wait and see if the SPY is going to hold or reject VWAP again. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's really tough. I don't know. We rallied, bounced.
potentially worrisome, and it's potentially more sticky.
We're just hanging out. I wonder what we have next week. Do we have any data set for next week? Because this is weird. That we're like, what's going on here? Because the rejection level is at VWAP, and we just went to 507, which is also another level of rejection. So it's like, we get that rejection here, or do we get it up here? And or do we get a failed breakout where we start climbing higher? It's tricky. I don't know what the markets want to do just yet, and that's been a first in a while. That I haven't had some type of like idea what they're doing. Look at that pretty solid clear rejection of 604 or 64,000 on Bitcoin. That is a nice rejection there. A really nice rejection. A nice rejection. Let's see here. Can I pull it up? Bang. Look at that. Right at that level there. Look at that. Boom. Is this our pullback? It's hard. It's hard to say whether it is or if it isn't because of the fact that what is it? ARC B? ARC B is one of the names. Let's see here. 112. BTC. Wait, what's going on here? Community Bank. Community Bankers Trust. Clear shares. Wait, what year is this? 21. BTC. What is? I thought BTC was. Crypto ETFs. Let's look at that.
All this Microsoft stuff we paid for in the first half of the year. So, you know, and of course, Salesforce should be a leader in that story.
Okay, so perfect segue. We have an alert to bring you. One of our committee members has just bought Salesforce as a new position. It's Bill Baruch. Why'd you start a new position in Salesforce? And I'm assuming you did it after the earnings release. Is that right?
That is correct. I actually initiated today.
He just bought the buy. He just bought the top. He just bought the top. Let's turn this on. Let's do some scanning. I want to scan the markets real quick. I want to do a
and
couple
companies
things.
saying we got the benefit of having implemented all this Microsoft stuff we paid for in the first half of the year.
Yeah.
So, you know, and of course, Salesforce should be a leader in that story.
Okay, so it's perfect segue. We have an alert to bring you. One of our committee members has just bought Salesforce as a new position. It's Bill Baruch. Why'd you start a new position in Salesforce? And I'm assuming you did it after the earnings release. Is that right?
That is correct. I actually initiated today, this morning. I'm really impressed with how the stock has performed. I'm really impressed with the AI adoption and revolution here. But what really got me excited, you know, was Benioff's excitement. I saw him with Kramer. I saw him after the bell yesterday, after the earnings report, and he was extremely excited about things. I have trimmed Adobe in recent weeks from a software perspective. But what I'm looking for is to gain more software exposure, and I think Salesforce is trending higher right now. And believe me, if this gets out above its previous high, it could really start to run from a price perspective.
You also bought more NVIDIA, and you bought more AMD and Western Digital, too. Talk to me about those. AMD hitting a new all-time high today.
Yes, and NVIDIA and AMD together. I've been on the show talking about trimming those names and really just managing the position. What I'm doing here is have stepped away from that position, you know, and was held at a market weight. Now I'm reestablishing an overweight position here. Let it settle in after earnings. And this is very, very tactical. I want to see this hold a very constructive sort of bull flag-like pattern. If we start surrendering the middle February highs, then I would look to manage this position and start reducing back to where I was coming into today. But there's nothing I can say about NVIDIA that we don't already know. I just think the AI story, we're still very early in. And the NVIDIA earnings report overall, it's setting the path here to $1,000. I think AMD will play a catch-up trade and potentially has been consolidating very nice.
I don't want to see that
they're both
shit.
on their way to
I
really
don't
moving
care.
well. When you look at Western Digital,
Not interested.
you look at the news yesterday. Micron is a top position.
Okay,
of ours.
Mara,
And you
sold
look at
this
the
morning.
partnership
Have to
between
see
Micron
what I
and
priced
NVIDIA.
on.
You know, NVIDIA,
Long
and
IBIT.
AMD, and Intel, they're all clients of
Bito.
Western
Bito
Digital.
was the
Yes,
other one.
only about 3% of the
BITO.
revenue, but I think that can continue to grow. And in this environment of steady growth, where the inflation is not taking higher and rates are coming down, it's really great for a cyclical semiconductor name like Western Digital.
Yeah, I appreciate it very much. Bill Baruch, thank you so much for sharing this trade
Right,
with
we
our
got
viewers.
a lot of.
We'll talk to you soon.
We have a lot of
few
volume coming
trades.
in here.
These stocks, as
If
you know, guys, have so
Robinhood
much to live
and
up to.
Coinbase are
A
going to
lot of the
go
software,
down,
certainly the semi names,
or are following
goodness, since
Bitcoin,
November
then I
1st,
want to
you know,
look to see
ARM's
if we
up
can get
almost
some of those names to
180%.
pull back. I'm
AMD
thinking about
up
getting short
87,
some of these
Salesforce,
ETF crypto
you know, up
names.
about
I'm
50
really thinking about
or
it.
so. Snowflake was up 40-something heading into that print last night, and that's our chart of the day for what you may you know, understand to be obvious reasons. As you take a look at the stock here, it's down about 20%. Stephanie Lane owns this stock. She's been buying it lately. She joins us now because it's the worst day ever. At least it's on track for that, Steph. I think you're a little nervous going in and maybe a little upset coming out.
I am a little upset, but you know, look, I think the stock, as to your point, it has rallied a lot. I only bought a small position. I know it's a volatile stock, and so I was looking to buy on weakness. This today is definitely weak, and I will be adding to it when I can.
What'd I
No
tell you?
question
And
about
nobody's
it. The
talking
guidance
about it.
disappointing. The CEO leaving, although he will be the chairman.
Look,
The company's in the penalty box at this point
what
in
broke
time.
out
I
today.
get it. Maybe for the next couple of quarters. But long term, the big picture has not
nobody's talking
changed.
about
The total
it.
addressable
And she
market
creeping.
for them is $248 billion. They have new products. You
I
need
know
data
Stephanie Link's
to
buying
support AI
Snowflake.
and to make AI better, and they have it. And they have, again, a whole slew of new products coming. Their bookings in the quarter is the reason why I have conviction in the long term, because bookings actually grew 33%, up from 25% sequentially. And they just signed the largest deal in the company's history, a $250 million deal for 5 years. So I'm not happy, obviously, but I am going to add because I do think the long term still makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think, you know, Brad Gerstner of Altimeter has been tweeting a lot about it this morning. I think it's fair to say he's a little frustrated by the quarter. Obviously is still a long-term believer in the story, acknowledges the good and the bad. He would agree with you, obviously, with the as he characterizes it, massive Q4 bookings,
That
best
guy,
in
that's who he's
class free
talking
cash
about.
flow margins he cites. They do have the new CEO, Sridhar Ramaswamy, who, by the way,
we visited with, may have been his first time on CNBC several months ago in our AI
You guys can
special
see
out in San
here,
Francisco.
Snowflake,
so
good slash bad, big
chairman
Q4
there.
beat,
He does
massive
take
Q4
issue, does
booking
Gerster with
strong.
their comms
For
department,
demand,
maybe not,
no AI without data.
articulating the story in the
Best
best
in
way.
class
That's my
FCF
interpretation
margin.
of it. Certainly not his, but he thinks it's too conservative, maybe very conservative,
Yeah,
but
it is.
time will tell.
It is conservative, Scott, but I think a new CEO should be conservative. So we were expecting 30% product revenue growth. We got 22 for the full year. That's, I think, very conservative considering what they have been putting up as of late. But I do think you have a new CEO who's trying to get at the lay of the land. They actually had 2 disappointing quarters last year, and they are trying to avoid that. Consistency matters. And so, okay, let's just slash the numbers and let's see what happens. And again, having these new deals, having these new products, I think makes a lot of sense and gives them momentum for the long term. And yeah, free cash flow margins are actually going to be for 2025, for fiscal 25 rather. I think they're actually going to be a little bit better than expected. The guidance actually is a little bit better than expected. And so they have to spend a lot this year. We have to wait and see on the demand side, but I really do think this is a great player in the long term.
Steph, thanks for making time for us today. Really important to hear from
Sure.
you on the other side of these earnings. That's Stephanie Link. You got a take on Snow?
Yes, I got to get a haircut
My
and
take
shave. I
is,
know. I can't stop
really
touching
think
my
this
face
is
and
an
stuff.
overdone sell-off, but
I know.
I'm not racing in here to do anything because I already own a bunch of these types of stocks, and I shouldn't really mix them all together, but I do feel to some extent you should only really have a few.
So
I'm
this
not getting
morning
with
I said that I thought
to buy into
Snowflake might get
right?
stuck, and that looks
But
like exactly what
the
it's
guidance off by
doing.
$15 million, and
It looks like
the
exactly
CEO
what
stepping
it's
back
doing
to be
here.
chairman.
It's
and
just
this is how
stuck
many
between
billions
the
of dollars
damn
they wipe out
100,
of the
200-day
out of the
moving
market
average.
cap. It does seem like a
Unless
lot. That
the
being
markets
said,
can break out.
you live by the sword, you die by the sword. These are the
Unless
types
the
of stocks
markets
that
can
do
start
this.
to break out,
One
then
day
I would
you feel like
expect
you're the
this to
king of the world,
continue
the
to
next day,
stay
they rip your
up and
heart out.
under
And it's just that it's the game.
100-day and 200-day and kind of just sit there. Maybe get
that
a little
some of these
grind
other
higher.
Cub Scout,
You know,
listen,
but you can see that every time it tries to go higher, it
it
ends up getting
doesn't
taken
come
back.
for free. It comes
So,
with higher beta, added volatility.
you know, we'll just be
kinda toughen
patient
up a
with it.
little
I
bit,
mean,
but it's gonna be there.
this is the time, you know, when some of these good companies are met with
and they're crushing it in February. So
stuff
should
like
you double
this,
down
right?
on these
CEO
trades, we will
leaving,
refresh
great
your
quarter.
memories on what they are, and then
Now
have
the
that debate
market's
next.
going to want the new CEO to prove himself.
Are you following the
if he
Halftime
already
Report
hasn't.
podcast?
So, but you got to take the time to get these dip buys. You know, I would have bought a piece today. I still might. I want to see where the market finishes at. I'm just being it's not that I'm being patient, but I'm like, I still want to try and get this thing a little bit lower. Like, it doesn't make sense to buy like one share. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense to like, I mean, it does. Don't get me wrong, it does. But I'm saying like, I would like to try and get a little bit of a lower price. I would. And that's why I think some of these other people like Stephanie Link and others, they need to let this thing pull back and see if we can't grind again. You know, I know Snowflake's had a hard time, but you know, Snowflake's been just underwater for a while. You did have enough time to like build a nice position the past few years on Snowflake, and just buy, you know, continue to, you know, that's the thing too, is like you want to be able to like build positions, right? You want to be able to build positions on something so you can have some nice generational wealth. So I want to wait. I just want to wait a little bit. I want to see if we can pull back to like 170. And I do also want to I want to look for some ideas here going into the end of the day. Let's bring up the SPY. It's lunchtime, so it's going to be a little slow. But, you know, look, massive support down here. We got some really nice support. We go to the daily chart. Let's go to the weekly chart. Let's go to the weekly chart. What's that weekly chart look like? Weekly chart is still red. Can we go green? Can we get another weekly green candle? Wow, that's funny. That's actually pretty funny. We are so overbought. This would probably start to be the last week that we look at the SPY to stop making new highs. Like, seriously. My target was 530. Just like, look at the run. Look at the run. Like, this type of price action is just unbelievable. If you could just get a pullback to like 490. Like, guarantee it, pull it back to 490, 500, they buying. 497, they buying. 499, 498, they're buying. So, yeah.
I didn't personally take this trade because I have no guts, but if you did, congratulations.
Carrie Carmax was your pick. It's up 10% this month. What about it now?
Yeah, so way back in January of 2024, when I said that this was a good contrarian pick, it was because we thought that.
Dude, we have look at that gap. Boom. I think I gotta get short. I think I'm gonna go for it. I think I'm going for it. We're getting ready to have a monthly candle close too, by the way. So today could be pretty nuts. Alright? Today could still be pretty nuts. That's your February candle. I don't know. I guess it's going to end today. Today's the last day of the month. Yo, give me the pullback, bro. Give me this pullback that I'm looking for. I'm going to try and put it on right now. I'm going to try and put it on right now, guys. I'm going to try and get short the SPY. Oh, shit. No, it's already curling down. Alright, alright, guys. I'm looking for that little bit of a bounce. And I'm going to go with today. I'm going to go with today's 505. Just watch out because the delta is huge, okay? You could lose a lot of money here. Alright, so your entry's got to be perfect. It's way out of the money. So you have to be perfect. And if this thing bounces, you're going to get screwed. So do not size up on this thing. All right? I can tell you right now that this is going to, like, it's risky. All right? I can just tell you that right now. This option, 505, is risky. Risky. Like, I'm telling you. One little pop to the upside, you're done. You're done. You're done. So go with like a 507, 506. See what I mean? That pop. And no, we're not doing that yet. Hold on. Hold on.
The decision is a victory for the Justice Department. Meanwhile, Texas officials are expected to appeal. And one of soccer's top midfielders, Paul Pogba, has been banned from playing for 4 years after testing positive for testosterone during an exam over the summer, according to Italy's anti-doping court. The Juventus star.
I just don't know if we're going to get it. I don't know if we're going to get it. See what I mean by how low the volume is? So that's why I don't think that this is going to work. I gotta make some shit happen. gotta start making some phone calls.
Through my contributions and paving the way for our community.
If I enter this, which I doubt I will, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. That's what I'm watching. That yellow line on a 15-minute chart. That right there. Look. It's gonna bounce. Calls. Look, they're getting out. They're running. They're all scurrying. Oh my gosh. It's like a lawnmower running over an anthill. Oh my god. They're all running. If you think... I think the volume is too low, and I think you're going to consolidate. It needed to reject there, and it didn't. So, you probably just sit still for a little bit during lunchtime. Chances are you don't get like a big lunchtime type of move because everybody wants to eat lunch. And, yeah. Maybe you look at small caps. But if you're not already in it, like, look. See how that volume is just... leaving? Like, look how low it is. So here you go. See if you can start to bounce, or if the volume can start to pick itself up.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products. It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for. Go to eucora.com to learn more.
All right. I got to reel it in a little bit. I got to get back on track here and figure out what it is I'm doing. So just give me just a couple minutes, okay? If you guys have any questions, any stocks you guys want to look at or cover or go over, any lessons you guys want to go over, please let me know in the chat right now. If you want to just communicate, say hello. If it's your first time here, if you're new, welcome. Let us know by saying hi. If we could we get a couple likes? We're trying to get to 10. We're trying to get to 10 likes. That'd be awesome. Appreciate you guys a lot. How many calls you got? A lot. How many votes you got? A lot. I'm telling you guys, 21. Underrated. Last of a dying breed. 21. That new album he dropped, I'm telling you guys, it's really showcases what I didn't know he had, and that is talent. Like, I always liked 21, but I didn't know he was that good. All right, so there you go. 15-minute trade line. Let's see if the volume can come in here. It's lunchtime. I would expect it to, it could. It could. But we'll see.
Where we saw opportunity coming into this year, we've talked broadly about laggards, and if we look at the sector level, healthcare is one of those. Of course, this is my healthcare. Healthcare is my sector pick last year, so perhaps this is a little bit of a 2-year story for me. But if you think about healthcare in general, there's sort of 3 main components that you want to think about. Number 1, you want to think about healthcare services. Healthcare services generally.
CNBC.
Welcome back, healthcare. Off to a solid start this year after a dismal 2020.
She's gonna start
Now,
laughing,
one
my
committee member
girl.
seeing
She's
even
so
more
funny.
upside ahead. So Shannon, it's you.
She's so funny.
You're looking to add money here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're
She said,
looking at where we
drugs
saw
don't
opportunity
do.
coming into this year,
Watch,
we've
she
talked
starts.
broadly
She
about
always
laggards, and if we
laughs
look at the sector
and
level,
geeks.
healthcare is one of those. Of course, this is my healthcare. Healthcare was my sector pick last year, so perhaps this is a little bit of a 2-year story for me. But if you think about healthcare in general, there's sort of 3 main components that you want to think about. Number 1, you want to think about healthcare services. Healthcare services generally do well during an election year, particularly as we're looking at potential Medicare Advantage enhanced reimbursements.
Should be coming up.
Therapeutics, drugs don't do
typically as well during the election year, which is given this cycle
Drugs don't
and the
do.
fact that we've got a
And
big
she
boost
can't
in
help because she's
GLP-1,
thinking about it.
also
Look.
seeing a lot of traction in
She'll
places
start
like
cracking a smile.
oncology and
She always
Alzheimer's. There's a
does.
lot of great new franchises coming out that can boost this. And then on the
See?
medical
You can
equipment side,
see.
if you look at procedure volume, which is something that a lot of the
She's funny.
the managed care organizations have been concerned about
I
because
like-
their
I
medical
like
loss
the
ratios are
panelists
coming
that
up.
they have up there
So
today.
there's multiple pockets of opportunity in healthcare, and so I think if you're looking at, hey, I want to go into some things that have lagged, but I also want to have some diversification, there's a lot of places to operate within this sector right now.
I'm going to defer to the expert, Karen Firestone, formerly the manager of the Fidelity Healthcare and Biotech Fund, correct?
Right, for years.
For
yes,
years.
Yeah.
So,
Hope
what do
so.
you think? What do you
So
think?
it was. So I love that, and healthcare was my sector pick for this year. And some of what you said, I would totally agree. Some of the market, not all drugs, outperformed during election years. But more importantly, this is a group that has underperformed. I mean, badly underperformed.
For a long
and
time.
many of the big names are selling in the single digits or 10 times earnings, 11 times earnings. Those stocks have started to move. Merck, you mentioned earlier, is one of them. I mean, Bristol Myers, if you're a dividend player, good dividend. I know that it's not going to really move on the earnings for a couple of years, but it's selling at 7 or 8 times earnings. And a company that's in, not United Healthcare, but many of the pick and shovel kind of companies like Thermo Fisher starting to move. They had great COVIDs, and then they lost 50% of their market value in the last 18 months. So I think it makes sense. And if we're talking about broadening, it's a way for people to take some money and put it elsewhere and still have earnings behind it.
What do you make of what's been going on with biotech,
Yeah.
which has been an unbelievable breakout? How do you assess that?
Yeah.
And do you like some of those
Watch.
stocks? I mean, again, I want you to put your
I know this is
fund manager
crazy,
hat
and
back
listen,
on.
I
So there's
agree.
two
Like, you
pieces,
shouldn't
and
watch
they're
bond
competing.
auctions all the
One
time.
is the
You know, it's
speculative
fine to
nature
know where
of
they're
biotech.
at.
So when we see
but-
Bitcoin, doubling, you say, wow,
Was
what's
it the
next?
30-year
Biotech,
that
because
was
that's on
causing
the
some
risk-on
volatility?
spectrum, and you want
I
to
think we have
avoid
that at 1.
just
And if
throwing
we
money
look
it
at,
because it's high risk. On the other
oh
hand,
no,
the
that's
companies that are selling for cash, and there are many. Those companies have some potential. Look at a stock like
285,
Moderna.
4
It's
week, 8
down
week,
from
2,
500 to 100 more or less.
172,
Is there anything there worth buying? Very well can be a lot worth buying. So we are looking at a number of names in healthcare and biotech, and we think that we'll find things, and other people should do the same.
Well,
but it
I was
requires
gonna
research.
say-
Like maybe this is the moment, finally, after a
So
few
that's
years
already
of being
out.
disappointed.
I really believe that could be true.
Okay.
I can't believe it's
up
already
next, we do
won.
have big news from Oprah Winfrey.
Fed
That's one stock
Mester.
plunging today. We'll trade it, but first, Mike Santoli joins us
Let's
with
see
his
if we
midday
can
word.
find Fedmaster. But I'm not really worried about the Fed. We know what's going on with them. All right, we know what's going on. So what's the difference between short and long? I've been selling around 90 profit and then buy more as a dip. Is that correct? Depending on what you mean by like short and long. Like if you're short a stock, you expect it to go down. So that means, like, if I wanted to short the SPY, okay, you could buy puts, or you could short the stock, right? Which is, if I pay, let's say I pay 50 cents, okay, to short these shares. Like, if I paid 50 cents, like, I don't want to make it confusing, but it's pretty much to capitalize on the downside. Right? So, I usually, like, sometimes you'll pay a premium, sometimes they're free, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're too expensive and it doesn't make sense. So, I would say, I want to short 1,000 shares, okay, of the SPY, and I got to pay 50 cents or 25 cents a share. So, what would happen is my broker would give me pretty much the difference on like at 506.98, like right now. If I was short 1,000 shares, right? So 98, so right now I would be down. I would be red. 507.4 on 1,000 shares. What is that? 7 whatever 1,000 would be. Is that $700? No, it's a penny. So that would be 7. So shorting means that you think you're going to profit from the stock going down. Okay, and you'll pay a premium. You might get it for free. But anyway, shorting means that it goes down. So if it goes down, I make money. If it goes up, I lose money, obviously. Or you buy puts, right? Which is capitalizing on the downside, right? And then long is like, buying calls, which is profiting from the upside. Or buying the stock outright. Like I'm going to go long the SPY down here at 575, right? If I say I'm going to go long at 575, then that means I'm buying calls down there, or I have orders down here at $5.75 or $505.75 that if the stock gets there, I buy it. And that means, I'm looking for the stock to go higher. Now, you'll notice when I get into like calls or puts, I'll actually have orders set out on them, and that's a little bit more advanced. And again, listen, I am still working out the kinks for this book that I'm trying to write. I'm getting it
Senior
wrote.
Markets commentator Mike Santoli is
So
here with his
I'm
midday
hoping
word, post 9.
that the
No big
actual,
surprises from
like
PCE.
everything that I want to
headline.
put in this thing to give to people to be able to learn how to do this. Okay, proceeds are going to go right to the channel and to the channel only, because again, I don't like this industry. There's a reason why people do not give people, like if you were to go sign up for courses and this and that, first off, you got to make sure that they know what they're doing. All right. So we need, you guys want proof that I know what it is that I'm doing. So I come on here every single day, right? And I trade with you guys. I'm not here to beat a bunch of people for money, but I would like to have a book of my own that people could get to have. What, like for instance, what do I do to say that I want to go long or short? Well, you have to know how to read a chart, and it's not just like break and retest. Like, you can go with the trend, sure. But how do you know that trend doesn't start and you're like, okay, I see a downtrend, and you go to short it, right? Which means you want to profit from the stock going down. And then it turns around, but you didn't know how to read a chart or the indicators to kind of say, hey, where everything was telling you that it was about to turn, but you didn't see that. You know what I mean? It just, me saying like right now, 507, there's people out there, some people that will say, okay, this was support, now it's resistance, I'm going to go short. Okay. What happens if this happens? Right? What if that happens? And then we start going higher. You should be able to know that might happen. You should be able to read everything that I have on my chart so that you know, not just I'm going to stop if it goes above. You should have an idea ahead of time what the SPY is going to do right now. You should. All right. And what I think it is this. I think you might get something like this. Well, let me get rid of this. I think it's going here. I think it's going here to VWAP again. I think it's going up to this area, and then it's going to pull back, and then it's going to put in a higher low, and then we probably get another break. And I think we get down here to 506. That's what I think. All right. It's just like being able to like learn how to read everything. So I think we could kind of stay here and trade sideways a little bit, but I don't know. It's just, it's a lot. It's a lot, right? And I just, again, I repeat, and I will continue to repeat it till I'm blue in the face. What the traditional person has done, is people just seem to follow it, and that's fine. But, when it comes to like people that are new to the markets, and then they find out how dirty and corrupt the market, like people that are in the industry are, right? That they say they aren't the industry, but they are the industry, right? They are the industry. Their job is to upsell, upsell, upsell. And then you get there and you're like, man, I thought this was supposed to be fun. It's not as fun, right? Oh, they didn't talk about all the losers that they had? Yeah, right? Because they're there to sell you a dream. I just want people to be able to have a physical form, and they're going to, and I'm making it. But there's a reason why they charge. Like some people will charge how to run a Fibonacci, how to manage risk, how to go long and short, technical analysis, risk management, and they'll sell them all separately. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot that I could go into, and it's like, there's a reason why I have a feeling that the SPY is going, just like I said. How did I know? I didn't know, but I had a 80% probability that we were going right here. That this is the area we were aiming for. There's just a reason why I know that. All right? So, I don't know. Maybe I went off. Maybe I went a little off the rails there, or like went a little like off the subject. I'm sorry. What I was getting at is like how to explain and like how to be short, like trying to educate how to be short and long and stuff like that. But that's the simplest way to explain it, is if you're short, you're benefiting, you're making money from the stock going down. If you're long, you're benefiting from it going up. And stocks do go sideways. You can make money off stocks going sideways too. So it's funny, right? What's going on right now? We're bouncing. Do you know how many people probably went short here, only for it to potentially come back down? But it's going to test this area up here first. How did I know that? How did I know? Oh, it's because I know how to read a chart. So right now I'm trying to figure out what it is that I want to do. We can go through some charts. I'm going to put CNBC back on. I'm going to try and go find, I'm going to go make a couple phone calls. I'm not leaving or going anywhere. I just, I want to try and do a couple things. So, if you guys have any questions, again, feel free to ask. If there's anybody that's new here, welcome. I've been trading for over 10 years now. And all that fun stuff, that's no problem. So, yeah. I'm going to turn CNBC on. If you guys have anything, just let me know. I'll be here. And in just a couple minutes, we'll go over charts, right? And we'll come up with a game plan. How do we want to trade this afternoon going into tomorrow? All right. Or at least what do I think? How do I want to play it? Where do I want to be? And what do I think that those sectors are going to do? Because that's another important thing that, you guys should learn is where do you want to be? You got to be versatile, right? You got to be able, you want to learn how to trade small caps, large caps, mid caps,
it's an
options.
Outlier because it's so connected to
as the market changes, you want to be adaptable.
Interest rates, and everything that's been very interest rate sensitive has suffered, even if it's in technology. So yes, we wouldn't have owned it all this time if we thought it was going to underperform by definition. We think now it's going to start to outperform it. And as they talk about the future and we get into the second half of this year, into 2025, we're going to see mid-teen earnings growth. That's what we expect. That's why we own the stock. And, it's our belief that they're going to communicate that today.
Well, maybe it's one of the rare tech-related stocks that's going to deliver results with a bar that's not to the moon. Right?
I think that's right.
That may
expectations
augur
well
for this.
Or poorly.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see.
The auguring will commence.
Yes.
From your lips.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to highlight two big winners and two big losers in today's session when we come back, and we're going to trade them as well.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
My chest is killing me. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it here, but I think the pullback, guys, if we can get a pullback here, I want to see if we get this pullback here and take the long and say, bang, let's get it up to like 508, 507.50, somewhere up here, like right about where we opened. And that's going to be what a day, right? What a day. We do get above 507, but we spend the first 4 hours of the day and we haven't gone nowhere. We open up at 508 and hey, we're still back at 508. So what's the market waiting for? There's got to be something coming. That's why I kind of got a little weird about not weird, but like I was kind of like cautious about what I thought this market might do. Right? Like I desperately don't want to, but like I could see myself like, hey man, like this could be a good short here, but I don't think it is. Right? Shorting VWAP all week made you money, but I don't know if this one will. This one here in particular, the one where we're at right now, which is this pink line. I don't think it's smart. It might be. I don't know. I think that you get that pullback off of it, people start to try and go short, and then it just rips higher. I think we go higher, and I think this is where we're going. I think we're going up to 508. I think we are. I think it's safe to say we're going to go test that 508 level. And then maybe up there is where we could take a short.
The spicy menu options in September, October. I remember talking about it on the show. I said, this is it. So they're doing Korean barbecue burger, Korean barbecue fries. They're doing umami stuff. They're doing, they have like the Korean fried chicken sandwich.
Let's talk some winners and losers. Shake Shack, 52-week high. It's up 73% in the past 3 months alone. The question to you is why?
It's the perfect combination of execution, growth, and deliciousness. When they launched the spicy menu options in September, October, I remember talking about it on the show. I said, this is it. So they're doing Korean barbecue burger, Korean barbecue fries. They're doing umami stuff. They're doing they have like the Korean fried chicken sandwich. These things were a smash hit, and they're not competing with anybody. No one else is doing that. So it's a premium price for these items. They make money on them. It's a premium experience.
Dude, what is going on with this thing?
Better than all their competitors. That's why this is
talk about an offering
to a $4 billion market cap, in my view, on its way to 5. Profitability is there. Innovation is there. It's everything that you want in a story like this, and I still think it's first or second inning. It's not 5,000 stores. Like, it's a very small situation getting bigger and better all the time.
We should highlight Okta as well. That's on our list because it's up a lot after its earnings report. You see it there, just shy of 20%. I know you have CrowdStrike, but it's a 52-week high for Okta. On the loser side, Bath & Body Works is down after its own earnings. And then Weight Watchers, Oprah leaving the board. That's an interesting story, obviously. GLP-1s have had an impact on that company, too. The stock's down a lot, just given the presence alone of Oprah Winfrey. So we'll take a look at that stock, which is down quite substantially today, too. If we can get it.
Come on.
There we go. See? Told you. It's down 23%. By the way, be sure to watch CNBC's newest documentary, Big Shot, The Ozempic Revolution. Melissa Lee taking
and remember, too, you guys can always go to
FinViz
if you want,
you can
and,
tonight,
go look at the heat map and see what names and what sectors are moving. Like, you could see we were all green except for healthcare. Like, and now we're shifting. Like, semiconductors are still holding up. AMD's still up 7%. But like banks and a lot of these other names like industrials, energy, we're not holding up like we thought we would. Airbnb's about to go break even. So I'm wondering if I should... I think I need to give it a little bit. because we're going to find out. I feel like we're going to find out soon. Like, if this is just that pullback, it finds some support, and we could try and take the long higher. I don't know, though. So that's why I'm also kind of like wondering, what do we have, next week for data? Because we're giving back all of this move to the upside. You know, initial jobless claims weren't that great, and neither was PCE. It was good in the sense that there was a nice increase from 210 or 202 to 215. Like, that's still telling us, okay, we're slowly making our way to what the Fed wants, and that's to slow, kind of like slow down this, cool down the labor market. It's just too hot. At least that's what they think. So if they can cool the labor market, they can cool demand. They cool demand, they can cool inflation. That's literally what they're trying to do. That's their opinion, not mine. Core PCE, again, was 0.4, right in line. Previously 0.1, and that's month over month. So that rose a little bit. Personal income, 1%. So that was an increase from last month, but it was lower than expectations. Personal spending was in line, but down from last month, which is to be expected, right? Wait, okay, so that's personal spending for January. Obviously, December, spending's going to be up. Again, this was jobless claims 215. Previously was 202,000 last week. PCE month over month 0.3, came in right in line. Let's actually look. So they did rise a little bit, but the trajectory still stands that, like, okay, maybe this is a lower high. And next month it comes in good.
All right, we'll have the final. This is the final trading day, obviously, of the month of February. So
year over year, still coming down.
That new closing all-time high for a Nasdaq.
So
16,057. That's a key number to watch.
Let's see here.
Gabriela Santos, Lauren Goodwin,
Friday.
Joe Terranova, and then the Dean of Valuation, Aswat Demoter, is going to join me. Look forward to having y'all.
Because it's important to see what we have next week, because that's going to tell us, at least tell me, how I should trade. Like, because if there's something important next week, then the markets are probably going to trade sideways a little bit and stay in this range.
All righty.
Okay, that's Monday. We didn't have anything.
Internet of Things, IoT.
ISM services.
All right, I will see you in just a couple hours.
ISM service, business activity, S&P Global Composite, GDP growth. Australia.
Thanks very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange.
Wednesday,
I'm Dominic Chu in for Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead on the show.
ADP employment
Today's
change.
key inflation
Like, we
data
seriously
still ahead
still
of the Fed's 2% target, but that's not stopping our next market
Those
guest
job
from playing
openings.
offense. But he's
What is
doing
that,
it in a more
Wednesday?
non-traditional way. He's here to tell us how to do it. Plus, from the housing shortage to onshoring to America's aging demographic, there's a REIT trade to take advantage of all that. We have the names and the one trend our next guest says is especially
it looks like
in
we
that
don't really
sector.
have anything
and
major.
in it for the long
Because
game.
we just had
Titleist
CPI,
parent company Acushnet missing on
PPI,
revenues,
kind of, but we had
sales
just
down
had
year over year.
PCE
That CEO joins
today.
us live in a CNBC
This
debut
sucks.
to talk about golf.
We had
demand,
PCE
Live
today,
versus
and I'm
PGA
already
Tour.
looking at next week's data point. It's actually kind of funny. Like, because this is the data set that the Fed looks at, and here we are already looking to say, okay, what's going on here, fam? What's going on, fam? Because you didn't do much for me. There we go. Look. What did we do? Oh, snap. Got the little pullback. With the little pullback. All right, see what happens. See what's happening. You're struggling, bro. Is that a failed breakout? And then another pullback into 507? Is this a stall here? You pull it back, kind of just hang it out, you know? Kind of just consolidate a little bit. I could see that happening. I could also see it breaking again too. So sorry about that. Come on, bro.
Just how important was this PCE read to the overall picture for the Fed and rates?
All right, let me pull this back on. Give me a couple minutes, guys. Again, if you guys have questions, if you're new, hit that like button. We're trying to get to 10 likes. If you're new, subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Not trying, we're going to. And what that does, is it helps others find us that would like to be here.
We're in line with economist expectations. But personal incomes jumped 1%
I'm just kidding. I'm just having
month.
fun.
That was
But
well
seriously,
above forecast.
appreciate you guys.
So
really
will
do.
this change
I want to end this week off on a great
Joining
note.
me now is Jay Bryson.
We
Chief
took
Economist
Tesla
over at
today,
Wells
by the way.
Fargo. Also, our own
If you're just
CNBC
joining us,
senior
we took
economics
Tesla
reporter Steve Leisman
to
is
the
here as well.
downside.
Gentlemen,
We
thank
got
you
short
both for being
Tesla
here. Steve,
right
as
at the
I
highs
customarily do, I'll
up
start
here,
with you for the bigger picture
and
story
those
here.
contracts
Just
went
how important was
to about
this
200%.
PCE read to the overall
I don't know
picture
what,
for the
that's a
Fed and
spy.
rates?
Well, it's something
So,
that they have already.
it was a really nice
incorporated, something
trade
the
for us.
market's already incorporated. It was a very.
I
very
got out
close,
a
as you
little
said, it was
early.
spot on in terms
I
of
was
the
doing a little
economists
too much
taking
this
the
morning.
CPI, taking the PPI, coming
was
up with a really
scanning
good
around
estimate
too much, and then
on,
as soon as I scanned
PCE,
turned
and
away,
came in as expected,
it broke
which
the
was
level
higher than expected, and
that
it's
I
a
was
reason
looking
why
at that
the
I
Fed
thought it was
is,
having trouble.
is being less aggressive about
Oh,
the idea of
shit.
cutting interest rates. At the same time, it's a number that many
I'll be
people
here.
think
I'll
is
be,
a bit of an anomaly.
I want to make a couple
relative to
phone
the
calls
trend
and do a
of
couple
inflation
things.
coming down. I was,
Again, if you guys have any questions, just
very
ask
glad
away.
to see that
I'll be
Jay
here.
had this call of May
And
rate
here
cuts, which
at
was my
1
call, and I know he thinks there's more risk
1:30-ish, we'll go over charts and we'll figure out a game plan for this afternoon.
Before the May meeting, I don't think it's out of the question. And if you treat this and think about this as more of an anomaly than the trend, then you can think that maybe sometime late spring, early summer, the Fed could be cutting interest rates.
Well, it's a good thing, Steve, that we have the horse's mouth, the primary source here, to kind of talk about that right now. With that in mind, Jay, because Steve pointed out the expectations that you have, it might be good for us for the record to hear just what the expectation is from you for those rate cuts, if and when they happen, and if the data that came out this morning really did anything to change it, even though we know it was bang in line with expectations.
Yeah, so Dom, I guess what I would say is our official forecast, which we did earlier this month, was looking for them to go into May, to go 25 basis points on May 1st. That was before the CPI print came out, which is hotter than expected. And as Steve just pointed out, I mean, we're still sitting at May at this point. I think the risks are skewed towards June. At this point, we're going to have two more PCE prints between now and then, two more employment reports. So we'll see what the data say going forward here. Again, I think the risks are skewed, in that direction. In terms of today, I don't think it really did anything moving that much in terms of today. We knew today was going to be a little bit hot in terms of PCE, and it hasn't really changed our thinking all that much.
There is a consensus, Jay, building around about at least multiple rate cuts throughout the course of this year when they do start, and most people are now tilting towards that kind of May to July timeframe for when they do kind of kick off. How many do you think happen? And in total, I mean, some people are saying 100 to 125 basis points. If that's in 25 basis point increments, quarter point increments, that's 4 to 5. Where do you stand?
Yeah, so, again, if I look at our official forecast, we're at 125. I think the risk is skewed a little bit lower than that, maybe 100. Going 25 basis points at a clip. To go 50, I think you really have to see the economy being in trouble, and that's not what we're seeing at this point. And so we see a modest pace of easing, and largely because as inflation comes down, just to keep the stance of monetary policy the same in terms of the real rate of interest, the Fed needs to be cutting. And so if inflation is slowly receding from now, we think a slow pace of rate cuts going forward is probably the right look.
Steve, it's
This
interesting.
is literally
I've talked
what I
to,
drew
and,
you guys.
You and I both know we all talk to a lot
A
of market
bear
participants
flag
out there, academics,
with a
experts in their
breakdown.
field. One of the interesting conversations I've had a little bit more
And
these days
you rally
is this
back
idea
up to
of if
test
ain't
it, and it's a
broke, why
failed
fix it?
breakdown.
In reference to this idea that
I literally
the jobs
drew
market is
this.
still doing okay, GDP growth is being gradually estimated higher for the current quarter and coming months. Why would you even need to think about this expectation of cutting rates? Is it important for the economy to have rate cuts as part of the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is definitely a gathering idea around that notion that, hey, maybe rates are in the right place. I just think that when you think about a risk management idea, that the idea that maybe the Fed needs to prepare a little bit for what's coming down the pike, that and unless you change your view of what the neutral rate is, it's hard to imagine that the economy needs the same kind of restrictive funds rate at this level of inflation as it did at the prior level of inflation. There's a lot to be said for at least a tweak here, and I like the way Jay put it. I'm actually a little more, I guess, hawkish in the regard. I think there's 3 coming this year with an option on a 4th in December if needed, and I think Jay is spot on that it's going to take a much more weakness to get the Fed to do 50. But I do think that given the lags in monetary policy, there's a reason for the Fed to act somewhat preemptively. I think that Powell has it in his head that once they start, they kind of can't stop.
507.80.
But if you look back, I forget who it was. Maybe it was, I believe it was Jefferson, the vice.
What I would look for, so you guys can see this here. See, now it's going up a little too high. Now something's changed.
This is today.
Because
I don't know
was
if my
see
stuff
if we
was
could
on
stay,
or not. Look,
like right
look.
here.
Look.
You guys probably can't see it, right? But put in a bear flag there. All right. Okay. So we're still doing it. All right. So we could still do it. Okay. We could still do it. So this is what I want to see, right? Dude, I would like to see something like that, and then like a possible breakdown, right? Or a failed breakdown, right? Then it comes back up
With the heater. With the heater.
Then it doesn't, and then it just goes higher, right? It's a failed 15-minute breakdown.
Hot damn. Hot damn, boy.
That's what I would want to look for.
Giving it to you on a silver platter.
What time period if the economy continues to slow at a gradual pace, as Steve points out, maybe you bring it down 75 basis points, you pause, you see how things are going. To get a lot of rate cuts, again, I think the economy has to be in a lot of trouble, and we're just not seeing that right now.
All right, Steve, last word to you here.
So real quick, we're going to have a couple Fed folks on tomorrow. We have a Barkin on from Richmond. We have Goolsby on from Chicago. But maybe more important than all that, if you can believe it, Dom, is on this show at 1 o'clock, 24 hours from now, we're going to have Jeremy Stein on, the former Fed governor and widely regarded professor, who is delivering a speech tomorrow at the Chicago Booth School Monetary Policy Conference about just what we're talking about, the neutral rate. And I don't know, Dom, if you can be more excited than I am, but I think that's going to be a very, very important speech he's delivering and a very, very important conversation we're going to have right here about what is the bottom line the Fed needs to be aiming for. What is that neutral rate?
You, me, and Jay are going to be nerding out 24 hours from now about listening to those comments. All right. Jay, thank you so much for being here. Steve, thank you very much. And we'll look forward to all that Fed speak coming up tomorrow, guys. Thank you very much. All right, well, markets are focused on the timing of those Fed rate cuts, hypothetically. Our next guest says he's watching the 2-year Treasury yield, which is currently sitting at 4.6% in a higher rate environment. He's playing offense with historically defensive areas of the market. So joining me now is John Mowry, the Chief Investment Officer over at NFJ Investments. John, thank you very much for being here. You just heard the rate conversation that we had right now. Things are very much building and coalescing around this consensus for when they start and how deep they go. What exactly does that do for the outlook for the markets overall, specifically in equities?
Well, I think the key message when I look at the most recent data is disinflation is continuing. And this has been going on now for several quarters in a row. So I think the trend is disinflation. And I think that the 2-year bond yield is a very important barometer for where the Fed is going with cuts. In fact, if you go back to 1985 and you look at the spread between the 2-year bond yield, which is obviously set by the market, and the Fed funds rate, which is set by the
always
Fed,
do like to hear what this guy has to say.
That spread is in the 95th percentile. What does that mean? That means that the 2-year bond yield is lower by roughly 100 basis points than the Fed funds. And the reason that's important is because it's telling the Fed they need to cut. And every time you have periods where the 2-year bond yield sits below that Fed funds rate, that is the building pressure for the Fed to cut. So I think when you look at that data historically, you've got evidence that at least 100 basis points needs to come out. And the two-year bond yield is going to fluctuate with obviously the health of the economy and the continued inflation reports that we're seeing that come out. And one more comment I make about inflation. Inflation, obviously has a large portion tied to shelter, roughly 1/3 of the CPI. That basket is weighted toward housing, less toward multifamily,
Don't know if we're
single-family
going to
housing.
get that pullback
The reason
on
that's
Bitcoin.
important, Dom, is that single-family housing actually has been somewhat stickier than folks would have expected because of higher rates. So ironically, higher rates have created more of an inflationary dynamic in single-family housing than I think folks would have anticipated a year and a half ago.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made that if you lowered interest rates, people would actually transact and get deals done more, and the housing market would kind of unlock there. Okay, I get that. Let's talk a little bit about, with that outlook, what exactly is the place to be? Where do you want to go? What goes on the shopping list, so to speak, when it comes to places to take a view on that environment with rates?
Well, so I think that, predicting exactly when the Fed's going to cut can sometimes cause investors to miss the opportunities that are in front of them. When I look at the most significant valuation dislocations in the market, I see these in the yield-sensitive areas. It's in real estate, publicly traded REITs. It's in banking stocks. It's in utilities. I mean, for example, utilities have their biggest yield premium to the S&P 500 going back to 2003. And that's rational, because why would you sit there in higher yielding stocks when you can clip coupons in fixed income, and when you have a growth trend that has been sparked by AI, NVIDIA, and the semiconductor space? But the one cautionary piece of information I would share is that the SOX, or the semi-broader index, that's at an all-time high valuation, and it is being powered by earnings growth.
For
But if
anybody
there's a
that's
slowdown in
here,
the economy, that is
I still want
vulnerable,
a pullback
particularly,
to
in some of those
507.
higher beta areas, and the lower beta areas
If we can
are
get
big
that.
time on
I
sale.
need a
And what I would
pullback.
also
It's
comment
the only
about some of
way
these
I'm
areas,
going to
REITs,
take
utilities,
along is
banks,
if we get another
there have been
pullback to
multiple reasons why
507.
these have gotten cheaper. The banks got cheap in March because of a liability crisis, not an asset crisis. What I mean by that is that the dislocation occurred because of higher rates, and that caused issues on their balance sheets. But it wasn't asset quality deterioration like we saw in the GFC. Particularly with the utilities and the REITs, people were, particularly in staples in those areas, people were
And look,
overpaying
as
for
soon
those
as we start
areas at
talking
the end
about
of
banks,
22, anticipating the recession in 2023. So I think
they're talking about the
those
discount
areas are
window
the
right
most
now.
discounted. I think they offer a lot of upside opportunity, and
Let's look at like
you get to
KRE.
clip growing
See if that got
coupons
affected.
if you move into these areas. And I think that's an interesting way for investors
see
to
what
add
happens.
additional income and
see what
appreciation
happens
to
there.
their portfolio.
All right. John Mowry with NFJ Investments with the take on playing offense with defense. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Well, January's pending home sales were out this morning, and it was a big miss. Diana Olick joins us with the details there. Diana, this is the residential side of things, but in homes as opposed to REITs.
That's right, Tom. And not only was it a miss, but December's read was revised even lower. Pending sales in January dropped nearly 5% month to month, according to the National Association of Realtors. The street was looking for a 2% gain, sales down nearly 9% year over year. Now, this number is based on signed contracts, so people out shopping in January and making the deal. The 30-year fixed started January around 6.75%, down from the 8% high in October, but off the lows of December. They rose a little bit during January before crossing 7% in February. The Realtors' chief economist, Lawrence Yun, wrote consumers are showing extra sensitivity to changes in mortgage rates in the current cycle, and that's impacting home sales. Regionally, sales rose month to month in the Northeast and West, but fell in the Midwest and South. Sales down across the nation year over year. There was no mention in this report of inventory, but Redfin said this morning that new listings rose 13% during the 4 weeks ending February 25th compared with the same period a year ago. That's the biggest increase in nearly 3 years. But pending sales for that period dropped 8%. So there's your mortgage rate effect, Dom.
Diana, there's been some anecdotal reporting done with regard to certain of those so-called past and current hot real estate markets, places like Arizona, places like Florida, where there are stories about an uptick in the number of listings that people are starting to see. That's not official data, but just, you know, residents and real estate brokers in the area. Do you think that
I'm gonna
there
grab
is
some
an
water and
unlocking
a drink.
for the
I'll be
spring
right
season
back.
coming, that people are ready to put their houses on the market if mortgage rates cooperate?
Well, there's a slight unlocking only because, you know, we're coming up on March, and that is the all-important spring market, and that's when people list their homes for sale. So we see that seasonally every year. We still need a lot more homes on the market, and we're not going to see the kind of inventory uptick that we really need. We've seen this increase, but when you're coming off of these record low inventory levels, you have to give a lot more than that in order to have a robust selling season. And a lot of sellers are saying, you know, with mortgage rates in the 7% range now, it's going to be harder for me to get a buyer. Am I going to have to give incentives, buy down their mortgage rate, et cetera, in order to get a buyer? Or on the other side, do I want to sell my house when 7% is out there and I need to buy another house at that rate, and I've got, you know, 2.5% from a couple of years ago? So there's a lot holding today's seller back, but it is the spring, so you will see some houses, you know, come on the market everywhere.
If you're not in love with your house, you're in love with your mortgage. Dinah Oleg, thank you very much. We'll talk to you later on. Coming up on the show, Morgan Stanley is getting more bullish on one area of commercial real estate where supply can't keep up with demand. And no, it's not tied to artificial intelligence. The sector and their top picks coming up next. Plus, Titleist's parent company, Acushnet, not seeing much green today on weaker than expected results, but the stock's coming off its best year since the start of the pandemic. And we've got a rare and exclusive interview with the Acushnet CEO coming up. The Exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
I have the scanners up too. Ow. I have scanners, so if anything happens, guys, I got us. All right. If something happens, let's see here. And if you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. If you just want to talk, say hi, anything, you know. I need a few minutes. I got a couple things I'm doing real quick, and then we'll come back with the game plan for how we want to trade the rest of the day into tomorrow. At least some of the stuff I would like to do.
Sector. She sees big opportunities elsewhere, and she's here with the trends and the trades and where she's seeing some of the biggest upside potential. So joining me now for more on this is Laurel Durkee, the head of global listed real estate assets, real assets at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Laurel, real is a lot. There's a lot of stuff that constitutes real assets, but the one people most identify with is real estate, is the land, the buildings, and everything else.
Absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit about where those opportunities are. We just spent a whole segment or two talking about rates and their impact on places like residential. What does it mean for the overall commercial side of things?
Obviously, interest rates are going to have a significant impact on all of real estate, commercial and residential. What I'm seeing is that the interest rate environment and the volatility in the interest rate environment has really been impacting the pricing of these stocks. But when you look at the fundamentals in a lot of the sectors that I'm investing in remain very strong. And that's where I'm excited. Interest rates, I cannot control. And I think there is a growing consensus around the fact that we absolutely will see rate cuts at the latter half of this year. The fundamentals is what I'm focused on and where I believe we can differentiate and really add alpha.
Outside of your primary residence, people are maybe a little bit scared, maybe apprehensive to go into real estate, whether at the multifamily, industrial type level, commercial level, warehouse. Where exactly is the opportunity right now, given the fact that rates are maybe a little uncertain?
So the underlying sectoral composition of the listed real estate universe is a lot larger than just the traditional that you would think of. It's not just office, it's not just multifamily. So what I'm excited about is in some of the alternative sectors. And the alternative sectors really are inclusive of data centers and healthcare real estate and cell towers and self-storage and some of these areas of real estate that have secular drivers of demand.
What's interesting about that is they have already been some of the outperformers so far when it comes to real estate. You're talking about office complexes that are owned by REITs that specialize in laboratory and factory type facilities for healthcare. You're talking about maybe even senior living. Where exactly? What kind of stocks? Are there picks that you like more than others?
So I think focusing specifically on healthcare. The seniors housing sector is an area that has a significant amount of demand that is manifesting itself as we speak. When you take a step back and think about aging demographics within this country, baby boomers right now are aged between 60 and 78. They are approaching the prime age to move into seniors housing facilities. So a name that really plays into this aging demographic theme is Welltower, ticker WELL.
By the way, Laurel, just hold that thought because, by the way, that was our mystery chart.
What up,
if you're
bro?
wondering, we
Sorry,
kinda
man, I
showed you
didn't
that
see
mystery
your-
chart. It is
I didn't see your
Welltower, and
message.
by the way,
How you doing
the senior
today?
housing thing is something we've talked about quite a bit demographically,
How's your day going?
trend-wise. You
SOUN's
mentioned that
trying to get a
timeline.
little
Is that going to cause an
froggy
even
here.
bigger jump in your mind over the next few years in the stock values?
Absolutely, absolutely. So when you think about the aging demographic, over the last
see here.
decade, the 80-plus-year-old age cohort grew at about
be like a
1.5%. There were 2 million additional people added to that age cohort. Look at the next decade. It's growing at about 4.5%. That's 8 million more people. So that demand is continuing to grow. 2027 is a year that is really going to see the most amount of explosive growth. We're at a point in time when new supply into the seniors housing
where it
space
needed
is
to
actually
pull back here on
decelerating.
SOUN, guys.
And so we have
I don't know
the
what the daily chart
supply-demand
looks like
imbalance
here.
that all real estate investors love. Because what that means is that you will see growth and you will see continued cash flow appreciation and therefore value appreciation.
Now, there's also on that same healthcare kind of aging demographic side, there are also real estate investment trusts that specialize in laboratory type facilities, you know, owning those commercial type facilities. Is healthcare thematically, besides just seniors, going to be something drug companies, pharmaceutical companies, and the facilities they
You might
need?
have room to $8.
So we
you might have 50
life
cents left on
sciences
this
which
thing.
do own
I'm not going to
labs,
trade it.
as
But
part
SOUN,
of the real estate universe.
there's another one
the
going here
coincident
too.
point in time, what you're seeing is that lab space have a significant oversupply,
It's
and
like,
so there is a bit of a different dynamic going on. The underlying
GSIT,
need,
that's-
obviously,
that's
for lab
one
and
of
life
them
science
that's going.
space is going to continue
But
to
it was
grow,
like-
and over the long term, I think is a favorable
It was
area
some real
to
estate
be in,
company. It
but
sounded
at
like,
the current time is not something that I'm super
like
excited
Newark,
about.
New Jersey, or
However,
something
when you
like
look,
that.
for
I
example,
can't.
in the skilled nursing
see.
area, rehab area, which is more short-term stays.
It was
for
like a real
seniors.
estate.
That's an area that I
not
think
this.
is going to continue to have really robust fundamentals at its back and have that supply-demand imbalance.
And because we have an expert like you here, I don't want to let you go without talking a little bit about residential housing.
Oh,
the housing
Camden
shortage in
Properties. It
America
was
right
Camden.
Now. Is
That's
there
right.
anything
Camden, New
market-wise
Jersey.
that can happen?
That's what it
where
was. It
people
wasn't
can
Newark, New
position
Jersey. It was
themselves for an
Camden.
outcome one way or the other, given the housing
It
shortage
was
in
always
America?
Camden.
So housing shortages and affordability is absolutely.
How's your day
probably
going, Base?
At multi-decade
How's your
lows
day
when it
going, bro?
comes to affordability. A way in which I
was
think
really
you
happy with
can
the,
benefit from that
analysis
from
this
an
morning.
investment perspective is investing within
Tesla.
single-family rentals.
Tesla short.
So this
was
is an
able to
area
make money.
that
I sold a
has
little
been
too soon.
institutionalized over really
I was
the
a
past
little all
decade,
over the
coming out
place,
of the
kinda
global
in the
financial
morning.
crisis.
And I thought we
you
were having
have
trouble
a
breaking this
company like
level.
AMH,
And
which
as
was
soon as I
formerly known
sold
as
it, we
American
started
Homes
to
for
break.
Rent, and
But it's
now
all
is
good. I
just
made
called
money today.
AMH, which is really benefiting
But it's not though, because I need to
the,
stick to the plan because those things
the
went
need
200%
for Americans
on that Tesla
to
short,
have an affordable place
on those
to
195s.
live. And the cash
Target
flow
was
growth that you're seeing
200.
out of this company really is very extreme.
All right, so
Hold
all
on.
different parts of real estate
Pfizer,
covered. Laurel
PFE.
Durkee, thank you so much for being
What's
here.
going
We'll see you
on with
again soon.
PFE?
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, coming up on the show, OpenAI and Sam Altman are back in the spotlight after reportedly
Lima,
coming under scrutiny from the SEC.
Victor,
We've
Tango,
got those details ahead. The
X-ray.
exchange is back after this.
LVTX? What's going on with LVTX? He said something about Twitter, so let's go over to Twitter. LVTX. VTX. Latest and greatest, baby. Catching a bid. No. Speculation. PFE speculation. Looks like PFE is going to talk about LVTX partnered EGFR by specific. This stock pretty much forgotten about. These fucking frogs. Shit is hilarious. Went to the moon after hours or after our analysts alerted our entry. Okay, well, do your analysts literally draw the candles that they want to see for people? If they don't, Kevin, if they don't, I want you to delete that fucking Discord. Because you fucking suck, you blow, and I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. But don't just say, we did this, we did that, motherfucker. Show me. Show me something. Fucking goofballs. If you can't do this. Alright, if you can't do this, I don't want to hear from you.
Level down. Hear that?
I don't even want to hear from you. This is what we're going with. Right here. What's up, Peace? It's going really good. It's going good,
I want you
man.
guys to be able to learn like literally.
Because I drew
really
out the
understand
SPY
reading a
today, by
chart.
the way.
Because you can literally just play
I drew it out.
Breakdown.
Look.
Is
I
to
sat
put
here.
in,
I literally
okay?
drew that sumbitch out.
Let me see if shit. I'm sorry. So I'm going to show you guys what I
gotta
want
watch
to
it.
look for
Yeah, Tesla
if
short.
we start to do this.
I have not
Alright.
taken a SPY trade yet today, but I'm thinking about it. Tesla went
And it may not. It may not.
a little
It
over.
all depends if we can get up
200%.
above this level.
200% on Tesla. We got
Like,
short up
can
there
we
at
get
the
above
206 level.
507.
200 was our target. The 190, the 195s.
507.80.
was
What I would
beautiful.
look for.
I know.
So you guys can see this here.
I'm just
see now it's
joking.
going up a little.
See,
too
this
high.
is what
Now
I'm talking
something's
about.
changed.
Oh, we told
Because I
you.
was gonna
We
see if
told
we
you it
could
was gonna
stay,
go there,
like right here.
motherfucker. Show me.
Right?
What you want to
guys
see?
Probably can't see it.
Draw it. I want
Right?
that.
But
right
put
there.
in a bear flag there. All right. Okay. So we're
Right?
still
That's
doing
what
it.
I want. If you're
Right,
so
so we
damn
can still
good,
do it.
motherfucker, if you can tell the future, draw it.
Okay. we
Draw
can
that
still do
shit. I don't want to hear
So
about
this
it.
is what I want to see. Right.
This is what I want to see. I'm not saying, oh, look, I'm going to tell
like
y'all
to
this
see
is
something
exactly
like
what
that.
the SPY
And
is
then
going to
either-
do,
and
but
then,
this
like,
is what I would like to see.
Possible breakdown.
Oh.
Right. Or a failed breakdown. Right. Then
it's
it
time
comes
for a
back
bull.
up,
I think it's time for a bull.
and then it doesn't. And then it just
Welcome
goes
back to the
up.
exchange. The
quick.
hack
It's a
into
failed 15-minute
Change
breakdown.
Healthcare, the tech subsidiary of United Health Group, continues to disrupt
What time he do
hospitals
that?
and pharmacies
What time he
across
do
the
that?
country.
What
the
happened,
health
bro?
department reportedly working
What
with
happened?
UNH to assess the impact on patient care as
What
well.
happened?
And this as we're getting new numbers
What
looking at the
happened?
cost of ransomware attacks in the past
happened,
year.
bro?
Our own Eamon Javers has those details.
Oh, shit. Oh shit!
Hey there, Dom.
That looked to me
Ransomware has
exactly
come
what the
roaring
fuck
back, and
happened.
The volume of ransom
Oh,
payments to
15-minute
criminals
bear
from
flag
hacking
break
victims set a
failed
new
breakdown,
record
and
in
we rallied back
2023,
up.
surpassing $1 billion for the first time. Take a
I'm
look
sending
at
this shit to
chart
Kevin
from
right now, bro.
Blockchain analysis firm Chainalysis, which just put
I'm
out their
sending this shit to
annual
Kevin
report
right
on
now.
crypto crime today. You see a dramatic drop in ransomware
I should-
payments there.
if
from
there's a way
criminals,
that I could take
from
a picture of this
2021 to 2022,
right here,
which
right?
experts say is largely
If I could take a
attributable
picture
to
of
the
that
Russian invasion of Ukraine, which
and then quote it with
disrupted
this and be
criminal
like, "Show
hacking
me."
gangs operating in both countries.
Your
But then at the
Discord
right-hand
getting
side of the chart,
deleted,
in
bro.
2023,
If you're not
the
doing this,
payments
delete that
rocketed
shit.
back up to a new
Go,
high
come
of
get a little
$1.1
education. Come learn how to do this,
billion, which
and then
Chainalysis
start your
says is
Discord.
due to a large
Because you're gonna make
influx of
yourself
new
look like an
players
idiot.
into the space. Other analysts
You're
have
doing
also
it to
suggested
yourself,
that
not
the
me.
Russians
I'm just
and
playing.
Ukrainians have been able to regroup themselves a little bit since the early days of the war. And part of what's driving that new
Now I don't know, Peace. I was
payments
just
with
playing, bro. You
the
got me
share
started.
plus ransom
I was just
surging,
playing
even
this.
as the
Yeah, I had to
smaller
stop it.
payouts
Sorry about
decline,
that.
As you can see on this chart here,
I was just
that
joking.
means the
I
bad
was just
guys
joking.
are able to generate more revenue with less work. And one piece
calm
of
down.
good
I was
news
getting
in
a
all
little-
this,
getting a
though,
little
Dom,
excited there.
total cryptocurrency value
All right.
received
I just got,
by illicit addresses is way down. Now that's a
I have a couple things that I'm doing real quick. I'm just writing down a couple things, and then yeah. So if I got a little, if I was a little too much, my bad. But I'm in a good mood, man. I had some nice trades today. I'm sorry, I get a cramp in my leg. Gotta drink up on some water. I need to cool it. I need to cool it. Need to have a seat. Bro, you know what? I'm still waiting on that, Matt. Because the bank term lending program starts to end. All right, and my thoughts are, like, you know, obviously for like JP Morgan and Bank of America, I feel like, you know, the big boys are going to be okay unless, so here's the, banks are tough, bro. Like, okay, COVID, right? The S&Ps, everything rallied, right? So the banks are getting liquidity right now. So there's no reason to short them. But that ends, I think, next week. I think it's like March 8th. Okay, the bank term lending program ends. So if you haven't looked at that chart, I would go look at it because it's a lot. Like, that thing just rips. Like, you thought COVID pandemic money was something. Like, but like the chart that the Fed's giving the banks is just like, boom. It's like vertical. So I'm kind of wondering if the Fed is trying to backstop these banks, like saying, here's a bunch of money, or here, like, take whatever you think you might need, because we don't think we're going to get rates down to like 3.5, 4, whatever that like middle ground is, where if they pull rates back to like 4%, 3.75, 3.5, where the banks are like, if we have to sell bonds or assets, where they don't sell them at a loss, right? So there is that, like, Fed bringing rates down so that if the banks have to sell their assets, they don't sell it at a loss and then come crying like, we need to raise money, we need to do this, that, because, you know, we're having problems here, right? So I feel like they're going to flush them, or whoever doesn't take the opportunity to get it, that's their own fault. But the Fed is not restarting that program. They already said they're not. So that ends next week. Like March 8th is like the last week, something like that. So the first week of March, second week of March, it was a 12-month program. That's it. So I think the banks could be okay for like a little bit. I don't know how long that would be. Like 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it like 2, 3, 4 quarters? Like where we start seeing hiccups? And it's also going to depend like 3, 4 months down the road, where are interest rates? Because if the Fed has only cut 0.25, even 0.5%, I could tell you right now, 5%, 5 or 4 3/4 is still going to be a little bit too high, where it's not going to raise the value of that bond price up enough that if the banks have to, you know, start selling assets to come up with money for depositors, they could be in trouble again. So, and if we start to get banks that are getting in trouble again because the Fed has not lowered rates at a decent time or lowered them quick enough, you could see Bank of America, JP Morgan, all start to go to the downside because they're the ones that are going to have to eat up that debt. The government's going to go to them and say, yo, we need y'all to get together to buy these banks out. And they're going to be like, yo, we can't just keep doing this. Like, you guys are going to have to do, like, you're pointing at us. No, we're pointing at you. That's your problem, not ours. So, and then you have to deal with the new regulation that's coming in that starts in 2025 and will start to, be fully implemented by, 2028. And that was the old banking system. Because if you remember, before COVID, like people were having trouble getting their COVID checks because the banks were not allowed to accept it. Technically, they could only get so big. They could only take on so much deposits, so much money in deposits. So they had to change the laws. So then now they've changed them back. And that's why some people weren't getting payments until later, because they had to let some of that money get withdrawn and used up before they could pay someone else and receive the money to pay other people. So that's why you saw a lot of discrepancy in COVID money from people like that would receive it early, and then some people were getting it really late. But I'm kind of just going to relax on the banks a little bit, because if I go to a daily chart, JP Morgan is the winner so far. I just think what happens, there could be a play on banks. And I think that play could be to the downside. JP Morgan, look, you still have this huge gap. Look at that gap. And I promise that gap's going to get filled. And I think it's going to be because they have to start eating up more retail bank concerns, and you get another bank or two that go up and they go to JP Morgan to try and buy it out, and they have to take on more debt, right? They have to purchase and restructure all this bad debt. So look out for that. All right, know that gap is down there, because I'm sure it's going to get filled. Wells Fargo's done pretty well, and I think you still have one here too. Yeah, look, you have that gap that's here too. So, usually gaps get filled. It's just when. The 400 SPY gap took 2 years to get filled. So, right now I'm just going to kind of just stay off of the banks, and maybe you got another little upside left in Bank of America, maybe. What are your thoughts on them? And you're talking about big banks, right? Or retail? Like KRE, that 50 level, I think it was, is what I was saying that I was watching. That's a nice pullback, but that tail, yeah, 49. I think we gotta wait. I think it's gonna take news to get these banks moving. And for now, retail, at least KRE, I think it might trade sideways. Maybe you play the range. I think you could start to what I think you could see is maybe another little see, I don't know if it holds here, depending on what the SPY does and what happens. If there's is there a government shutdown? That's the other part to this, right? I don't mean to keep talking about it, but you have nice support here. I would say maybe you get another bounce back opportunity up into this area here. Kind of just play the range over time. We look maybe a month or 2 months from now, KRE is back at 51, 52. I don't know. There's supposed to be probably a government shutdown, so I'm not sure. But going up, good or bad bank stocks? Oh, interesting. Going up, good or bad bank stocks? Interesting. Going up, good or bad? That's a good question, though. It really is. Maybe you didn't think about it that that much. But, Matt, I'm telling you, banks are going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how these banks play out. Guys, I'm going to do some math real quick. If you guys need anything, just holler. It's good to see you, guys. Peace, Basic, Matt. I hope you guys are having a great day. I hope you guys are having a good one. If I see anything on the scanner, Squawk Box, anything, I'll let you guys know if it's worth, or if it's, if any news pops off. And then here in 20 minutes, yeah, at 2 o'clock, I'm going to start getting a game plan together for the afternoon. I know, Matt. I've been trying, bro. I appreciate you, buddy. I appreciate you. I've been trying. I think I liked it myself, too, so there ain't nothing I can do. I think we can do it. I think we can do it before the market closes. But yeah, the banks are going to be a good trade. I was having fun trading JP Morgan there for a while. And it feels like it kind of just, it feels like it just, I don't know. Kind of just, it's just making new highs, and we have big cap tech that's been making some decent moves. So I kind of just laid off. You know, Bitcoin's grinding higher. You know what's another thought too is like some of these, like BlackRock at least, like, you know, like BlackRock, they got to be benefiting off of this Bitcoin stuff as far as the ETF. I don't know if they own Byto. I trust. I can't remember. Okay, so is Bitcoin pulling back? RB. Okay, so Bitcoin seems to be pulling back here. So I'm thinking about... Alright, so we are getting it. I was kind of wondering if we were going to get this pullback. Alright, because if we look here on the daily chart, guys, we have went to highs. Or like we have went to that previous resistance, and it's like a wall. It's like a brick wall. Let's see if I can get this up for you guys so we can actually see it. So if we could play like Coinbase tomorrow or like Robinhood, something cheap to try to have like a little bit of access to like the downside if we can pull back. Because we got a little bit of a ways. And if we can get in that today on like a bounce back, maybe we hold it into tomorrow to see if we get like a nice gap down and we could take profits bright and early in the day and then kind of, you know, see what the rest of the day brings. But you got to watch because this little area here at like 59 could be support. Happy lead day. What's up, Wiz? What's up, buddy? I was wondering where you were. I was like, yo, where's my spy guy? Where's my partner in crime for the S&Ps? So I'm... Probing OpenAI. So SEC is probing OpenAI and Sam Altman. I don't know if that's new news, old news. But Gensler and crew got to get their hands dirty in the mess too. Of course they do. So let's see if we can get that pullback to 56,000. We need this to break though. You need 59 to break, and if we can get 59 to break, you know, we could get a nice. I mean, I would like a pullback to 52, but let's see what happens. Because maybe we could play this two different ways. If we get a bounce back and we're starting to like really see, hey, because look at the volume we had yesterday. What do you do, Turkey? The little girl came in. We could start to maybe get like next week puts on, like just to look for a pullback. You know, because you can see the volume. Like, look at this volume here. You know, to the sell side, right? That's some. Let me use. That's not a good. It's not a good one to use, but like look at that sell volume. Bang! Like you're starting to see like, all right, we might want to start taking profits here. All right, so you got some serious volume up here at like 62 on ARC B, for instance. And look, if you look back to the left, yes, you had some crazy nice green volume off of this rally on that rip, but I want to see if this is a pullback. Here. I don't know if there's any other news or anything, but it looks like we have enough volume to give us a nice pullback. It's my opinion. Bought the morning at 10, closed 5 points. Damn right. Awesome, dude. I know. I kind of missed it too because I didn't get my entry. And it is what it is. I had plenty of time to get it. I was kind of just like waiting and, you know, I don't know. I didn't get it either. I did take Tesla puts this morning. That was a really nice trade. We wanted to see if we could get that down to 200. We got it right off of that level. You know, that resistance level ahead of us, or that was up above us bright and early in the morning. I had to hold on to that one for a little while, but it was nice. Okay, so look, like Coinbase is pulling back. Maybe I might look at like Robinhood, guys. I want to see if we can get a bounce back higher though, then take the short. You know, I don't want to just run after it and, you know, as far as the crypto trade, you know, I want to make sure I'm speaking clearly because I'm bringing up Tesla. But I got short up here. We got short off of that pullback because we bounced, got short. We put in the double top up there, and that's when we got short. I mean, like Robinhood, man, it's still strong. Like everything else is pulling back, right? Coinbase, ARKB. So this is why I'm like, I don't know if this is following Bitcoin. Because part of me was thinking that Robinhood was going to go to $19. It looked like it wanted to. Okay, that's Coinbase. Holding support here. Like look at the volume starting to increase up here. I did get short yesterday, and I feel bad because that like right when that news came out on Coinbase, I took like it was way out of the money. It was like 170, 175 puts. At least I thought it was way out of the money. And I got in them for like 30 cents, and then somebody came in about, you know, right after we hit the resistance level. That trade was fun yesterday. If any of you guys were here, I don't know if anybody was here or not, but it was a perfect example of like, because I was talking out loud with level 2 and this options chain, because you could see nobody on the options chain that was in those options, because and there was a lot of volume and open interest. We got to this resistance level or the 9 EMA, and like we went to like 40, it might have been like 39 cents. Yeah, it was like 39 cents to like 41. And then as soon as we got to that 9 EMA to get that rejection, literally all of us, it was just crazy because all of us at the same time went to 52. Because I guess we had all seen 52. And then we just went right to 52. It brought all the bids up. And then bang, I brought my order down to like 42, 41. Got filled, like kind of like pulling the buyers in on that breakdown. And somebody got filled at like 43. And I felt bad, but I'm like, damn. It was a really good, like, if I need to go back and do a video on it, and if I can go back and live record exactly what happened, you guys are going to see how the level 2 on the options, like, widened the spread, and then the bidders started to come up because they saw that resistance was coming, so they wanted to get in, and the bids started rising. And we pulled the spread wider, so they had to come up further. And then as it pulled back, we jumped down just a little bit, and it sucked them up even further. You know? And it was kind of sad, but somebody's holding the bag today. I'm kind of curious where those puts are for tomorrow on Coinbase. Look, they're at 17 cents. That's a shame. That's bad, bro. I bought these at like 29. It was like 28 cents with commission. It was 30 cents, and I got out of those at like 42 cents. It was man, it was cool. It was crazy. I don't know. I just like, it would be a good learning experience for somebody that doesn't usually use level 2, and like just seeing what happened and being in it, so I can kind of see and I know like what happened there. It was really cool. It was a lot of fun. That trade was actually a lot of fun yesterday. It was a lot of fun. And I said it on the live. I'm like, guys, I'm taking Coinbase to yesterday's close. And that's literally exactly where we took it. You know, I got out just in this tail as that tail was going down. Actually, it might have been this tail here. Nope, it was this one. Because why, right? Because we bounced, right? And then as we bounced into that 9 EMA, that's when the spreads, we opened the spreads up right at that level, and then the bidders jumped up. They started jumping their bids up, and then it pulls off of it. Then they all start trying to pile in because they're like, oh, look, resistance, right? And then they're paying more for it, and then we jump down off of our ass from the 52 level, 51, I threw it out. It was like 52 or 42 cents. Because I was like, I'm getting filled. I am not holding this thing. It is too far out the money. There's only a day and a half left. There's only 2 days left. That trade was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. But yes, that was the plan yesterday. Was because Coinbase was green. So I was like, let's see if we can't get this thing to red, if not break even, down to yesterday's close. And we did a good job with that. So that was a nice trade from yesterday that I didn't take until later in the day. That's a shame. It sucks, man. Knowing somebody bought that. Somebody bought that, and they were stuck with it. Hopefully it was a market maker. I don't know. Hopefully it was Citadel. I don't believe it was, though, because I don't think they're that stupid. Oh, shit. I don't even have live chat up. My bad, guys. Yes. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I do. I appreciate all of you guys. No homo. Appreciate y'all. We did it. Woo. If I had a little, like, thing with, like, I don't know, stuff like, oh, look, hey, it's 20, you know, the stuff they do in New Year's. 10 likes. I'm going to take my wins. No matter how little they are. Alright, I got to get back. I know I have horrible ADHD, but it was nice to reflect on yesterday's Coinbase put. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, if you guys would have had to be in it. And you know what? If I should have level 2 up, so I might make a video on it, because you're going to see exactly what happens, and I say it, and like I'm explaining like what's going on, and then I notice again like how we all lifted to 52 cents. It was just fun. It was a really fun trade to be in, because it was like fishing, right? We're like, you're trying to reel the motherfucker in, like, come on, get it. And then they get it, and then you're like, all right, now that I got him on the hook, I gotta get out, like I gotta bring it in the boat. You know what I mean? It was awesome. It was good shit. But sadly, somebody was down money. Depending on, again, they may not, you know, maybe they sold it to someone else. I don't know. Hopefully they managed their risk, because they're down over 50% now. Over 50%. And that's why people always say, you can't make money in the markets. I'm like, well, you can. It's just you don't really know what you're doing. And I'm sorry. You know, if you take the time to learn, of course you got to be able to find the right people to teach you. Because there are those people that kind of know what they're doing, but they also don't want to give up everything. You know what I mean? Because they don't want to make you better. They don't want you to be better than them. And they'll only tell you so much. Me, I don't give a shit. All right. So, the SPY. We have still gone. We have still not tested. We got back above 507. We got to respect that in the SPY. I'm going to let the SPY do what it wants to do here. I am going to do a couple things that I said I wanted to do. I know it's 2 o'clock. I need to get a pullback. I need a pullback, like at least a 507.50 before I start thinking about taking a long or a short. Like before I start thinking about a position. You know, you want to break 508. That's another level, but it's mild. I think the real level's 508.50 on the S&Ps. Not E-minis. So, you know, we kind of didn't do anything today. It's 2 o'clock, and we're pretty much right where we opened at. Nice volatile day, though. There was a nice trade there. I mean, we did move 4 points. You know, you had, it's like 4.5, almost 5. 409 to 405.50. So yeah, about 4 points. It's a nice volatile day, but 4 hours later, here we are, right back to where we opened. So by definition, the SPY really hasn't done anything. Nice hangman. Went down, tested that 9 EMA again. We'll just see what we do up here at highs. So I'm going to look for, again, me personally, you can see this level right here, guys, on the bottom left screen. If you see, like, this level right there, right, you can see, like, that little area right there. We got to break above that, I think. All right there. That gray box. So I want to see if we're going to break above that and can we hold it. If we don't, what I'm going to look for is a pullback. I want to look for a pullback to VWAP, which is 507.50. But really, I would like 507. If we don't get to 507, I probably won't take the long. The problem with 507 is that it puts us underneath a VWAP. Okay? The problem with 507 is that you're underneath VWAP, which is that purple line. So, you know, that's why I think it could get a little, we could probably start getting a little boring here. Because we don't have much data tomorrow other than Michigan sentiment, ISM manufacturing, I think. Nothing really to, like, send us, you know, crazy. But we keep grinding higher, right? We get that pullback. They're buying the dip. Like, just stay with it. Like, if you get long and you're playing options, go a week out. Go 2 weeks out, a week out. Maybe, like I said, maybe even 2-3 weeks. You know, enough to where the delta, like, you're not going to lose if you don't get the entry correct and that you can sit in the trade. All right? That's what I would do. Because you could just sit here and just grind higher, like, slowly. I think we can get to 530. I don't know if that's year end and we pull back to, like, 480, 450, 460, then go to, like, 530. That would be a big move, which I don't think that happens, but you know, I think the top is in up there at like 520, 530. I do. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So I'm going to watch this area right here. And you can see also, look on this 1 minute. You see this double bottom you have here, pre-market, right? You can see how that comes in, bang, support, bang, right? And then we break it, and then look, you double top, triple top right at the bottom of this box. Right? That box is literally, you know, the bottom of it's resistance, and then the top of it's like support. So that tells me, and that right there is another sign, even though that's low volume. I don't, unless that volume starts to pick up a little bit, I don't have much faith in this here. Unless we're going to go sit, you know, hold VWAP. All right. Again, if you guys need anything, just let me know. Appreciate you guys. I don't know what earnings we have today. We can go look as well. Let's go look real quick just to see what earnings we have. We had some cool earnings yesterday. You had quite a few. Snowflake, Red March guaranteed. I know y'all were saying that shit for February too. Oh yeah. That energy drink. I forget what it's called. Uh-oh. House has votes to pass short-term funding bill to avert government shutdown. Okay. Kicking the can down the road to March 8th. I forget why I had that other open window there. Shit. I see the ticker and I still can't think of the Celsius. That's right, Celsius. I know, I just seen that. I actually brought this up this morning. Where did it go?
Let's hit some major highlights. Year over year, PCE core was something many were very anxious to monitor. And how did it show up? Well, as you look at this chart, which starts in January of
HYG.
12 consecutive months of lower year over year PCE cores. You see that moving down. Now,
I forget where it was. Either way, HYG. I was bringing those up too. I was looking at them this morning. They were ripping to the upside today. Live leap day with facts. Facts versus feelings. Okay. Remember, even the pro, you can be a pro too. Even the pros are. Just watch. All right, just watch. You know, don't lose conviction just because someone else doesn't believe what you think could happen. All right. They tried to laugh at me because they thought they were so cool, because they think bank term lending doesn't mean anything. Right? They don't think that bank term lending program means anything. Banks getting provided liquidity when just a year ago the market was what? Selling off because of the banks. And when did national financial conditions start easing? That's kind of funny. We got it in March. That's when the banks started getting funded and getting help, was in March. That's kind of funny. Isn't it kind of ironic? The minute the Fed starts providing liquidity, the minute financial conditions start to ease. Because there's no risk. Because there's not a risk of banks collapsing or banks having issues. Because the Fed's got your back. Go long. There's no risk. That's it. That problem has been ruled out. Well, guess what? In 1 week from now, that problem is now back in the picture. And that also shows us that this here is going to start lifting, because this is going to start going back to zero. And when that starts to go back to zero, I'm buying puts. And I'm telling you guys right now, I'm going to get puts, whether it's 3 months, 6 months. Like, I'm going to go get them. And you know what? Now that I brought it up, let's go look at the VIX. Let's go see where the VIX is at. Because, look, the VIX is still getting hammered. Look, in the VIX, right? It's still putting in higher lows, guys. It's still this might be it. I think this might be it. I think we might have one more shot. You might have one more shot at the lows. I do. Before I think we have a little bit of time, but maybe this vote. It could be this vote that sends a little scarcity through the system. I'm kind of wondering. Like, you can see it starting to pivot itself. Like, if you see here, right? You see how we come down? See how the VIX goes down? And then it, like, kind of like, in order for it to start going to the upper right of the screen, it's got to, like, kind of like just sit here and dance and kind of like, right there. It's got to make its way. That's when it starts to like starts going and shifting itself to the the upper right of your screen. And then here you can see this is the shift to go down. And it looks like here it's pulling back to be able to like start the shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I can see it. I know what I'm seeing. Me, it looks like it would reject, but I think it's not going to.
Let's check it out. Says here it gets plenty of light. And this must be the ocean view of Aruba. Huh. This listing is misleading. Well, when AT&T says businesses get our best deal on iPhone 15 Pro, made with titanium, we mean it. Amazing. All my agents want it. Says here inviting pool. Come on over. Too inviting.
It's so weird. Like, you have never had, like, just looking at this, like, you've never had such, like, little tight price action, like, before.
We've never had a treatment this effective that didn't involve an operation.
CNBC goes inside this high-profile, high-demand.
Like, look, it's like not, like, it's so weird. It's so weird. And why is that? Because the VIX knows that the Fed's got our back. Well, at least for like another 2 weeks, and then that's it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm crazy. I'm going cuckoo. I'm going crazy. My dad going crazy. Even though I don't have a kid. That's Eminem. For anyone that is younger and doesn't know, that is Eminem. Okay? My dad's going crazy. Yeah, you know what? Your dad is a nut. He is a nut. But he made good music. Did you guys see? I had to comment on it. Hold on 1 second. She's so funny. She's sunbathing. She's laying in the window. I wish I could take that camera off of my monitor to show you guys. She's just laying in the window. My cat. I consider my little girl. She's laying in the window. Did you guys see the video of those girls dancing? And like whether they're trolls or whatever, they're just starting stuff. This lady, she didn't respond, but somebody, wrote. She said, okay, yeah, right here. Why? Hold on, right here. Because the subversive force convinced them that feminism and black ghetto culture is cool. Parents need to get smart and do better. Who's to say it is or isn't cool? That's what I'm wondering. I'm still wondering. I should write it. But I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to let it die. Let that post die. Just fucking Twitter. The fucking world we live in, man. God forbid you have a little fun and somebody get upset. You know what I honestly think, though? That a lot of that stuff is just shit talking. I'm going to be honest. I don't think anybody on there, at least 75%, are doing it just to stir shit up. And that's not how they really feel. Look what's going on. Something's popping off here. Here we go. Somebody got cute and tried to short it, and they just ran it back up. They jammed it back up in them. What time is it? It's 2:16, 2:15. We don't have no data sets at 2:15. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I haven't heard anything that's came through. Yeah, I was talking. I kind of don't want to give back my Tesla. I'm kind of like still unsure what exactly it is that I want to do. Not sure that if you're trading a SPY or not. It could be a small cap, but was that LVTX? Is that what you were trading? Damn, she did go again. I knew it. I knew it. Good job, bro. It's all good, man. You made some money. It's all good. Fuck it. You need help getting in your bag? Oh, you got in? She must have got too hot. You still got a little room. It's done. You can't hop in it now because it'll pull back and you'll be red. It's got room to 650. It's got room. Where's it at? Damn, it's up 200%. I wonder if this is how tomorrow's going to be too. I think we're going to start seeing more small caps start to break out because the overall markets aren't really moving. No, you can't. I know you can't, bro. I know you can't. Good stuff though. I'm glad you went after it. Yeah. What's wrong, Mama? You don't know what to do? Come here. Come here. What's wrong? What's wrong? And when that happens, that gives them entry into the U.S. through the North American Free Trade Agreement. That's really when the direct competition, aside from what we see in China, where BYD... She was so quiet. I didn't even know she was in here at first, laying in the window. I'm going to turn this CNBC on real quick and...
But
I'm going to give it a minute.
Vehicle in China and export it to the U.S., there's a 25% tariff that gets added on. So that's why you're not seeing BYDs in the U.S. yet. However, BYD is likely going to start manufacturing
LVTX.
in Mexico at
I mean,
some
I
point in
feel,
the next 4 or 5
but like you
years.
say, bro, it's
We
got
haven't
room to
seen them announce
650,
officially
so
where the manufacturing
we
facility
can
will
expect
be,
it to
but we
go
know they're
there.
looking at it. And when that
It's
happens,
still got $1.
that gives them entry
Use the
into
1
the
minute
US through
chart.
the North American Free Trade Agreement.
What I would do, look, that's an
really
increase
when
in volume through the break.
Competition,
If
aside
I
from
were
what
to
we see in
scalp it,
China,
I'd have a
where
really
BYD
tight
and
stop
Tesla do
loss.
compete vigorously.
I'd look to
But
be
in
a
terms of
buyer
in the
like
United
down
States,
there.
that's when you'll see them go
She's
head to
gone
head.
now.
All right,
It's
Phil, thank you very much.
It's
Phil
too
LeBeau
much. Here you go.
reporting
There's your
from
parabolic top.
Santiago, Chile.
Too far.
All right, stay classy.
Yeah, see,
Santiago.
it's
All right, still to come. Check out shares of Pfizer,
Damn.
the company holding its Oncology Innovation Day. And with today also being National Rare Disease Day, healthcare
Yeah,
front
I
and
would
center
look
this hour.
I would
We're
start
gonna take a
using the
look at
1 minute.
different ways
Maybe
investors
look
can play
3
the
minute.
space, including gene
Got an
editing
increase in
pharmaceutical
volume.
firm CRISPR.
Do the
Talk to
break.
CEO. Howard Lutz will
Look
be right
for maybe an afternoon setup for like 50 cents. I don't know. It needs to pull back though. It's not going to pull back. Let's just face it. It's going to 650. They've made their mind up. It's going to 650. It's going. Look. They're going to send it. Send it. They're trying. Look how green the time in sales is. They were trying. They're like, no, let's not stop. Keep going. Why are you stopping here? Fucking greedy bastards. Holy cow. I thought for a second there was a possible chance. Because that time of sales was just ripping green. So, I don't know, man. Maybe you got a 10 cent, 50 cent move there. You know? If you get back down to $5, you could probably get $1.50. Like right here, like why did they stop there? There's nothing at $6 that tells you, hey, I should turn $6 into resistance. Actually, there is. I think that might be it. Let's see if this volume comes in a little bit better. Yeah, $6 is your that support level from back in 2021. So, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's like even here. I'll flip that 3 minute to a 5 minute. You'll see me do it every now and then. I like using the 5-minute. I used to not like it, but as I've grown, I like it.
I prepare like no one else so you can be prepared for any morning. Join the club and let me teach you.
Yeah, she's probably done. $6. That's a pretty key area. That's just crazy. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at that. That breakout just just green. Closing green.
Donald Trump has appealed a Wednesday night ruling disqualifying him from the Illinois Republican.
I can't believe
The judge said the former president should be removed from the vote for his role in the January 6th
for his role.
at the Capitol. Mr. Trump's team called the move unconstitutional. A recently introduced bill to protect in vitro fertilization in the state of Alabama just passed with a commanding majority in the state's House. Now heads to the Alabama Senate for
I mean, hey, we'll talk about Trump, but again, you can't get the goofballs of the United States of America to completely believe that
Welcome back to Power Lunch. I'm Bertha Coombs
that
with
this
the CNBC
that this
News
wasn't
Update.
a scam.
As expected,
Like, come
Donald
on,
Trump
you know
has
these people are
appealed
gonna
a
get
Wednesday
mad, bro.
night ruling disqualifying
Yeah,
him
we just
from the
that's about
Illinois
it. And a boop.
Republican primary ballot.
I'm not
Judge
gonna
said
lie,
the
yo.
president should be removed
I'm not,
from
yeah,
the
not
vote
being political
for
or
his
anything,
role
but
in the
this fucking
January
picture
6th
here had me
insurrection
dying,
at
yo.
the
It had
Capitol.
me fucking
Mr. Trump's team
dying.
called the move unconstitutional.
Yeah.
A recently introduced bill to protect in vitro
Yo, I
fertilization in
laughed
the state
so
of
hard
Alabama
when I
just
seen
passed
this.
with a commanding majority in the state's
I laughed
House.
so hard.
It now heads to the Alabama Senate for consideration. Lawmakers
Oh,
are
shit.
responding to an outcry across the state and the country following the Alabama Supreme Court's decision to define frozen embryos as children. Several fertility clinics paused their IVF programs over legal fears in that state. And hundreds of items
4
belonging
million.
to Sir Elton John sold for more than double their estimate at auction, rocketing to $20 million. Among the items that were up for grabs, a
All right,
grand
it's
piano used
2:30.
by the Rocket Man, his
We need to
prized
do a couple
classic
things.
Bentley,
Let's refresh the
and
heat
a
map and see.
leopard print Rolex Daytona, which was
Oh.
encrusted with 36 orange sapphires. I don't see it there yet. And apparently 4 dozen diamonds.
probably like
There it is.
1.4.
That is one fancy time.
Oh.
Back to you.
There's a lot of bling going on there. Thank you very much, Bert.
Yeah, so that's probably about $1 million
Still to
bucks,
come,
$1.5
our
million and a
coverage of an
half.
issue that
like
affects
1.4,
millions of
1.3.
Americans, rare diseases. Sounds kind of like an oxymoron, but we'll
Daytona.
explain it when we speak to some influential names
Excuse
in the
me.
treatment space. That's next.
probably one off.
And as we had to break, a quick power check. On the positive side, Hormel, up 13%, beating on earnings. On the negative side, Excel.
Damn,
Energy
AMD
lower
is up
after a law firm
7%,
alleged
guys.
is linked
It
to
went
a
up still
Texas
another
wildfire.
4%.
We'll be right back.
It's wild. Good shit, bro. Good stuff. I know, I was a little upset the way it's not the way I handled Tesla, like earlier today. You know, I could have gotten upset that I left a lot on the table on Tesla, but I did get a nice little payday. I just thought that, like, this morning I was kind of like looking around, right? I was looking around, and then, like, you can see here, like right here, like that tail, right? Well, I waited, and this is literally the candle. Once we got down here, like right down at that bottom, I sold it. I turned away. What happened was this candle, it came down again, and it just ripped like mean, like boom, like right back up. And I'm like, okay, now hold on. I'm not falling for that because the volume was light. But I sold it on the way back down, but I didn't realize that it broke the 203 level. And I feel like I could have kept myself in this trade with half of my position size, but I had to sell the other half because of this and because of everything that I sat through and the way that Tesla was leaving 203. I'm like, I kind of want to like reduce my risk because I like, you know, I don't expect it to break it the first time, but you know, once here's my point, like is like once I sat through this and this level holding, and we broke above this pre-market support, right? Like we went all the way back up there, right? From here, bang, you went all the way back up there. And then you obviously, double topped, came back down. Who's to say, though, that we would have held here? So, once we got right back down in there and I was profitable, I had to take it. Because it was just, I don't know. But I should have stuck to my stuff, though. I should have said, are we at the gold line? No. Okay, why are you stopping out? Are you at your stop loss? Like your risk limit? No. Okay, why are you selling it? Cuz I'm clawing back from like this break even February. Not break even. I'm clawing back from like being down on February. I'm trying to like what I mean? Get back up there. I only got a little ways to go, and I'm good. I'm back on the saddle, and we're ripping and paying. We're paying bills.
Also National Rare Disease Day, a day to bring awareness to rare diseases
ripping
and to
profits
the many people
off
and families affected by them. Joining us now, Peter Saltonstall, President and CEO of the National Organization of Rare Disorders, also known as NORD. And here on set with us, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, our friend, former FDA commissioner and a CNBC contributor.
Rare
Welcome
Disease
to both
Day.
of you. Peter, let me begin with you.
Happy Leap.
What
Oh,
is a
yes,
rare
today is
disease?
Leap Day. That is wild.
Rare disease in the United States.
I forgot about that, Wiz. My bad, bro. He was like, Happy Leap Day. I'm like, Leap Day. Leap Day. What's Leap Day?
The driver for the Orphan Drug Act.
If you put all of those diseases with 200,000 or fewer cases combined, how many people
I
are you
forgot to
talking
show you all
about
my
in the
Pokemon collection on Pokemon
Well,
Day.
you say that there are 7,000 rare diseases and about 30 million people in America, 1 in 10 Americans that are impacted by rare diseases. It's a significant number.
So it's rare diseases are prevalent then. They may be rare, but in some
so
they
what
are
I'm gonna do?
quite prevalent.
Let's go see what the spy's doing. So
That
Tesla's
is
hanging
correct.
out.
That is correct. And I would say, Tyler, that the important thing here is that with the 7,000
go
rare
look at,
diseases
like,
and the 30 million
AMD.
Americans, 95% of them now don't have an authorized or an approved FDA therapy. And so that's a real challenge. So we have 95% of the population.
I want to keep
who
that
don't have
right
therapy.
there. So if I go to time axis,
are these diseases
bang,
in the aggregate,
get rid of
number
it,
one?
boom,
And number two,
apply,
are they normally life-threatening,
show
life-limiting,
rollover
or
lines,
are they
show
chronic and
expiration
manageable
Friday, show
in that
year
sense?
marking lines.
I'm not a physician, so I'll let Scott answer part of that question. But I can tell you that they are economically a burden on the economy and the country. Because they are the issue of being misdiagnosed happens to patients continually. I mean, we have most of our patients. It takes 4 to 5 years to get diagnosed. So there's a lot.
Guys, I still want to try and get.
Goes into that before.
I still think we need to try for a 507
it's an expensive
hold.
and a timely and a complicated issue for patients.
Scott,
I can't even understand that, dude.
increasing? It feels like I'm hearing about them more, or is it just the awareness of such is what we're hearing about?
Yeah, I think it's awareness, and I think it's also that more rare diseases are addressable now. So now we're talking about them. NORD has been instrumental in getting in place incentives for companies to try to develop drugs for these diseases, including the Orphan Drug Act, getting that implemented initially, and also
there we go.
sustaining it. I
Look,
think we're in an
it's turning
environment
this
now
area into
where
resistance.
It's more difficult to get policy.
Where's the support? Down at
507.25, the development of some therapeutics for these rare diseases.
See if we can get
And
that
what we're
short
looking
right
at
there.
is super orphan diseases.
See, we can start to turn this thing
diseases that can
around.
affect thousands and sometimes hundreds of patients, where you now have the modalities to try to treat some of these diseases, where the economic incentives aren't always there, notwithstanding the very high prices that are charged for these drugs. It could still be very uneconomical to develop therapeutics for these indications. And we don't have the same policy solutions for these challenges that we had years ago, because you don't have the same consensus in policy circles, and particularly diseases where you have sort of a common phenotype. So patients have a common experience, but there might be a different genetic variation for even individual patients, where you now have platforms like siRNA or oligonucleotides, where you could literally change the drug for each individual patient to attack some of these diseases like Batten's disease. Those are the places where it's very hard not only to get the incentives in place, but even the regulatory path for some of these potential cures and certainly treatments.
You're on the board of Pfizer, right? How do you incentivize a large pharmaceutical company to try and develop a drug for one of these rare diseases when they know that it may be 150 people in the United States who might take it?
Yeah, I think the challenge for a bigger drug maker getting into some of these spaces is when you look at some of these drugs, if you're talking about just hundreds of patients that might suffer from a condition, the sort of political backlash to charging the high prices that you need to sustain the investment and get a return on the investment is very hard to do inside a big drug maker because they're more prone to getting the sort of political recriminations over the high prices. So you see this be largely the domain of smaller companies, which I think have more latitude to charge those prices. So you've seen in recent years large companies get out of these orphan spaces, and that does worry me that you see capital coming out. And I'm talking particularly about the super rare diseases where there still, I think, is a market failure. And also, it's very hard to do second-to-market innovation in some of these indications. So what happens is after a therapy comes to market and you treat everyone with an inherited condition, for example, the number of patients who will be newly diagnosed each year with that condition isn't enough to sustain someone else coming into that space. And so some of these categories remain monopolies in perpetuity because you just can't incentivize second-to-market innovation that would bring down prices.
Let me ask you a question about the regulatory environment, Scott, and I'll come back to you, Peter, in just a moment.
$300.
I'm guessing that the regulatory regime is set up to test drugs for the broadest effect,
I guess it makes
efficacy
sense, 'cause
and
the
safety for
volatility
the
is-
broadest number of people. And here you have, by definition, conditions where there may be 150, 200, 500 people in the United States. How do you test drugs in such a small sample set?
Yeah, look, it's very hard, and that's why when I was there, and FDA has continued to try to build what we call natural history models, where you can randomize against what is perceived to be the natural history of patients with a condition, so you don't have to randomize to placebo. But when you're talking about these modalities where you can individualize the treatment for patients based on their unique genetic profile, where they have sort of a common phenotype, like Batten's disease, but every patient might have a very small difference in the genetic variation that drives the disease, and you want to deliver the drug, you want to tweak the drug for each individual patient. That's very hard because the regulatory model tries to incentivize the standardization of treatments and not the variation for each individual patient. That's where we need, I think, some novel thinking about the regulatory path.
Peter, I read that 80% of rare diseases are genetically based. Does that
you wouldn't use
provide us, now that we are mapping genes and with technologies like CRISPR and others, we can actually target genetic malformations or whatever they are, we can target them. Is that a point of promise for the treatment of rare disease? And if so, how big a point of promise is it?
Yeah, I really think, again, and Scott, what Scott just said about how drugs are being developed now, I think the genetic issue for us really is the future of the frontier. And what we're seeing now more and more is the opportunity for people to be able to get something basically just for them, if you will, which does still create the problem that we were just talking about, which is much smaller populations. And there's not a policy or regulatory forum right now that allows us to be able to do that really effectively. So I think
all right, there we go.
The future is there.
208, 207, 75, making that resistance. We're finna find out, is VWAP going to hold?
In other words, if I have a small population and I'm tweaking the drug so it works only for you, or essentially only for you, then you become, in a way, the test case for that drug, right? You become the guinea pig.
Right. Exactly right.
Yeah, these are N of 1 diseases, and that's what we often refer to. And it might not be an N of 1. It might be 5 or 6 patients with one unique genetic variation. What you need to have is a pathway that allows companies to study sort of an aggregation of these patients and then extrapolate beyond that to other patients that have the common phenotype. They have the common syndrome, but they might have different genetic variations that might not have been included in the clinical trial, and that's where the regulatory hiccup is right now in the willingness of regulators to allow that extrapolation.
The system isn't set up for that.
No, and it's been something that's been talked about literally for about 10 years right now.
I really do.
Create a very viable regulatory model for this.
That's
where the real
before?
opportunity is for these
That's
super
so
rare
funny.
diseases, and a lot of them are inherited diseases that children are born with. So there's a really compelling desire to try to get treatments. So notwithstanding the economic model, which I think also is a barrier to the investment in these spaces, the regulatory model does become also an impediment.
Wow.
Can I just add to what Scott just said, because I think there's one other really important point, and that's that they're trying to find those patients as well. And one of the things that we've done in the last couple of years is developed a broad network called the Centers of Excellence, where we've now connected 41 of the top academic medical centers around the country and are connecting all of those
Still, guys,
clinicians
let's take it into the
a thing
afternoon. We're
called
coming
North
in.
Central. So
It's
if they
almost
see
3
something in
o'clock.
a unique patient,
All right,
they
we
can
got an
then
hour and a
reach out
half.
onto that network
Hour and a half.
and ask other
Finish off
clinicians
strong.
if they see something like that, so that
I'm
we can
taking
start
that
to
line
bring,
off.
as
I don't know
Scott was
why
just
the hell I
saying, some
got
of those
this
small
line on
populations,
POL.
identify
I'm
those
so
people and
glad
bring
this
them
thing got
together.
halted.
It makes a
or
lot
I
of
would
sense.
never
Information
have
sharing
known that
really
I had
paramount
a
to
trend line
solving
there on
some
that
of these
thing.
very difficult problems. Really important conversation. Peter Saltonstall, thank you very much. And Dr. Gottlieb, stick around. We're going to have much more with you to come. Still ahead, we'll continue our special coverage of Rare Disease Day with a leading name in gene editing. CRISPR Therapeutics CEO Sam Kulkarni joins us when Power Lunch
POL
returns.
halted, insider trading, penny stock promotion. They just got rated something crazy or something stupid, and
You're right. I bet they deal with this all the time. Dr.
polished.
Puts you at ease. Let's do it.
You've got more options than you know. Book now. New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
All right, I'm done with that. But anyway, POL is halted right now. I'm gonna do some math real quick before we get moving. I know I've said it 18 different times already, but and I wanted to say Meta did pull back earlier today, which was kind of weird. You know, Meta's been a beast. Meta has been a beast all year. All month, all year, all 2 months, all year and a half. It's just been going crazy. So, let's see here. I don't know how much faith I have that it's going to break out to a new high, but
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds.
I'm sure Zuckerberg's just like happy to have that stock price back to where it was, because this thing got slaughtered. So what we could do is decide whether or not we want to see it got above that level. See what happens up here. Let's throw up like a 30-minute chart.
Welcome back to Power Lunch as we continue to mark Rare Disease Day. Let's take a closer look now at companies trying to do good and do well with treatments for these diseases. Look at Crinetics Pharmaceuticals, up 115% in a year. See that big spike?
Pretty big gains over the last year as well, up over
Sorry, guys.
70% in a year. So joining us now is
Sorry
Samara
about that.
Kulkarni, he's CEO of
I didn't mean
CRISPR
to do that.
Therapeutics, and Dr. Scott Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner and a CNBC contributor, is still with us. We should say that Dr. Gottlieb is also a partner at the venture firm New Enterprise Associates, which is an early investor in CRISPR.
I think she's
Thank you
having a
very much
little
for
one.
being
I
here,
think she's
Sam.
having a
Really
kid.
appreciate it. I mean, obviously, we had a very fascinating conversation. I don't know if you were able to hear all of it, but it's sort of about the hurdles to getting some of these drugs through when it comes to regulatory or otherwise just being able to invest the money that it takes to tackle some of these issues. Where are we right now with your company, with CRISPR, when it comes to tackling rare diseases?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and it's great that you're recognizing World Rare Disease Day. In the last segment, the speaker was mentioning that there's 7,000 rare diseases, and what's disheartening is 80 to 90% of those rare diseases do not have a good treatment available for those patients, and this is where technologies like CRISPR come in. We've had a great year, the last great 12 months, because we had a drug approved for sickle cell disease and thalassemia, two of the more well-known rare diseases, with our partner Vertex. But that's just the start. What we have with the CRISPR technology is a programmable and scalable platform which can apply to many rare diseases and not just provide a treatment, but provide a transformative treatment for these rare diseases.
Sickle cell or something?
When it comes to what you're expecting going forward, what can we look forward to? Give us some good news on the horizon. Is there research that's just getting so very close to offering some new treatments for some of these individuals?
Yeah, Scott will attest. The science is moving at breakneck speed, and it's not just CRISPR Therapeutics, but the other companies in the space as well doing work with rare diseases. We're working with a number of rare diseases, for instance, rare forms of cancer, like T-cell lymphomas. We're working type 1 diabetes. We're working
I can't get over
on
how
rare
flat
autoimmune
this guy
diseases
is.
like lupus nephritis and also
Straight
neuromuscular
flat.
diseases. And the science is moving forward very quickly. The editing is working. We're able to take this CRISPR tool and apply it to a specific location of the genome and make a precise edit that fundamentally
I've been hearing
fixes the
about
disease.
this.
And that's very exciting to
They
see.
need to,
Of course,
like,
there's some challenges.
cool regulation and
such as
let them
delivering it
do
to the
this,
right
'cause it can help a
organs.
lot of
If you
people.
only want to edit the liver,
Let the
or only
people,
want to edit the brain, we're trying to
who want to
optimize
do
the
it, let them
delivery
do it.
solutions.
If
But
you have
the
religious things
signs
you
are
don't
very encouraging
care
across
for it
all
or
these
you don't
therapeutic
believe in
areas.
it, okay.
Yeah, just to build on that,
Fall
I
back.
started working at FDA back in
Worry
2000
about yourself.
as a senior advisor to the
Not
commissioner.
you
and it
guys,
was
I'm
just
just
when
saying,
monoclonal antibodies
anybody
were
in
becoming
particular,
therapeutics
just
getting approved,
let
and they were
them.
usually
Like,
used in sort of third line in treatment of cancer.
Just
where there
because
was
you
no other
disagree with
available
it doesn't
therapy.
mean that
If you
other
would have
people
come to
shouldn't
me
be able to do
at that
something.
point in time and said, one day
All
we'll
right?
be using
Remember that.
monoclonal
Who
antibodies
the
to
fuck are
treat
you?
high cholesterol, I
Who
would
the
have looked
fuck
at you
am
like
I?
you were crazy because there's so much complexity involved in those platforms. I think the same thing
So,
applies
I think
today.
there was,
I think
like,
the gene
a lot of
therapies right now are
regulation
being
where they
used
had
in
to
these
stop,
rare
and
indications
he's bringing up
and these significant
like,
unmet medical needs. But as we get better
like
vehicles
Pacific
for delivering these, as we
Biosciences,
get better ways to precondition patients before we deliver the gene therapy, you're going to start to see these platforms migrate
huge.
into more routine
It's
conditions
huge what they're
and
talking about.
applications like regenerative medicine. So
I
these
need
are
to
just
do
the
more
early
work
innings.
on
I think
it.
we look at the profound impact things like CRISPR Therapeutics has had in diseases like sickle cell disease and thalassemia. I think you're going to see these kinds of platforms, these modalities be used in a wider range of diseases, not just rare diseases, but more common ailments as well.
So Sam, I think I heard you say basically that in certain conditions, with certain gene editing, you can
Listen to
actually cure
this.
people.
Absolutely,
Yes.
and we don't use the word cure lightly. In some cases, the patients are symptom-free for the rest of their lives, for instance. And why we're able to do that is because we're going to the root of the disease. You heard from previously that 80% of these rare diseases have some form of genetic basis. And with the whole human genome sequencing project, we really understand what causes the disease, what's the genetic aberration that's resulting in the patient having the disease. And so when you can go to the root cause, at the genomic level, you potentially can cure the disease or at least ameliorate all symptoms for life. And the other part of this is, we talked about some of the big pharmas not jumping into rare diseases because the market's not there. CRISPR is a scalable and programmable way of developing therapies, which could make it much more efficient to develop drugs in rare diseases because you're using the same chassis but changing the zip code of where in the genome you're making a change. So if you have a regulatory framework that allows you to use a modular approach, you could develop drugs in a much more efficient fashion that would allow you to
These
make the
names
business case
are going to
and
be some
develop
of
it
the
even for
biggest winners,
ultra-rare
or could
diseases,
be,
and
when
still
yields
deliver
start to
shareholder
fall. Just
value.
so you all
How
know this.
hard is it
Technology
when you're
usually
dealing with rare
leads
diseases. How
leads
hard
the
is
way
it
up,
to get a
but
treatment
they aren't the winner
approved
percentage-wise.
because
the big
the
winner
population is so
in
small. If you see what I'm saying, in other words,
biotech.
you don't have thousands
Okay?
of people on whom you can
Especially when
you can
yields
test
start
your
to pull
medicine
back.
or your treatment.
Especially if they pull back in
Yeah,
a decent
it's
manner. You can
challenging if
see
you
a
have to do a
big gain
randomized
in some of
control
these
trial. And as
some of these
when
names.
Scott was commissioner,
It's
he would
risky,
attest to it, which
small
is
amount
some
allocated,
novel forms of thinking
maybe to
about
a couple
developing
different
drugs.
ones.
One
Do
is
your
using
homework,
natural
do your
history.
research.
You know, if you have a
That doesn't
population
mean that it's
you
going to
know is
happen this time,
declining in a
but
certain way, and it's predictable because of the disease.
you know, these are these are the places you want to be. You want to at least have, at least I want to have some type of exposure to them, especially when yields start to get cut. And you can see they're trying to get ahead of that move. So I might want to look now. Might want to look now. That's a nice hold.
No more hospitalizations.
Shit, I'm sorry.
2 3 months. And then after the transfusion, after the therapy, they didn't need any more transfusions. So these are novel ways of thinking about developing drugs that we didn't have in the past.
Sam, if we can, very quickly before we let you go, this is CNBC after all, and so we started out the segment talking about sort of the investment case here. But again, as we've reiterated over and over again, these drugs, researching them, deploying them, are very, very expensive. Can you make the investment case for why it makes sense for us to do this from a financial and economic perspective? Of course, we know it's for the good of the human race, of course, but from an economic and financial perspective, can you tell us why this is a good investment?
Absolutely. And we're redoubling our efforts at CRISPR Therapeutics because of two reasons. One is with a platform like CRISPR, you're taking a deterministic approach, so you have less failures and less attrition in the drugs you're developing. And the second is, as I said, it's modular and programmable. So if you develop the platform, then you just have to replace the genetic oligonucleotide for each disease. So what that does is reduce the cost of development. You know, in many cases, for big pharma, it costs $2 billion to develop a drug, and you could do that for much less if the regulatory environment is changing and allows for this. And in which case, even if it's a small market, you still can make a very positive return. And then you have not just the possibility of return on one asset, but tens of diseases that you're going to cure with a platform like CRISPR.
This is so fascinating. Sam Kulkarni, thank you very much for joining us. Dr. Scott Gottlieb is here, and he's sticking around.
Alrighty, coming up, shares of Novo Nordisk are up 70% over the past year. Ozempic demand continuing to soar. And during February, we celebrate Black Heritage. Here's M&T Bank CEO Renee Jones sharing his story.
As a Black CEO of a Fortune 500 company, I may be an exception. But it's important to remember that there are many exceptional people who create positive change.
You're not
and
an
inspire others
exception. You
every
just
day.
worked hard
Black
and you
Heritage
went
Month
after your
gives us that
fucking
opportunity
dream.
to celebrate the many exceptional,
Okay?
absolutely
And you're one
extraordinary
of the few
people in
that
our
made
Black
it.
and brown communities across
And
America.
that's all it is. You know, maybe more, you know, maybe it's just a lack of wanting to do these type of things is why. I don't know the answer, but I'm tired of like blaming. Oh, like we can do it. You can do whatever. You can do whatever the fuck you want to do in life. You just have to do it, and they have to realize some people don't want to do anything. Some people like hanging out on the block, listening to music, pitching dimes, and you know what I mean, getting chased by the police. Some people like that. Some people like to sit in a park and paint and like. You know, I don't know, complain about what other people are doing, and oh my God, he's got a gun, and I don't know, like, it's all on decisions you guys want to do. All right. Anyway, sorry I went off on a tangent. Like, I don't know. All right, so this is what I was wondering. Okay. In order for us to get to 507, we got to break VWAP. And if we break VWAP, that's going to be a failed break and hold of VWAP, right? This would be a failed, this would be a failed hold right here and there. Because we got above it, we tried to hold it, and you tried to rally. So I think this market might sit sideways. I wouldn't be surprised if it sits sideways. All right, we're almost at the 3 o'clock hour, guys and gals. Let's focus up. Let's focus in. Let's do our thing. Let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm looking to probably trade the SPY into the close. At least I'm going to try to and see if it opens up. All right, I'm going to see if we can get something to open up for us here, either on the Qs or the SPY. It's going to be one of the two. If I don't see a trade set up that I feel comfortable with, I won't be trading it. I'm just telling you that right now. If I get in a trade, I'll let you know what strike price, when I'm going to enter. I'll circle where I'm going to enter it. I'll lay it out. But do not trade it, because if you lose money, it's not my fault. Okay? I can and will lose from time to time. But if you just have to lose correctly. You have to just when you lose and you understand that you've lost, you got to lose less. And normally, if you buy right, you can take some off pretty early to where you're like, okay,
It's estimated up to
you're
5 million Americans are taking them, a staggering figure considering the weekly injections need refrigeration and possibly a lifetime commitment. For Faith Ann and her parents, they were worth a shot.
Where do you give yourself the
I
shot?
give myself the shot in my stomach.
Yeah, I don't even like to watch.
You can hear the click. It's done.
Wow.
Can you just tell me what you're on and how long you've been on?
I've been on Manjaro
I've been
since
on
May.
heroin for 15
Ozempic
years.
since July.
No, I'm just kidding.
Whatever she
Oh, yeah. He switches. He goes between Manjaro and Ozempic.
They're all in a class of drugs called GLP-1 receptor agonists, which mimic naturally occurring hormones in the body.
GLP stands for glucagon-like peptide. And what it does is it helps the body regulate insulin and glucose or blood sugar, but it also helps the stomach feel full faster and longer. And it also affects appetite centers in the brain so that people have less of a drive to eat. And there are reports that it helps with what we've come to call food noise.
Well, that was a clip from Big Shot, the Ozempic Revolution. Premieres tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern and Pacific here on CNBC. Mega hit GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro have completely changed the way society approaches weight loss. And Dr. Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner, Pfizer board member, and contributor to CNBC, who is featured in the documentary, is still here with us. How big are these drugs likely to be? And they're not only finding that they're effective against weight gain or bringing on weight loss, but a whole host of other conditions, potentially even including dementia.
Yeah, look, I think these are going to be a profound medical advance on par with maybe the introduction of statins, where you're going to change the trajectory of morbidity and mortality associated with a whole range of diseases. And we think about this as a battle of what is the best drug. It's going to become a battle of what is the best label, which drug ends up getting the best label for trying to prove some of these secondary gains. This is going to be a very important year for answering that question. We saw the SELECT data that Novo Nordisk ran a big trial looking at a substantial reduction in cardiovascular risk with patients who had a previous heart attack or stroke. FDA and the EMA, the European regulators, are now looking at that data. They're probably going to approve a change to the label of Wegovy to demonstrate cardiovascular risk reduction. And Lilly's also going to have important data with their drug Zepbound this year, looking at, for example, reduction in the incidence of sleep apnea or heart failure associated with the use of their drug. Collectively, between Lilly and Novo, they have more than 15 trials underway that are sort of registration quality trials, looking at things like, reducing the incidence of osteoarthritis, of fatty liver disease, of dementia. If we continue to show these secondary benefits of the weight reduction that these drugs achieve and get that information into the label, I think it's going to make these drugs very compelling and very hard for insurers not to pay for if you're having that magnitude of public health impact.
That was going to be my question. Is this going to make them harder for insurers not to cover, number one, and ultimately will it bring down the cost?
Well, I think it's going to make it impossible for insurers not to pay for it. If you have a drug where you have a cohort of patients who have significant cardiovascular disease, have had a stroke or a heart attack, and you can achieve a 20% reduction in the second stroke or heart attack, and these are patients who have been maximally treated with statins and hypertension medication, that's such a profound benefit. And the benefit was seen early in that trial as well. So you didn't need to leave the patients on the drug for a year. You saw it within the first months. That's so profound, and that's going to achieve so much savings for the healthcare system overall. That I think
they'll leap in.
Right. And also the productivity gains. As people lose a profound amount of weight who are obese, they're going to perform better at work. They're going to have less joint disease, less osteoarthritis.
Fewer days missed from illness or debility or whatever.
And that data will start to get into the drug labels. The other thing that's going to happen over the course of 2024
I had to go for a
2025
little
is
walk,
both
use the
Lilly and
restroom real
Novo and
quick,
other
'cause I
companies
was
as
a
well
little-
have other drugs in development. So Novo has a drug that's
getting a
dual
little
acting.
tired. You know how it is, sitting here looking at a bunch of squares all day. You can get a little tired. So looks like we might have a hold here at VWAP. Is that a hold? I hope I ain't just get my legs stuck. Oh no, this is the cues. That's what I thought. This is the cues. The cues are holding. Let's go to the SPY. Shit, man, I hope I didn't get stuck, bro. Damn it. I had to sit differently though, man. I couldn't just sit like that all fucking day. I need to go work out. Go get moving this afternoon. I might do a watch list tonight. Cover some of the trades from this week. Go over some charts. Maybe hang out. Stuff like that. I know I said I wanted to do it yesterday, but I'm telling you, man. I don't know what it was. And especially after I made dinner and ate, oh my God, I was done. I was so exhausted. All right, there we go. You got a nice little bounce off of this. I think we got to be long. I think we... Is there anything overseas that could help take us down? Let's see here. So if I go to a 5-minute chart, we're at a 5-minute chart, okay. And could this be a start to the rally? All right, here we go. It's game time. It's 3 o'clock. The music starts. Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Doom, 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 doom. Fucking CNBC.
PCE report today, and that's helping some tech and small cap stocks, which are clearly more sensitive to moves in interest rates. You see what we're doing here, a bit mixed, but the S&P and NASDAQ are positive. Many of the mega caps higher, with the exception of Apple. How many times have we said that? And AMD is a big gainer and approaching $300 billion in market cap. That's a 12.
On rare diseases.
Nvidia, what else?
Right now.
All right, welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make-or-break hour begins with the rally as another big month comes to a close. A month where stocks have broadened and many say the bull case has hardened. We'll ask our experts over this final stretch what it means for your money in the weeks ahead. In the meantime, take a look at your scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation. It is the final trading day of the month. No big surprises from that highly anticipated PCE report today, and that's helping some tech and small cap stocks, which are clearly more sensitive to moves in interest rates. You see what we're doing here, a bit mixed, but the S&P and NASDAQ are positive. Many of the mega caps higher, with the exception of Apple. How many times have we said that? And AMD is a big gainer and approaching $300 billion in market cap. That's its largest ever. Nvidia, what else? Closing out the month with yet another gain, almost $800. Not so much for Snowflake today. It's tracking for its worst day ever following its earnings and guidance. It all takes us to our talk of the tape, whether we're really in a sweet spot now for stocks. Let's ask Gabriela Santos, the chief market strategist for JP Morgan Asset Management, as you see, live with us once again at Post 9. Nice to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What a month it's been, and it's been broad-based. NASDAQ's up 5%, the S&P up almost 5%, Russell better than 5%, Dow's the laggard. But are we set up now for what may be a sweet spot?
I think we are seeing signs of that broadening out. One thing we do is we track the contribution to year-to-date returns of the 10 largest companies. End of January, 90%. It was a carryover of last year's story.
Why do they keep saying this
shit? Where we sit today is with only 74% of returns being driven by just a handful of stocks. So we're getting closer to what would be normal, which would be about 60%.
Where you been at all year?
We're starting to see other companies participate within tech, other sectors, healthcare, industrials was a very strong.
Let's talk about big cap tech, mega cap tech, down off the highs.
Record high today. This is February. Discretionary 7.5, 52-week high. Industrials record high. Tech record high.
I think it's been, for me, two big themes this month. The first, we know, there was a readjustment of expectations for rates just to more closely align with the Fed. But I think it's important to realize that high for longer is not the same thing as higher for longer.
Good point.
It was the uncertainty of how much higher we have to go that was paralyzing. I think companies can adapt just knowing what the cost of capital is, hence why stocks did well even as rates reset higher. But the second big thing was earnings. And I think the better than expected end of the earnings season was really, really positive. And you started seeing sectors like industrials start to deliver better earnings.
Should we believe in a stat like this? Since 1930, the S&P has seen 16 cases in which the 4-month period from November through February were all
not
positive,
yet. I'm actually
and the full
looking
year
at that
has been
right now.
positive in all 16 cases. I mean, that speaks to momentum. It speaks to why.
I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm looking at that right now. So you have PayPal up here rejecting the 200 and the 50-day and this whole area right up here. I wonder if we could get it. I think it needs a little more time. I'm going to give PayPal a little bit. But it does seem to be something I might want to look at and think about taking. It's crazy. It's still just... It's got to hold this level and start trying to do something with itself. It does. Because it feels like this thing's just still falling out of bed. Like, really? Like, let me pan it out. Like, look at that. I know you probably can't see it. But, like, that's crazy. Just, boom. This has got to be the worst performer. Got to be the worst performer. You got to start. If you hold this, that's a good sign in my opinion. If you can hold that level now, like it's got to do it now though. You know, it's a good sign. So I'm going to look around and see if I can find something. PLTR. Palantir still up at highs. See, I didn't go over any of the news, so I don't know really anything that's going on. Other than mega cap tech and like. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh shit! It's later in the day. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll worry about it tomorrow. So, Intel looks like a nice bounce. We just have to treat that, you know, we have to see how they... Is this bounce going to get rejected? Do they let it slide and bounce right back into 43.50? You know, I don't trade Intel that much, so... One stock I did want to look at is Roblox. RBLX. And it looks like I missed it. It's starting to look like I missed it.
just to say that they're behaving more like individual companies and that there are other companies joining. An interesting stat is this year, the top 50 global companies, 32 of them are not listed here.
It's underperformed some of the other areas
Sorry,
of the market.
Chris.
What do I want to do with
Sorry,
that now?
guys.
I think you want to treat them as individual companies, and it's actually quite healthy to start to see a lot more dispersion in their performance,
just
in their
looking at,
earnings, and we should reflect that in
Roblox
positioning,
here.
right? So far we've got 3 magnificent ones, 2 meh,
So we
and
have
then 2
oh shit!
actually
Didn't AI have
underperforming or
earnings
not
the
so
other
great.
day?
Which ones are
Oh
the
no!
two that
What?
are
Yeah,
performing?
look,
Apple?
damn!
You put that or
The
the
ones
Meta?
that are down,
Damn, I missed
would be
this.
Apple and Tesla and Google
Fuck,
joining
I
that
forgot
now.
about
Which is
AI
not to
having
suggest
earnings.
Dump these 3 and buy the other ones. It's just to say that they're behaving more like individual companies and that there are other companies joining.
Oh,
An
man.
interesting stat is this year, the top 50 global companies, 32 of them are not listed here. They're abroad. So there's some interesting stuff happening, especially in Japan, that we're very excited, and so are our clients.
Interesting. Let's bring in CNBC contributor Joe Terranova of Virtus
That
Investment
sucks,
Partners with
man.
us as well. It's good to see you too.
I forgot about
Okay, so we're
AI.
gonna
That's
turn
why
the
I should have went
calendar
over the
into a
earnings.
new month. How should we view the market based on where we've been and where we are and where we think we can go?
Well, I agree with what Gabriella is saying, and what's interesting.
That's a nice move.
Is that a lot
That's
of
a really
advisors
nice
that
move
I'm
for a
talking to,
$30
Scott,
stock.
They came into the month of
And for
February
AI,
skeptical
AI
about the
isn't that.
gains from
It's
January,
not crazy
thinking that the market
volatile.
needed
I
to
mean,
correct off of
it can
the
rally
strength
and
at the end of
stuff, but
2023.
You included. You thought
it's
that
not
was
like
gonna be
it'll
down
whip
month.
around on you, and
And why
wasn't
I
it?
don't know.
And I
That's a
cited-
pretty
it's
big move, is
interesting.
what I'm saying.
Sometimes, these
So-
statistics and historical probabilities don't work. There was this case where February is supposed to be a down month, in particular the second half of February, and it just didn't work. And I think there's a lot of people still sitting on the sidelines in that cash yielding equivalent, and those people at some point are going to re-engage with the market, because I agree with your comments on the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, yes, they are high, but ultimately the next move is going to be where you're going to see a rate cut, and the market has digested that fabulously. If you think about where was the market at the beginning of January, when the market was expecting 6 rate cuts,
That's
150
crazy. I missed
basis
that.
points of easing. At that point, the market was
It's crazy we missed it.
7.7% lower.
It's all good.
And a 10-year Treasury was
It's all
31
good.
basis points lower. The market's now priced that out, and we've digested that remarkably well.
You guys see what Ray Dalio put on
I need
LinkedIn
to get up and
today?
get moving.
Because when I heard that he had,
Red Bull
posted
getting a
something, my first thought was, oh man, is he really
Get me a
negative
little
on the
crash.
market?
Get me a
And
little
he
crashy.
addresses the idea of
Microsoft
whether this market
back
is
up there
in
at the resistance
some sort
level.
of bubble period of time. He says, I define a bubble market as one that has a combination of the following in high degrees. Goes through a list of 6 items: high prices relative to traditional measures of value, unsustainable conditions, many new and naive buyers attracted in because the market's gone up a lot, broad bullish sentiment, a high percentage of purchases being financed by debt, a lot of forward and speculative purchases made to bet on price gains. And he sums it all up and says, when I look at the U.S. stock market using these criteria,
Is that going to
doesn't
be
look very bubbly.
resistance? Are you going to
I was kinda
reject
surprised.
Microsoft or what? What you
I
going
was
to do
almost
here?
expecting Dalio
You
saying,
going
"You
to
know
pull
what,
back?
this just
Literally
doesn't
right
look
off this level, pull
sustainable."
it back
He's talked
right now.
about so many times,
It's a stick up.
asymmetric risk to the
Give me your
downside
fucking
in
money,
the
mother.
past. He's sort of preconditioned to
Don't
think
you
what these
can make a
great
move.
investors of our time may think at a period like this, and it's not true.
It's
Do you agree
pinky.
with what he says?
Yes, and I think it's interesting. We were just speaking of Mag 7, and
Sorry, I
don't
just had to
wanna
wake
leave the
up. I had to
impression
say
that we think this
something,
is a
whether it's
bubble and that we
stupid,
should be out
funny,
of some
not
of these
funny.
names.
I just had to say
Because
something
as he
to kind of
mentions
like
in
wake
the
up.
article, they have also delivered the earnings. So as much as these companies are up, the valuations haven't exploded.
I'm gonna
the way
look
you
and
would
see what
think
earnings
just
we
looking at
have
the
and,
return. They're companies that are able to
I will say
monetize
this, man.
artificial
Whoever
intelligence
just
today,
randomly,
not a promise
like,
of it in the
even if you
future,
played
and
both
also companies
ways
that are focused on profitability and cutting costs.
on
And sentiment, another
Snowflake,
thing he mentions, we
you
were just
murdered it, bro.
joking earlier.
You killed it.
I think it was all T-bill and chill last
Oh,
year
look, Zscaler.
until the end of your statement, and then we've had several
So
clients say,
ZS has
"Hold
earnings
on."
today.
But equities were up 25%. The 60-40 gave me 3
Zscaler,
giving me 3
ZS.
times that. A lot of people didn't actually participate in the gains yet, so sentiment is not strong.
Remember, he was,
Let's see
yeah,
here.
you jarred my memory now. He was cash is king. Yeah. Not that long ago either. And I think what he says about this idea of sentiment, there's still a lot of bears out there.
I've had a few on the show this week. There are some who are not ready to capitulate to the bull case. They just think that, you know, their story is going to work eventually, that things are still ahead. So maybe it's not as euphoric as some would have you believe based on the gains that we've seen in the market thus far.
Yeah, look, it's the expectation that here comes another bearish billionaire talking down the market. He obviously didn't do that. I agree with everything that he said.
So what I'm looking
when
for
you look at the market, what's made the return and what's leading the market is quality. To your point before, there is a broadening out. But the broadening out is happening in quality. It's happening in mid and large cap names, industrials, financials. It's not happening in the non-profitable areas of the market. So the only place that I could look at and say to myself, well, is the speculation getting a little bit excessive? Is in crypto, but I don't claim to know anything about crypto, so that's just a personal observation. But other than that, the market sees the quality. It sees the quality domestically, and it sees the quality globally.
I've had debates with people this week who say, oh, you know, you really don't want to put money in equities now. You want to go more towards quality, you know, parts of credit. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you telling me that JP Morgan is not quality? Stock's at an all-time high in the past week. You telling me that Berkshire Hathaway is not quality? That stock's hit an all-time high in the last week. Costco, Marathon, some of the refiners, some of the healthcare stocks that have picked up a lot. AbbVie, Cigna, Merck, Boston Scientific, GE Healthcare. You want industrials? I'll give you Parker Hannifin, Masco, Fastenal, Defense, General Dynamics, Martin Marietta, Vulcan.
I gotta start
Are
buying
these not
sugar-free Red Bull.
And I think you can focus on quality within equities, right? It doesn't mean that sends you all the way to the other extreme of fixed income markets. So a metric is just to think, for example, of quality cash on the balance
this is
sheet.
C-Scaler. I'm kind of looking to see.
Why we had such
I wanted to see what they did their prior
still
earnings.
leads
I'm
us
going to go
there
back to the
to tech
15-minute
being an
chart. Let
important
me just
sector.
talk and
But
keep
it
it
also
moving,
can lead you
and
to
I'll
other
be
parts of
okay.
the market. Healthcare
Remember,
is a
Palo Alto
perfect
did
example of that.
okay. They
And
didn't
for
do
us,
that
it
great.
still means expressing a
64
preference for
cents,
large
48
over small
cents,
cap.
64,
But back to your
67. So it
question
looks like
earlier,
they're
why not
slowing up
overweight stocks?
on the earnings.
Because there is also quality in fixed
Maybe
income,
we can
frankly.
get a
Spreads
pullback
are quite tight, but
in Z-Scaler.
there's much less credit risk than there has been later in the cycle historically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the 60-40 is a 60-40 for a reason.
Exactly.
It's not like, you know, 90-10.
Yes,
It's 60-40.
exactly.
There could be quality in stocks and quality in fixed income. So you want us to stick with semiconductors, I see in the notes. And now this is interesting. You look at what AMD is doing today. I mentioned it off the top of the show. What NVIDIA has done of late, extraordinary. Pick 10 other chip stocks, and the charts look similar. Low on the left, way high on the right, right? They've all gone in basically the same direction. Why do I want to stick with that trade?
Because they are the pillar of strength. They are the pillar of strength, along with, if you look internationally, Japan, India, the momentum factor, industrials and financials. And what I see internally in the market is, for the very first time, this momentum factor that I keep citing is now acting as a catalyst. It's been dormant since November of 2021. It's coming back once again. That's a very powerful force, and I think you want to focus on those areas of the market where that extreme strength is, because that's your indicator for how long the strength can actually continue.
Momentum. The Joe T is at all-time high, correct?
It is. Thank you for that. It is.
I mean,
proud of that.
You manage it, not me. You deserve the credit for it.
Proud of that. But again,
it's two things we just talked about.
Quality and momentum. Quality and momentum. Those two factors applied to large cap equities. That's the key. I agree with you. I don't think small caps are there yet. And the other thing that's popular right now, I've heard so many people on the network talking about, hey, let's look at China in the month of March. There's an opportunity here. There's a pivot where you're going to get some stimulus.
See the K-Web in February?
I did.
10%.
Absolutely. And I agree with that premise. I do think you get the stimulus from China, and I think it's time to invest in China. But let me give you the low-hanging fruit. From a risk management perspective, just buy oil. If you think that China is finally going to have a little bit of an economic revival and there's going to be some stimulus, oil is not going to hover below $80. It's going above $80. Energy equities a benefit.
It's interesting, if I could add a little bit. I think in our conversations with our institutional clients, China and Japan have completely swapped places. Right? For many years, Japan was a tactical trade, buy it when the yen's weakening, get out, grow your strategic allocation to China. I think it's the opposite now. China's thought of as more of a tactical trade when valuations are cheap and there might be a catalyst around the corner. And Japan
Nope,
is
it's
growing
not
as
investable.
a buy and hold kind of allocation.
China's
To
not
me, that is
investable.
such an exciting change that's happening in Japan.
What about
It's a fact.
Well, since you went international, let me go there first. India.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what the hell is going to happen when you go to bed.
India's
You
the
might
fourth
wake up and
largest
everything's
stock market
down
on the
30%
planet right now,
because
and
Xi
it also
Jinping
has the
just
same
said
return on
something.
equity as
Whether
the
he
US.
did
So
anything or
it's
not,
liquid, it's
because they said they're going
quality,
to do
and you've got
something to the
positive
companies.
Themes happening
you
with
know.
demographics and reforms. The thing about India and China and Japan is that they kind of work inversely these days. So if you believe in a China tactical rebound, that means it's going to come at the expense of India, Japan. But if you're trying to make a strategic allocation, we would grow exactly these two markets, Japan and India, for different reasons.
Okay.
Looks
now
like
let
the
me go to
Dow
energy,
is
which
actually
I wanted
trying to
go
make
but
this
I-
area
since we
resistance,
finished with
guys
the,
and
international,
girls.
I wanted to hit that. What do you agree with
Guys,
Joe?
gals.
That energy equities are about to catch a
Sorry,
bid
I was
because they've
getting a
done
little
virtually
tired
nothing
there. I fell off.
this year.
I think what's tricky about the China
But
energy story is that
I
China
think,
actually
again, like I
imported
thought,
quite a
like
lot
I
of
don't think
refined
we're going to get
products
much
last
movement,
year
so
because
I don't
mobility
think
has
I'm going to
really
be taking
rebounded back to
anything
normal. So
today
our belief
for the
is
rest
more
of the
energy is
day.
a bit more range bound here in terms of oil
What I'm
prices,
going to
around
do
$80,
is
$85.
cover
But it's
a
an
watch list
interesting
later
hedge if you
tonight
think about geopolitical risk and
because
a lot of
a few reasons.
unanswered questions over there, and especially if you think about traditional
so if you
energy and
guys-
refiners.
You know, we had the CEO. It reminds me as well. We had the CEO.
So if
of
you guys
Oxy
want
on the
to,
other day, Joe,
you know, I was just letting you guys know later.
Gallup, and we said, well, what's the break?
I'm gonna do a video or a live watch list later on tonight.
She said $40. Oil's almost 80. Yeah. Does that tell you that energy stocks are not getting enough respect that they deserve? They ultimately will, because we don't see do we see a scenario in which energy and oil prices go lower from here? Forget nat gas, that's in the dumpster, but
Yeah, look, Scott, candidly, you know, I just made the statement that if you believe that China has the economic revival and there's some stimulus, okay, I could own energy stocks in that setting. But prior to that, we've been paring back. The strategy's been paring back our
Let's see
holdings
what
of
happens
energy.
up
We were
here. See if,
significantly overweight.
you know, we
We
obviously
literally
know
cut that in
508,
half.
508.50
There's
is
extreme
resistance. So.
disappointment surrounding the performance of energy equities coming off of a 2023 where you had so much significant merger activity. And there was no price response to that. So I'm sorry not to give you a concrete answer, but I'm not giving you that answer because there's so much disappointment that's really been reflected in the price action of the last 6 to 8 months. You're in a prove-it scenario. You absolutely need some economic growth from China. You need central banks to cut. I think the ECB is probably the first central bank to cut. I don't know if you agree with that, but I think they're going to cut before the Federal Reserve does, and you need that process to begin.
let me just point one more thing out before we go, because I'm looking at it right now. We got the NASDAQ moving up a little bit as we begin the final stretch here. 16,057.44. That's the number you need to watch, because that would be a new closing all-time high for the NASDAQ. And we're picking up a little bit of steam here. We have 40 minutes or so to go. We'll see what we do. But that would be yet a new milestone for that index. The S&P, obviously, and the Dow have been trading around record highs, but we're watching the NASDAQ to see if we can get a closing one. Guys, love the conversation. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Joe Turnova, Gabriela Santos. We'll talk to you soon. Let's send it to Christina Partsenevelos now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Christina.
Let's start with food company Hormel, seeing its shares pop today after beating estimates for the company's fiscal first quarter. And customers are going nuts for nuts, apparently. The company saying the sales uptick was driven in part by Planters snack nuts and corn nuts, corn kernels. The icing on the cake, though, the company reaffirmed its net sales growth outlook of 1% to 3% for the full year. Shares are up 13%. And don't miss the exclusive interview with Hormel CEO tonight on Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern. Okta also feeling the love today after Bank of America issued a double upgrade for the identity management company from an underperform to a buy. The firm pointed to Okta's overly conservative full-year guidance, noting that customer growth concerns have lessened. Not too
Somebody
shabby
just
for a
flew by.
22% stock price
I
increase
was like,
for Okta.
oh shit.
Not at all. Not at all. And we're going to continue to watch the NASDAQ where you are. So
Definitely.
we'll watch for that record today. Maybe. We'll see. We're just getting started, and we'll be back to you shortly. Christina, up next, are the Mag 7 stocks too expensive? Class is back in session with the Dean of Valuation, Aswat Damodaran. It's just after this break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
So if you look at Airbnb. Remember how it pulled back and now it's going green again? That's what I said earlier. Are we going to see that? Are we going to see this, like what we saw was that pullback to try and go higher? It looks like that might be the case. So let's look at a couple names. Shit. Oh, come on. Here we go. Needed a little bit more time. I don't know where we're going. See, I don't know. That's a rejection. No, the thing is, if Airbnb stays up here at like 156 and can stay up there, then yeah. Then I have some faith in it going higher. But other than that, I don't really think I'm too thrilled with it. Or it excites me to play it. MSFT AMCN. I need to get a shower. Let's see. Amazon going right back up there to 176. I don't know. Like I said, guys, I think I'm just going to, we don't have that many earnings. Yesterday was a nice earnings day. I would stay focused on like Coinbase, Robinhood, MSTR, names like that, because Coinbase is moving, ARKB. Like, that's the biggest catalyst right now. Okay? In my opinion. In my humble opinion. That's where your volatility is going to be at. Is seeing where Bitcoin is, if it can reject, hold these levels, whatever it does. See here, it's just ripping and roaring again. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Trying a 7th time to try and get back up through there. So I had, I forget what it was. Yeah, let's see what happens here. So that's where I'm going to be watching Bitcoin, right? And Bitcoin names. So, just sucks, man. It's getting boring. It freaking sucks, man.
What's up with NVIDIA and the valuation? I want you to listen to what he told me, and I'd love your reaction on the other side.
Okay. NVIDIA is still not expensive. It's actually still the cheapest of all of the AI stocks. It's way cheaper than AMD. It's cheaper than Marvell. It's even cheaper than Intel at this point, right? So I still think there is room for expectations to continue to go up. I think so.
I mean, this was right before they reported earnings, and it was another blockbuster. So how should we view this now?
Damning with faint praise, right? That's like saying, yeah, I'm short relative to a typical NBA player. I mean, that's when you make pricing statements against a subgroup of stocks, in this case AI stocks, and say it's the cheapest of the AI stocks, that might very well be true, but they might all be overvalued. I think at the moment, the fact that I think we have to accept is AI is real. It's going to make a real difference to business, and I think NVIDIA is in the front seat of that market. That said, though, that pathway is not as easy and as open to profits as the market seems to be assuming it is. I mean, right now, NVIDIA is in a strange place, if you ask me. It's a great trade, but not a very good investment. I mean, trading is about mood and momentum, and if you think about mood and momentum, I don't think I've ever seen a company celebrated as much as NVIDIA. Jensen Huang.
Does this look like?
CEO
Do you
ever
guys
walked
see
the
like?
face of the earth,
Look at
and this
this.
company cannot be stopped.
Let me show you
That's
something.
a perception. And at least in the near term, how do you stop that perception from driving prices up? But the problem with mood and momentum is everything at some point in time, the fever breaks. And the question is when that'll happen for NVIDIA. It'll still be a great company. But I think the pricing is a little bit out of control on the company.
Now, this surprises me in the sense that I feel like I could almost make the argument the exact reverse of what you said, that it's actually a great investment. Why bother trying to trade around? I've had people come on my other program and say, well, I took 20% off my NVIDIA holding because this is unbelievable. Well, now the stock is elevated a lot. So
I wonder if
this
this is
in now. But it's proven to be an unbelievable investment for those. And by the way, I think you're one of them who got in really early and has been riding that wave ever since. You're not a trader, you're an investor.
And I'm glad I got in when I did. But the question to ask now, if you're an investor, is if I get in now, what am I pricing in? I mean, if you back out from the pricing, the $2 trillion market cap, what NVIDIA has to do break even, it's got to add about $400 billion in revenue.
That's what I mean. It's not.
It's not revenues to what it has as revenues.
Right, but this area could be resistance. We'll find out.
But if investing is about the game of the probable and you play the plausible game, you're setting yourself up to lose. Near term, they will beat their revenue and earnings targets because there are, all engines are firing at full force right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if on the next earnings report they took their earnings expectations and beat them again, which is what pricing is all about. That's why I said it's a good trade. Is in the near term they're more likely to deliver upside surprises, but in the long term, when you price the company to be the best company ever, where is the upside?
I want to get your opinion on what Ray Dalio posted today on LinkedIn, which I read earlier, and I'm not sure if you had a chance to hear that or not, so I'll recap it for you. Looking at whether we're in some sort of bubble period, obviously insinuating that if you think we
if
are,
Palantir pulls back,
are out of whack. Well, he says, I define a bubble market.
If we can get Palantir to pull back to VWAP and hold, maybe we look for a long and take that to 25.50. All right. I still don't like it. Hold on. This is why I was getting frustrated because I couldn't do my analysis.
All of that, this doesn't look very bubbly to him. Do you agree?
I agree, but I'd have agreed with that statement pretty much any time over the last 10 years because, I mean, we're surrounded by bubblers, basically people who make an argument for a bubble, and I've always been uncomfortable with that word because it suggests that the people who are buying stocks are shallow and that the people making these statements are deep thinkers. And I think that's a very dangerous place to be in markets.
Yeah, I think you just, not that anybody here is looking at Palantir, but
that's about what we've earned historically as an
15.
expected return. So from that perspective,
Let's just see what happens tomorrow. See what happens tomorrow. Take it easy. There's no reason to put any risk out there.
Do you believe in the
Tesla got to where we 200, it broke 198.
Other sectors, as I read at the top of the program as well, that have done tremendously well this month, outpacing the gains in technology, for example, which is no slouch, obviously, but discretionary and industrials have looked awfully good, but maybe we haven't talked about them enough.
No, I think it's broadening, but I think the final break in the dam is when risk capital finally comes back to the market. The Reddit IPO, I think, is going to be a good indicator because risk capital has been on the sidelines in spite of the market going up for much of the last year and a half. Risk capital, or a year and 3 months. Risk capital has been on the sideline much of this period. Risk capital is in the sense of venture capital money, money invested in young companies, IPOs. And I think that's going to be the next segment of this market. If we're going to truly have a bull market with staying power, is where the risk capital comes back. So it'd be interesting to see if the IPOs start to make their way back into the market, because that'll be a sign that the market is truly back.
Aren't we already, in some sense, seeing this with biotechs and Bitcoin?
Yeah, we're starting to see it. Bitcoin, I think, is one of those things which is kind of a noisy indicator. Bitcoin, I think of as very risky stock. So from that perspective, I'm not surprised at the surge in Bitcoin pricing because it tracks what the NASDAQ is doing with the riskiest segments. So I think it is a good sign for risk capital when you see cryptos going up, because that's become the ultimate speculative trade for risky capital.
Professor, I always enjoy our conversations. Look forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
I'll spot the motor in. NYU Stern joining us once again. Coming up, we're weighing risks to the rally. New York Life Investments' Lauren Goodwin flagging some potential market headwinds that she says could impact your portfolio in a big way. She's going to explain next. We're also keeping a close eye on the NASDAQ, as we said, trying.
Looks like another rejection up there on the SPY, pulling back. Unless that's just a pullback to hold. We'll see.
Well, we're almost there. Once again, we're going to see in the last 28 minutes or so.
That's funny he said that. That's hilarious.
We're back after this. welcome back. We're showing you the NASDAQ because we are currently trading at a new all-time closing high. 16,057.44 is the critical number to watch. So in these last minutes of trade, we are above that level now. We'll see if we can hold it. But it's been far from technology in the month of February, as we're about to put in the 4th positive month in a row for this market. Our next guest still isn't sold on the bull market. Here to tell us why, Lauren Goodwin, Chief Market Strategist for New York Life Investments. Okay, the market's gotten a lot more broad. That's like one of the last things the bears wanted to see because it chops further at their story. And eventually you keep chopping away at the story, the tree falls. Are you not on the page of the bulls yet?
I want to clarify where I'm a bear.
Okay, cool. I mean, could you admit it? Come on, you have to admit, you've been pretty cautious, if not negative on the equity market. Fair?
I don't think that that's fair, actually. I've been very cautious on the U.S. economy, and there we can talk about all kinds of risks or risks to that view.
Okay.
But when it comes to being invested, we've actually been very constructive, even on mega cap tech, which is a lot of where the conversation is played out. And I've been talking about how to play all different sides of, for example, the NASDAQ story that we're seeing today and the broadening market rally. And so actually, if I look at the risks to the rally, it's all kinds of things I don't see likely to happen in the next couple of weeks, maybe even the next couple of months. So we're staying fully invested.
You are. I mean, I wouldn't describe you, though, as somebody who comes on the program and is bullish U.S. stocks. I don't think you've been bullish U.S. stocks.
That's fair. We haven't been chomping at the bit, and a lot of that has to do with being, tactical for us is 6-month moves, and so that's you have to move carefully, slowly, thoughtfully, whatever the case may be. But when I look at this rally and the broadening that we've seen this month that you've pointed out, and I say, how could that broaden further? There's a couple things that we would need to see. Earnings broaden further from here. We're not likely to see that in the next couple of months, right? We're wrapping up on earnings season.
And they've been better than expected.
Better than expected. You'd also like to see rates expectations move back lower. And so really, though I think we've probably been saying it for 3 years, we being all of us, is that this market all comes down to not just rates, but expectations of rates, and that comes down to inflation.
Yeah, but okay, so no big surprise in PCE, and the expectation still exists that the Fed's going to cut. And maybe we don't care as much today as we did yesterday, so to speak, on how much and when it starts. We know it's coming, and that's all that matters.
That is all that matters, and I think that's one of the reasons that investors should be making the most allocation shifts right now. And some of those things we've talked quite a bit about, moving cash off the sidelines into bonds. The move that we saw in terms of bond performance at the end of last year, we've only seen the beginning of it when the Fed starts actually cutting rates. There is still so much caution, so much cash on the sidelines that can move in this market. And so we're choosing to be a bit early on that front, moving into short duration credit and municipal bonds as a starting point.
Okay, so why do you favor taking cash off the sidelines and putting it into bonds rather than stocks? It feels like your favored position is into credit. Not into equities, from cash.
From cash into credit, because when the Fed starts cutting rates, and especially if the Fed's cutting rates faster than the market expects, it'll be because growth is slowing. And in our view, that favors credit not only from a risk-adjusted basis, but also because part of the reason to move from cash into credit as the Fed cuts rates is because you're trying to lock in higher yields that we have right now.
Sure, well, yeah, of course, because you think then yields are going to come down considerably. But you still, I get a sense, think that the Fed is not going to cut necessarily for the right reason. You think they're going to be forced to cut because the economy is going to weaken more than people maybe think today it will. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I hope that the Fed starts cutting for the right reasons. That they've seen that their policy is starting to take the impact that they thought it would take. Inflation's coming down, which I do expect will continue to be the case. That this inflation risk that we've seen near term is just a temporary blip in the data, part of the disinflationary process. But my expectation is that as we move throughout the year, growth is still liable to slow, and that the Fed will actually cut more assertively than the market expects right now. And frankly, at least for the next few months,
bad news in the economy is good news for the market, and investors, even economic bears like I tend to be, have to be market bears in the very near term in that circumstance.
We'll see. I mean, the Fed isn't necessarily ever proactive. They're always sort of reactive, it would seem, to certain things that emerge. But this is going to be interesting. They don't want to wait too long either and cause a problem they don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Right, that's exactly
So,
right.
what's her name is speaking right now. Sorry, guys. I had to walk outside and, like, do a couple things, all right? I had to wake up. I was starting to fall asleep. Excuse me. This market's putting me to sleep, okay? So, I want to thank you guys. Seriously. I want to thank you guys for getting us to 10 likes. That's awesome. Showing the love. I greatly appreciate it. I know there's nobody here. Nobody's really going to hear this. But, you know, I want to, I just wanted to reiterate that I do appreciate that a lot. Let me make sure that I'm not frozen and stuff like that. All right, let's make sure we're not frozen. Okay. So, Fed, I think her name's, I forget her name. Let's see here. No. Let's see here. Fed Williams, no. Oh, wow. Yeah, Fed Williams tonight. Fed Mester. I knew it was Mester. I had a feeling it was Mester. Oh, come on. Let's see here. See, it won't even come up. That sucks. Let's see here. Let's go to, like, Fed Mester latest. Live. Okay. Hold up. Hey, let's see here. Forex Live. No. It's on whatchamacallit, though. It's on whatchamacallit. Let's listen to this.
Okay. In 2030,
oh, sorry,
how
guys.
likely, what's the probability of Microsoft and Amazon being able to say the same?
For me, 100%.
Okay. Now, West doesn't think so. West doesn't think it's 100%. Right, West?
Correct.
West thinks it's
50-60%. You guys see what I mean by call? You guys see this?
Yeah, coin flip.
You see what I mean? See how miserable he is?
He believes
What is wrong with you, bro? I mean, it's okay that you're not calling anyone. Like, you're killing me, bro. You're killing me, Carl. I used to really like Carl Cantanilla. I used to really like him. But, like, I don't know what changed. I don't get it. He's so miserable. He's so miserable, guys. I don't understand it. Come on, man. I don't know why this thing is doing this to me.
And you could buy 4 times as many chips. And at peak times, you can route your traffic across 4 chips instead of 1 chip that's 4 times as fast. Your throughput is still 4 tokens per second.
Okay.
Per
okay,
minute,
so Wes, Meta, for the audience, what Meta is saying is that you don't need those best people in the world working forever to come up with the best chip. You can come up with a close second and undercut the leader, in this case, NVIDIA, and still succeed and still cap NVIDIA's profit margin. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, it hasn't happened yet. I don't see any reason why that would happen. It's NVIDIA's core business.
Omar?
Well, it seems inevitable, really. Like, I'm close to Meta on this. It's probably 100% that this becomes increasingly commoditized. Just because you don't need each of those companies to solve it themselves. You just need somebody to solve it. And there starts to be some competition in the market. Okay, here's somebody, and we're putting these sanctions now on the export of these chips to China. China's going to be developing their own chips. Watch them just kick NVIDIA's ass or something, right? I wouldn't underestimate them. Or some other player that we don't see just emerges and, they just go to TSMC too and they produce a better chip or, you can never know with technology. So don't the market is a powerful force and the market does one thing. When there's something that's valuable, it produces many companies that serve that
Right.
purpose and they compete to push prices down.
Wes?
It just hasn't happened yet in the history of NVIDIA. They keep pushing the envelope. They're always ahead.
Wes, let me ask you
I just
this.
don't see any
On
reason why that's going to change.
AI-specific training and inference chips like H100 or H200, is the gap between NVIDIA and the second place getting bigger or smaller today?
A brief history in time. TPUs were better for about 2 years, and now NVIDIA GPUs are now better again. So they've again taken back the reins. So everything that kind of Google gained with that, I'm not saying has been lost, but as far as cloud goes, like Google selling those services to other companies, not so much anymore. And it's back to GPUs.
Meta and then Omar.
I would say that's not correct. Two things. One, the chip replaced NVIDIA chips in the vehicle already in Teslas. So there are examples where NVIDIA basically is not competing as efficiently as it used to once before in the AI domain. And the second thing is, if you look at TPU5 paper, they're already doing cross data center work. And like Omar was saying, if you can find ways to scale down the needs, and mixture of experts has become like the way that everybody's doing it, then you remove this blunt force, everything's a nail hammer approach of just throw more and more data at it. That is not the way things are going. And even if you wanted to go that way, it seems like the models today are already trained with all the data they could get their hands on. So you may not even have more data to throw
this
at
is
it,
good.
which then suggests we're already at peak
So now looking back,
capacity.
Yeah. Omar, Wes.
This was good. That was really good
I
right
think
there.
the lead
You
is
broke
actually
it.
narrowing,
You tried to
not
make a
getting
resistance,
bigger.
and you quickly recovered.
TPUs are great,
Quickly
but
recovered.
Since really AlexNet to today,
So-
NVIDIA has been the dominant way to train models.
That's really good.
And
there
I think
we
that
go. I said it.
NVIDIA
I said
has
if we're above
dominated
507, we gotta
since their
respect
birth.
it.
But the
We
history
gotta
of
be long
other
if we're above
microprocessor
507. I've been
technologies,
saying it
I think,
all
are
week.
instructive
You
of
know,
what we can expect in the future
obviously
for
things
graphics
aren't
and
going
AI
to just
compute.
like be
The great
easy.
Jim Keller
But
from
if we're
AMD
above
and
it,
Apple, he
you
worked
know,
on some of the
go
Apple
out
silicon
a week or
processors.
two.
He worked at AMD.
Even if you like,
He said,
especially if you're
"CUDA's
in
not
doubt
a
that
moat,
that's
it's
going
a
to hold.
swamp.
That's more of a
x86
reason, in my
was a
opinion,
swamp too."
to
And
take that.
if you remember in the early days, Intel, it was like, oh my God, who can touch Intel? They're the greatest chip company in the world. And they've got x86, and Windows only runs on x86. So, of course, everyone's going to be buying their chips because that's what runs Windows and that's what runs all this IBM PC software. And for a while, they were just this amazing company. But then AMD came. At first, they put out a chip that was compatible, that ran the same instruction set, that was cheaper. Over time, AMD
Right.
actually started putting out better chips than Intel.
Right.
That could happen to NVIDIA too.
Right. Wes, and then Meta has 9 minutes. Wes?
Yeah, and I got to bail at one too. So I love Jim. Like he's amazing, but he's incredibly biased because he's now the CEO of TensTorrent, which is ultimately competing with CUDA. So for him to say that is it's an incredibly biased statement. And while it may be correct, it may be not. That's for everybody to decide. But at the end, CUDA is still like decades now. Like before it was CUDA, like it was still being used to develop on top of NVIDIA hardware. And just to be very clear, like TPUs are still great, but it's taken, what, 8 years now for them to basically barely be able to kind of be used cross data center. Like it just takes an incredibly long time, and NVIDIA continues to lead. That's the part that they're really good at. That's my bold statement.
Can I make a bear statement?
Sure.
I think there are three major headwinds that have not been addressed by the bulls, and those are one, computational approaches in terms of software can drastically reduce the need for the chips to achieve the same level of output. So if the demand drops for training foundational models, fine tuning, or even inference serving, that's one big factor. Two, we've seen things like Grok with a Q come out where there's different approaches that are completely different from even traditional ASICs that make it even more efficient to serve tensors. So that could also disrupt the market, where a different hardware approach that NVIDIA doesn't have domain expertise on could disrupt them. And then the third one is the shifting nature of demand, where lots of people are playing with these LLMs today, but it turns out probably most of the things you need are going to be sufficient in small models, and most of the interactions are going to be through phones and iPhones and Pixels and Samsung phones. They all have tensor processors built in now. So we could see a huge shift from cloud to client.
Wes?
Like I get the 3 points. I'll address them. So like the first one, the computational nature of being, software can handle part of that. Like I'm all for modular AI and for making it more unified and for software to be easier to write so it can be more like spread across different types of hardware. That's great. And I'm all in favor of Chris pursuing that, and I wish him the best. And then that it just takes an incredible amount of time to do that. Like he's 3 to 5 years away from like massive production, I think. And then Grok with Q, my predecessor on TPUs, he went over there before I took over. He went over there to start up Grok, and that was in 2016. So it just takes an incredibly long time, and they're not even close to really having a product for production yet.
Okay, second.
So
well,
that's
answer
another.
the second point.
Sorry. Yeah, so that's the second point. And the third one, oh, darn it, now I lost my train
Third
of thought.
one
What was
is
the third
shift
one, Meta?
from cloud to client.
Oh yeah, we could definitely have a solution that handles distributing the workload, but unfortunately, like the interconnectivity of the chips are what makes them super fast. So that interconnectivity just isn't there. We're talking like, picoseconds. We're not talking milliseconds.
Regarding the cloud to client, I'm referring to the fact that those workloads that required large interconnectivity in the cloud for inference might just move to the device and not need to go to the cloud at all. Think of like voice recognition as an example. A long time ago, you had to always go to servers, and now you can just do it on device. Similar things are going to happen to a lot of
Makes
things.
sense. Meta, what was your second? Can you restate your second point? First, computational approaches software advancements can reduce need for hardware. Third is shift from cloud to client. What's the second?
It's about the fact that our computational approach in hardware could be done in a paradigm shift. So
That's the
today,
first one, right?
no.
All right.
Was that the first one? Okay, maybe I'm getting it then confused in order.
I'll reach out to you in DM. Before you and Wes have to go, I want to get one statement from you. While Omar talks, you guys can think about the answer to this following question. What would change your mind? Seeing what would change your mind from bull to bear, bear to bull? Omar, go ahead.
So I think my answer to Meta's points is these things are not happening. Where is the evidence of a great breakthrough that reduces our need for compute? It's nowhere. Show me a paper and then maybe I'll reconsider it. But I haven't heard of anything that would make any of these things happen in a material level. The move from cloud to compute, I mean to mobile, cloud isn't going anywhere anytime soon. I'm not saying it can't happen long term, but these things simply just aren't happening today.
I'll send you some papers. I love sending papers.
Nope, you're done. The only thing I want from you is your answer to what would change your mind. Do you want to go first or Wes first?
I thought Wes go first.
Wes?
The thing that would change my mind, yeah, and Meta can send out a paper because that would essentially change my mind if there was a new model type or a new way that like drastically reduced the amount of compute. And I know that like Hugging Face has one, and the name escapes me, but that would be one thing that could potentially change my mind. Realize that that really hasn't happened since 2017, the original transformer model. So there's that. And then the other kind of major thing is if we solve a large part of AGI, like in solved means like it's in production, people are using it and they're getting great value out of it. It's not ChatGPT. Like that's not what I'm talking about. That is not AGI in any way, shape, or form. Like we can say that it, but that would be the other, just to keep this short, that would be the other thing that would sway because then we could potentially see a cap in demand.
Okay. Any final words from Meta or Wes, and then I'll continue with Omar.
You had asked what would change my mind.
Yeah.
If NVIDIA, as they are now approaching setting up data centers for rental only, if they manage to get a good software API cloud system up and running, like AWS, and they serve more than just AI over time, but at least they start serving and becoming a cloud provider, that would change my mind because then they'd be vertically integrated and they could grab the margins from the other side. And the other thing that would change my mind is if the Ethereum crypto
All right,
boom
guys.
or something along those lines comes along and
that's it. That's a nice
finds a way to
green
make
day
use
for
of
the
the
markets. Qs up 1%. The S&P 500.
Hey, Iman, thanks for setting this up, and no more final words.
Okay,
closes.
All right, we'll
at
continue
50.
this again. We'll continue this again. I know you guys have to go.
Just under a half of a
so Omar, let me ask
percent.
you
So the
this question,
Qs, nice
kind of
big
general
day in
question a
tech
little bit more,
today.
building on
Take
what
that
you
into
just
tomorrow.
said. Sounds like NVIDIA is trying to replace Microsoft and Amazon, and Microsoft and Amazon are trying to replace NVIDIA. Not replace, but reduce their dependence.
My bad.
Which side is?
You trigger. Get rid of that. I want to thank you guys. Wow, look at that pullback. Holy snap, crackle and pop. Holy snap, crackle, pop, bro. Guys, that was big. That was a big pushback. Big pushback off of that 439, 440 on the Qs. Let's see here. Yeah, nope. I disagree with that. No, it wasn't. Yeah, you're right. It was a new closing high. You're right. Yeah, tricky, huh? They'll look for any excuse to tell you how bullish we are. Same for the downside. I love you guys. You guys have a great day. Great rest of your afternoon. I'm going to be on live a little bit later discussing some of the trades, some trade ideas for tomorrow. So, with that said, you guys have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys later on in the day. Thank you. Thank you guys for everything. You know, I hope I can help make your trading day a little bit better. I hope I can help give you guys the advice. And after all, at least help save you some money. But man, I want to go further than that, and I want to help you guys make money. This is a nice pullback and retest for the Q. So we'll see what comes tomorrow. We'll talk about it later on tonight. I love you guys. You guys have a great night. I'll see you guys around 7:30, 8 o'clock, maybe a little earlier. I'm not sure. Thank you. I'll see you guys. Have a great night.